Chapter 1. Am I pregnant? Auntie, I want to buy a test paper. Although Yan Rongrong tried to keep her voice down, she still attracted the eyes of many people in the store, because the girl in front of me looked very young, like a minor. Yan Rongrong's face was red, she grabbed her trousers with her hands, and she lowered her head and dared not look at people. The clerk reacted. Oh, do you want this? She quickly took a box of early pregnancy test paper from the counter and handed it to Yan Rongrong. Yan Rongrong's eyes swept. It was what she wanted, and she asked in a low voice. How much is it? She quickly took out 10 yen from her pocket and put it down. She turned around and was about to run. The clerk hesitated for a moment and quickly caught up with her. Little girl, wait a minute. Yan Rongrong turned around nervously. Still. What's the matter? The clerk found that the girl was very beautiful. Her skin was fair as if she could pinch water. Her facial features were exquisite, especially her clear and clean eyes, which made people reluctant to take their eyes off. Do you know how to use it? Yan Rongrong squeezed her lips. She didn't know how to use it, but her best friend said that there was an instruction manual here. The clerk explained to her in a soft voice. There is urine in it. You go to the bathroom to collect urine, and then use that straw to suck 3 or 4 drops to the sampling area. After a while, if it's a red line, it's okay. If it's 2, it's pregnant. Yan Rongrong was nervous and embarrassed, and she grabbed the box of test paper. Thank you, auntie. She ran out of the pharmacy quickly and had never been so afraid of other people's eyes. I ran all the way home. My parents run a roast chicken restaurant and leave early and return late every day. At this time, my younger brother and elder brother are still in class, so there is no one at home. Yan Rongrong ran into the bathroom and quickly opened the box of early pregnancy test paper. According to what the clerk's aunt taught, she took the urine first and then took out the straw to suck into the sampling area. Her hands were shaking all the way. She bit her lip and looked at the movement of the test paper. At first, there was no reaction, and then the red rose rapidly. Yan Rongrong couldn't help holding her breath and staring at her eyes. She prayed in her heart, not to, never to, it won't be so accurate, she can't get pregnant. After the red rose to an area, a red line began to appear. It was not obvious at first, but gradually became clearer and clearer. Yan Rongrong gently bit her lip. She felt that she was lucky and was not pregnant. However, soon, the red line began to appear the next day. She felt that it must be her eyes. She rubbed her eyes hard, but found that the red line seemed to be clearer and gradually became as deep as the first one. Her body softened and she suddenly sat on the floor of the bathroom, her face as white as paper. She is really pregnant, too. How could it be too? She was just in a bad mood that day and got drunk. She failed the college entrance examination. Her parents said that she didn't go to the undergraduate school line and didn't let her go to school. She asked her to work in the store to work for her brother and younger brother to study together. She felt very uncomfortable, so she followed her best friend to the bar for a drink. That was the first time she went to the bar. She knew that she would be targeted by bad guys. An uncle saved her, but later, when she woke up again, she was lying in the same bed with the uncle. She was so scared that she put on her own clothes and ran home quickly. A few days ago, she suddenly had nausea, vomiting, dizziness and other symptoms. At first, she thought she had a heat stroke. She drank several bottles of fenugreek jinshi water, but it didn't work. Her best friend suddenly said that she was pregnant. She was joking at that time, but Yan Rongrong took it to heart. She quietly bought a test paper to check it. Who knew, it was true that she was really pregnant. Yan Rongrong couldn't imagine what would happen if her parents knew that she was pregnant. She was just 19 years old, and her parents would definitely kill her. I quickly took out my mobile phone from my pocket and took a look. It was more than 5 o'clock now, and my younger brother was almost back from school. Looking at the 2 eye-catching red lines on the test paper, she hurriedly put them all in a small bag in a panic. She confirmed that nothing was left in the bathroom, and then she hurried out to throw it away. As soon as I climbed to the 5th floor, I saw my younger brother opening the door with the key. The younger brother also saw her. Sister, did you go out today? Yan Rongrong's heart tightened. Oh, I went out to play with my classmates for a while. Yan Yu opened the door, but didn't see Yan Rongrong following her and looked back at her. Sister, are you still going out? Yan Rongrong ran into the room quickly. No, it's time to cook. Mom and Dad will be back soon. Looking at Yan Rongrong rushing to the balcony to cook, Yan Yu was a little confused. He felt that his second sister seemed strange today. However, his main task was to study, and he didn't ask much. He went straight into his small bedroom with his school bag on his back. Ye's family is a foreigner. More than 20 years ago, Yang Qianghe and Ling Xing came to Kyoto to work hard as soon as they got married. At first, they moved bricks and cement on other people's construction sites and lived in the basement. Later, they also did a lot of other work and finally opened a roast chicken restaurant. Because the taste was good and the business was not bad, when Yang Yu was born, the two finally saved enough money to buy a house of more than 50 square meters in the old city. In Kyoto, even if it is an old community, the house is still not cheap. This house has only one bedroom, a living room, one bathroom, and a kitchen. The place is very small. But because the eldest brother Yan Chen was already in junior high school at that time, his parents transformed the kitchen into a small bedroom, and then it was Yan Qing and Yang Yi's room. And Yan Rongrong, so far, she doesn't have her own room. Her parents have put a small bed of 1 and 2 meters in the living room, and she has been sleeping on it all the time. After 7 o'clock in the evening, my parents came home. After washing their hands, the family sat around the crowded small table to eat. You can go to the store to help with the delivery tomorrow. Today, your father just took over another job in a big hotel. You will deliver it later. Yan Rongrong looked up at her mother Lin Xing and discussed in a low voice. Mom, can you do it in a few days? I want to get together with my classmates these days. Lin Xing frowned. What are you gathering? They gathered together to show off when they were admitted to college. You didn't even get on the undergraduate line. Why are you going to join in with them? Are you going to embarrass someone? Yang Rongrong's eyes were red, but she was pregnant now, and she had to move things to deliver the goods. The child. Yes, this child was an accident, and she really couldn't afford to raise her. She didn't dare to tell her parents about the child. She didn't have the courage to face it. If you move heavy things, will the baby be gone? She subconsciously looked down at her stomach and felt uncomfortable and guilty. She sniffed and choked up. Okay, I'll go. Early the next morning, she was called up by Lin Xing. After washing, she didn't have breakfast and followed her parents to the store to work. Chapter 2 Uncle is Song Shao. Because she had enough roast chicken to sell all day, she had a lot of work. Yan Rongrong was hungry and worked with her parents until more than 11 o'clock. Lin Xing shouted. All right, you can ride a tricycle to deliver the goods, and I'll do the rest with your father. Yan Rongrong got the order, so she untied her apron and went to wash her hands. She couldn't help looking down at her stomach. It was still very flat and she couldn't see anything, but the great hunger reminded her that the baby in her stomach was hungry. When her father was carrying the roast chicken bucket to the car, she ran to the steamed bun shop next door, bought 2 meat steamed buns, and devoured them in the store. She didn't dare to take it home. Last time, she also wanted to buy it home and eat with her parents. As a result, she was scolded by her mother for a long time. She said that she was greedy and knew how to spend money indiscriminately. She swallowed all the steamed buns in her mouth before returning to her shop. Yan Xiaohe glanced at her and probably smelled the steamed buns on her body, but he didn't say anything, just told her to be careful on the road. Yan Rongrong nodded and rode a tricycle with 6 buckets of roast chicken. She didn't expect that the place to go to deliver was a very high-end hotel. In the most prosperous urban area, in a prime location, there were rich people dressed decently. She wore a sun hat, a white t-shirt and a sunscreen sleeve, and rode a tricycle to the door where the back kitchen was located. The kitchen manager was slightly surprised when he saw that it was a delicate little girl coming to deliver the goods, but he didn't say anything. He just asked Yan Rongrong to move all the goods in. Yan Rongrong quickly agreed. Seeing that her little girl was stringing to carry the big bucket of 60 or 70 jints, the streeter frowned slightly. Are you busy? How can you have a child deliver the goods? Yan Rongrong smiled obediently. Well, my parents' store is quite busy. Don't worry, I'll help you get it in. Holding a heavy roast chicken bucket, Yan Rongrong felt the pulling sensation from her stomach. She expected that the child would be obstinate, so that she didn't have to go to the hospital. Because she had no money to go to the hospital at all, and she didn't dare to tell her parents. A black Bentley parked on the side of the road while she was trying her best to carry buckets of roast chicken to the kitchen. Bo Hong, why did you stop? Fa Xiao followed Su Boha's line of sight and looked over, slightly surprised. Isn't this the child you saved in the bar that day? Su Bohong looked at Yan Rongrong, who was carrying a big bucket in front of him, with a gloomy expression on his face. Theoretically, he didn't want to meddle anymore. After all, he had meddled once that day and handed over the body of an old virgin who had been preserved for 30 years. But when I saw her thin body and beads of sweat dripping on her face, the scene of her holding herself sweetly and calling her uncle that day suddenly flashed in my mind, and the fragrant body. He quickly took a deep breath and cursed himself as a beast in his heart. It was not to mention that he couldn't control his sleep before. Now, it's shameful to see that she still has evil thoughts. He opened the car door and strode over. Bohong Yan Rongrong has put in 3 buckets, and there are still 3 buckets left. She wiped the sweat on her face. She was ready to take it all in. Her stomach felt pulling, but it didn't hurt. She had to use a little more force, and maybe the child would be gone. Thinking that the baby was going to be killed by her own hands, she suddenly felt very sad, and tears mixed with sweat fell down together. In the blur of tears, she saw a bony hand stretched out, and then the roast chicken bucket was taken away. Yan Rongrong looked up and bumped into the familiar deep eyes. She stared wide-eyed in shock. You, uncle? Su Bohong saw her red eyes and frowned slightly. Are you tired? Don't do it when you're tired. Why cry? Yan Rongrong sniffed and shook her head. I didn't cry, I was sweating. Then wipe it. Do you have to put these in? Yan Rongrong nodded. Well, it's all booked by this hotel. Su Bohong carried 2 buckets in one hand and walked in. Yan Rongrong was shocked and quickly wanted to snatch it. Uncle, no, I can move in by myself. Su Bohong swept over with a pair of deep eyes. Yan Rongrong subconsciously felt a little scared, so she quietly let go. Su Bohong took 2 buckets into the kitchen. Is it put here? The stealer was looking at the things purchased today, but he didn't look up. Yes, just put it there. After saying that, he realized that it was a man's voice, so he looked up, and then his face suddenly changed. He hurriedly closed his notebook and came over with a smile on his face. Si Shao, you. Why are you here? Si Shao, how did you come to such a smoky place as the back chef? Su Bohong ignored him and went out to bring in the bucket of roast chicken outside. Are you all right now? Pay the bill for her. The shika was surprised when he saw Yan Rongrong standing at the door. Does this girl who looks too young actually know Si Shao? And let a person with such a status as Si Shao help her carry the roast chicken bucket? Not to mention him, even in the whole rich family circle in Kyoto, no one could imagine that Su Bohong could do such a job as a roast chicken bucket. The Su family is a real rich family. It is a resource accumulated by several generations, which is different from those rich families with a thin background. Su Bohong is the only seed of the Su family's generation. He is the top little poker in the rich family circle in Kyoto. How can this little girl selling roast chicken know Si Shao? And asked Si Shao to help her carry the roast chicken bucket. The steker immediately made a judgment in his heart, and the little girl had to be slaughtered. He quickly took his purchase notebook to Yan Rongrong. Little girl, why didn't you tell me earlier that you knew Si Shao? You don't need to deliver this product yourself in the future. We will send someone to your store to pull it. We agreed before that it will be 80 yuan each. I'll give you a little more price. Do you think it's 122 yuan? After giving the price, the steward carefully asked Yan Rongrong's advice. Yan Rongrong was stunned. She felt that 80 yuan was not cheap. The manager actually raised her 40 yuan at once. How much more money did she earn? She bowed to the stepper in surprise. Thank you. The price is very good, uncle. Thank you so much. The steward has a very good attitude now, waving his hand. You're welcome. You should. He quietly looked at Su Bohong, as if Si Shao didn't look very good. He didn't dare to say more to Yan Rongrong. He paid happily and hurried to work. Yan Rongrong went out of the kitchen with tens of thousands of yuan in her bag. She thought that if she paid the bill to her parents according to 80 yuan each, could she go to the hospital for surgery with the rest of the money? Even if she is checked by her parents in the future, the money will be spent. Not to mention, she will be beaten at most and hungry for a few days. Chapter 3 Hospital Examination. But when she thought of what she secretly checked last night and said that her parents needed to sign for surgery in the hospital, she didn't dare to ask her parents to sign for her. If they knew that she was pregnant, they would definitely beat her to death. Her eyes couldn't help falling on Su Bohong. Although the uncle saved her that day, he should also be responsible for the child, right? Yan Rongrong was at war in her heart, and her eyes were very entangled when she looked at Su Bohong. Su Bohong was stared at by those wet eyes, and he remembered the miserable appearance of the girl who was bruised, red and purple that day. The tone of voice is much milder. I am responsible for what happened that day, and I can give you some corresponding compensation. Yan Rongrong looked at him and shook her head. I don't want any compensation. Can I ask you a favor? Su Bohong saw that she was careful and had been entangled for so long just now. It seemed that he had encountered something that could not be solved. Okay, the sun is too strong. Let's go and say it in the car. He took Yan Rongrong to the side of the black Bentley and stretched out his hand to pull out the hair on the co-pilot. You go in first and wish Lao Yan a happy wedding for me. He was so shocked and curious. Su Bohong belongs to the abstinence Diamond King Lao War in their circle, and he still retains the body of an old virgin. He couldn't help lying on the car window to see how beautiful the girl was. Is the old iron tree really going to bloom? Su Bohong directly raised the glass, regardless of the person knocking on the glass outside, and looked back at Ye Rongrong. He hesitated for a moment and asked, How old are you? He looked at the undispersed milk on Yan Rongrong's cheeks. He was really afraid that he was sleeping with a minor, which would be a crime, and his conscience could not pass. 19 Su Bohong breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was an adult and did not become a criminal. However, the next moment, he was almost thrown under the seat by Yan Rongrong's words. Uncle, I'm pregnant. Su Bohong frowned. This familiar rhetoric is usually to want money or want to rise to the top. His buddy has also encountered this kind of thing and solved it with money. How much money do you want? Yan Rongrong looked at Su Bohong's cold face, squeezed her lips and explained. I don't want money. Uncle, I know you saved me that day. I don't mean to ask you to be responsible, but now I can't solve it alone, and you don't need to spend the money. Can you help me sign the hospital surgery form? What did you say? What do you mean? Su Bohong got off the driver's seat directly, opened the back door and sat in. His sudden approach made Yan Rongrong uneasy. She moved aside in a panic and distanced herself a little from him. I'm not trying to threaten you with the baby. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's just that parents need to sign for abortion surgery. I can't let my parents know about it. Abortion? Su Bohong's eyes fell on Yan Rongrol's flat lower abdomen. He really didn't believe that his child was pregnant there at this time. Su Bohong is a real young man from a rich family. He took over the group at the age of 22 and took good care of it in an orderly manner. The company has continued to expand in the past 8 years, adding more glory to the rich family of the Su family. Yan Rongrol looked at his ugly face, and a pair of dark eyes were glowing coldly at this time. She bit her lip and told herself that she couldn't be afraid. She really needed his help, otherwise she couldn't solve the matter alone. You don't have to worry about anything else. Just sign for me. I will definitely not appear in front of you in the future and won't affect you. Yan Rongrol is still trying to persuade her, because she is really afraid that this person will not help her, so what should she do? She even thought of directly tearing her face and suing him. Adultery, but she can't do such a thing. She saved her that day. If Su Bohong hadn't appeared, she might have been more miserable that day. Su Bohong grabbed her wrist and pulled her closer, who still wanted to hide far away. Yan Rongrol was shocked, but her strength was too far from that of this man, and she was easily pulled over. What are you going to do? Su Bohong frowned, and his serious face was a little scary. He found that the girl was too thin and weak. He had almost no strength just now. At this time, looking at the anxious eyes like a deer, he couldn't help but soften his voice. Are you sure you are pregnant? Have you been examined in the hospital? Yan Rongrol blinked her eyes twice. I didn't go to the hospital. I bought a test paper, too. 2 lines. Su Bohong stared at her for a while, quickly returned to the driver's seat, and started the car directly. Yan Rongrol was shocked and said urgently. My car and my tricycle are still there. Where are you going to take me? Hospital. Your car will come back to pick it up in a moment. The car will stop at Uni Hospital. Yan Rongrol knows that this is a very powerful private hospital. Many stars and rich people are in this hospital, but ordinary people must look down on the patient here. Feeling that her wrist was tight, she looked down and saw Su Bohong's big hand holding her. The slightly cool touch did not hurt. Seeing that the man's face became ugly again, she didn't dare to object and followed him in obediently. Su Bohong took her directly to the top floor by elevator. The dean of Uni Hospital was having a meeting with some high-ranking officials. When he heard that the assistant doctor came in and said that the big boss was coming, he was shocked and hurried back to the office. Su Bohong pointed to Yan Rongrong and said, give her a checkup to see if she is pregnant. The dean was surprised, but he didn't ask much, but went to check Yan Rongrong in person. Su Bohong sat on the sofa with his long legs folded, but his eyes kept looking at the door. He still felt incredible, but there was a faint expectation in his heart. Boy, Su Bohong actually has a child. He didn't even realize that he was smiling, laughing from the bottom of his heart. Yan Rongrong on this side followed the dean to finish the inspection. When she returned to the office, she asked in a low voice, Dean, how much does it cost to have an abortion in your hospital? She was afraid that she didn't have enough money. This hospital was famously expensive. She thought she could go to a smaller hospital to do it. The dean looked at Yan Rongrong in shock. Abortion surgery? Don't you want this child? This is a golden bump. Yan Rongrong thought of Su Bohong's cold face that strangers could not enter, and thought when her parents faced her, they always looked cold. Even if she wanted the baby very much, she couldn't afford to raise it. The dean really didn't quite understand, but he thought that maybe the big boss didn't want this child. After all, not everyone can give birth to the child of the Su family. Thinking so, he looked at the girl in front of him with a little pity. He was so evil. He was so young that he thought that he could enter the Su family if he was pregnant with a child. How can ordinary people marry into such a long-standing family? Chapter 4. Su Bohong said about raising a baby. As soon as the dean came in with Yan Rongrong, Su Bohong immediately stood up. How's it going? The dean couldn't help laughing when he saw the big boss's nervous and expectant eyes. He handed the inspection report in his hand to Su Bohong. I did a total of 2 tests for her and confirmed that she was pregnant. Because it hadn't been long, she didn't do AB ultrasound, so if you want to judge the pregnancy cycle, you have to calculate it yourself. Yan Rongrong hung her head and calculated in her heart that the baby should be less than a month old, because when she was with her uncle, her aunt had left for about a week. Su Bohong took the examination sheet and read it several times carefully. Although he couldn't understand it, there was a doctor's instruction on it that he was pregnant. He stared at Yan Rongrong for a long time, and his eyes moved down to her stomach. Is his child there? This feeling was so unreal that he was a little caught off guard. After a while, he seemed to calm down, and then stretched out his hand to Yan Rongrong. Yan Rongrong stepped back quickly. She dodged subconsciously, like a frightened rabbit. Su Bohong frowned slightly. Why is he so timid? Hold on, let's go. Do you want to live here? Yan Rongrong quickly looked up at him, slowly took 2 steps forward, and reached out and carefully grabbed Su Bohang's arm. Su Bohang pulled her away. When he walked to the door, he turned around and told the dean, "Don't talk about this matter, including the Su family." Yan Rongruo followed him step by step, and her heart was in great pain. The baby should not stay in her belly for long. When she was about to enter the elevator, she asked in a low voice, "Don't you want to have surgery in this house?" Su Bohang paused and looked back at Yan Rongruo with cold eyes. "Do you want to kill my child?" Yan Rongruo felt his anger gushing out for a moment and was a little flustered. She subconsciously let go of her hand and distanced him. Then she suddenly looked up again and asked uncertainly, What did you just say?" Su Bohang tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart and asked in a calm tone, "You don't want him?" Yan Rongruo's mouth curled, and her eyes turned red in an instant. She shook her head hard. "I don't dislike the baby, but I can't afford to raise him." "Then do you think I'm dead?" he shouted out, and saw the little rabbit's eyes turned red and pitiful, and he quickly slowed down his tone. "I am the father of the child, and I will be responsible for it." Yan Rongruo sucked his nose. "Uncle, oh, no, Mr. Su, are you willing to raise a baby?" For her changed name, Su Bohang twisted his eyebrows, but his expression softened. "This is my child. I secretly hope that he can be born smoothly, but you are young, and this matter should be a burden for you. You can talk about your difficulties, and I will try my best to make up for them." Yan Rongruo looked at him. She felt that Mr. Su was actually a very good person. He saved her that day. Although there was an accident later, he was also willing to have a baby now. Can she give birth to the baby? But what about the parents? When the belly gets bigger, they will definitely find out, and they must not let their parents know. Su Bohang led Yan Rongruo into the elevator. When the elevator door closed, there were only 2 of them in the whole space. Yan Rongruo kept hanging her head and saying nothing. Although Su Bohang was anxious like a fire in his heart, he was not forced. This is a 19-year-old girl. She should be very anxious when she encounters such a thing. In the silence, only the numbers in the elevator can be seen jumping one by one. Neither of them said anything and didn't know what they were thinking. It was not until the number jumped to 3 that Yan Rongruo looked up and looked at Su Bohang and asked, "Then what should we do?" Su Bohang was slightly stunned, and at the same time, something seemed to be touched in his heart. Everyone in his family was independent and powerful, and no one would ask him what to do. Today, this 10 and 9-year-old girl with his child in her belly asked him what to do with a pair of innocent and pure eyes. At this moment, Su Bohang felt that he was simply a beast. How on earth did he deal with such a child that day? In fact, he was also very melancholy. He had always had excellent self-control. He saw too many of those seduction methods, but he never couldn't control it. Only that day, the girl hung on his neck and exhaled like orchids, and a pair of innocent eyes were full of charm, robbing his anger. With a ding, the elevator door opened, and there was a noisy sound outside. He frowned slightly and led Yan Rongruo straight out of the hospital. Sitting back in his car, he looked at Yan Rongruo and asked, "Are you willing to give birth to him?" Yan Rongruo nodded and gently touched her flat belly. "The baby is very innocent. He shouldn't throw it into my stomach," said Xian. "In fact, I was scared since I knew I was pregnant. I couldn't let my parents know, so I wanted to have surgery. I'll solve it with your parents." "You." As soon as Su Bohang said this, Yan Rongruo shook her head vigorously and was a little excited. "No, you can't know, you must not let them know." Seeing that she was so scared, Su Bohang said quickly, Then don't let your parents know. Don't be afraid. I'll figure it out. But in a few months, your belly will be big. You may have to move out, and you need to take care of you when you are pregnant. Do your parents have time to take care of you?" Yan Rongruo thought of her parents' attitude. She didn't get into college. If she didn't work and stayed at home, I'm afraid her mother would kick her out of the house directly. Seeing that Yan Rongruo didn't say anything, Su Bohang said, "Well, you can find a way to move out. I'll take care of you, okay?" Yan Rongruo was a little confused. Didn't Mr. Su have a job? Do you have time to take care of her? And she felt that she didn't have to take care of her. If she left her parents, she could take care of herself. "Let me think about it. Can I reply to you after I think about it?" Su Bohang was actually very worried about her, but he didn't dare to push too hard, so he could only nod. He drove and accompanied Yan Rongruo to pick up her tricycle. It was the first time for Su Bohang to sit in this kind of car. Yan Rongruo was riding in front of him. He was wearing a brand name customized clothes and squatted in the carriage containing the roast chicken bucket before. The wind blew his meticulous hair, and his eyes were also a little unable to open because of the wind. Yan Rongruo didn't dare to pull him directly to the store, but stopped at the street end. As soon as she turned around, she saw Su Bohang with messy hair and a slightly distorted expression. She was stunned. "Mr. Su, you..." She squeezed her lips tightly and controlled herself from laughing. Scythe gentleman was embarrassed all over. Although he was still full of reserved temperament, he looked resentful at this time, which made Yan Rongruo feel that he was much closer. Chapter 5 Quarrel and Leave Home. She stretched out her hand to take off his hair flying to the sky, but the man was so tall that she couldn't reach the top of his head on tiptoe. Su Boha's body became a little shorter silently, and Yan Rongrong suddenly smiled and gently pressed his hair. Mr. Su, messy hair doesn't affect your handsomeness at all. I'll go first. Su Boha's expression moved slightly and reached out to pull her. Wait, leave your contact information. Yan Rongrong squeezed her lips, entered her phone number into Su Boha's mobile phone, and returned the mobile phone to him. Then, I'm leaving. Su Bohan followed her a few more steps uneasy. You should take care of your health. You can't carry heavy things anymore. Call me if you need anything. Yan Rongrong smiled at him and nodded. Well, I will protect the baby. The girl's bright and warm smile made Su Boha's heart gradually fall like a roller coaster all morning. Feeling secure, he finally exhaled quietly. As soon as Yan Rongrong returned to the store, Ling Xin reached out and asked her to pay. You didn't say anything wrong, did you? Don't mess with those supervisors. This is a business that your father has finally negotiated. Yan Rongrong took out the money from her bag and put it in Ling Xin's hand. Ling Xin's eyes suddenly lit up and she went to the counter to count the money. Yan Jianghe came out of the back kitchen in a sweat and said with concern. Rongrong, it's hot today. Are you tired? I'll give you 5 yen. Go to the side and buy an ice cream to eat. Yan Rongrong was about to take it when she heard Ling Xin's voice from the counter. How tired can such a big girl be to deliver a roast chicken? Girl, I haven't been admitted to college yet. Isn't it appropriate to help the family do some work? How expensive is ice cream? Xiao Yu is willing to eat 1 a day at school. Yan Rongrong looked at the money in Yang Jianghe's hand and didn't take it. Dad, I'm going to wash my face. Entering the back kitchen, standing in front of the small mirror covered by fog, Yan Rongrong tried to hold back her tears. She has been like this since she was a child. She has come here. Why does she still feel so uncomfortable when she hears these words today? He raised his hand and gently wiped the fog on the mirror, and his mood calmed down little by little. The eyes of the person in the mirror turned red, but there were no tears at all. She took a few deep breaths and came out of the back kitchen. Yan Jianghe stood beside Ling Xin. The two seemed to be discussing the benefits of roasting chicken, and they seemed to be very satisfied. Yan Rongrong subconsciously touched her pocket. She was bold this time. According to the account paid to Ling Xin for 80 yen for a roast chicken, she was pregnant with a baby. She was afraid that there would be a time when she needed money urgently, so she wanted to save some money for herself. Seeing Yan Rongrong coming out, Ling Xin quickly put away the money. There is still half a load on the car outside. You can unload it all. I want a lot today. Yan Rongrong paused and turned her head to look at Ling Xin. I can't move it, and I can't use my strength now. Ling Xin couldn't believe it. She walked out of the counter a few steps, stared at Yan Rongrong and said angrily. What did you say? Can't move it. You are such an adult. How tiring are you to move a few chickens? You are lazy, Yan Rongrong. You are 3 sisters. You are the least promising, and you are also the laziest. When you are asked to do some work at home, you push 3 times and block 4. I just feed you too much. Yan Rongrong was scolded by her pointing at her nose. In fact, she was used to it. In the past, when she was scolded, she listened silently. Ling Xin would stop when she was tired of scolding. But today, she couldn't help it. She looked at Ling Xin with her lips trembling a little. Am I lazy? Mom, tell me with your conscience that I don't do more household work than anyone else. I even do more than you and your father. I cleaned the house, washed clothes, cooked and washed dishes, all of which I took time outside of school. The night before I took the college entrance examination, I also washed all the sheets and sofa covers at home. I didn't go to bed until 2:30. Xiao Yu wets the bed in the middle of the night. You know, you don't get up and tell me to get up and change his sheets and clothes. What did I do less? Shut up and don't talk about your brother's bedwetting. Ling Xin raised her hand and slapped Yan Rongrong fiercely. Her face was full of fierceness, and her fingers trembled with anger. Don't talk about Xiao Yu's bedwetting. Did you hear that? If you let me hear it again, I will beat you to death. Yan Jianghe pulled Ling Xin aside and persuaded. All right, why do you beat the child? Fortunately, there is no one in the store now. How ugly is it when people come to see it? He looked at Yan Rongrong again and said with a slightly frown. Rongrong, Xiao Yu is still young and has strong self-esteem. If you let him hear this, he will feel uncomfortable and not eat. He is your brother. Why don't you know how to feel sorry for him? Yan Rongrong finally couldn't hold back the tears she had been holding back. She was used to her mother's scolding and even her hands, but her father's words were like soft thorns, piercing her heart, which was more painful than being slapped. She remembered that every time her brother lost his temper and didn't eat, her mother would go into his room to coax him for a long time. In the end, she would either give him pocket money or buy a gift to coax him well. However, because she was on duty and late for school, she might not even have dinner when she came back. Her father would ask her if she had eaten, but she was just asking. Rong, admit your mother's mistake quickly. Don't make trouble. Someone will make fun of you later. Yan Jianghe pulled Yan Rong, and Yan Rong shook him off. She looked at Ling Xin and Yan Jianghe and cried and shouted. No, I'm right. What's wrong with me? You have always disliked me, isn't it because I'm a girl? Ling Xin's face turned pale because of anger. She raised her hand and wanted to hit her again, but was stopped by Yan Jianghe. Ling Xin pointed at her. Yes, who made you a girl film? The girl film is useless in the first place. After raising you for more than 10 years, you have been raised like this. You can't even get an undergraduate entrance examination. What can we count on from you in the future? Yan Rong bit her lip and her face was full of tears. Okay, then you can rely on your son. She turned around and ran out. Rong Yan Jianghe called him in a hurry, and Ling Xin said angrily. Why are you chasing her? Let her run. I'll see where she can run. What can a girl do? If she can't eat outside, she knows how good it is at home. Yan Rong ran out of the store, and she could still hear Ling behind her. Xin scolded angrily. She covered her ears tightly and ran away desperately. Tears blurred her vision, and she couldn't see the road clearly. The harsh sound of the car's horn shocked her back to a trace of her sanity, but when she came to her senses, she found that a car was speeding towards her. Yan Rong's body was stiff. At that moment, she was wondering whether she should dodge immediately or be hit to death like this. She didn't have to endure those disgusts and abuses when she died. But she has a baby. Her body was faster than her brain. She held her stomach with her hand and desperately tried to dodge to the side. Chapter 6. So Bohan saved her. But the speed of the car was so fast that she couldn't dodge at all. At that moment, she felt death. She would really be smashed to torn apart. Her baby finally survived, but she had to die with her irresponsible mother. Just in her when he was full of despair, a figure rushed over from the side, hugged her and rushed forward. The man's tall body rotated, and when he fell to the ground, he used it as a meat cushion for Yan Rong. The car drove past them quickly. Yan Rong lay on the man and heard his muffled hum. She woke up. Mr. Su. She got up in a hurry and hurried to help Su Bohong. Mr. Su, are you all right? You didn't leave, did you? Where did you get hurt? The corners of Su Bohong's eyes twitched a few times, and Yan Rong helped him to stand up. He waved his hand to Yan Rong. I'm fine. What's wrong with you? You just promised me to protect the baby. Why did you run to the middle of the road? Yan Rong lowered her head and whispered. I'm sorry. Su Bohong looked at her for a while and saw that there was no injury on her body, so he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at her obedient way of admitting her mistake, she couldn't help frowning. Just now he stood across the road. Yan Rong was still wiping his tears when he rushed out. His eyes were also red just now. He softened his tone and said, Fortunately, it's okay. Why did you come out of the house? Do you have work again? Yan Rong looked up, looked at Su Bohong's handsome face, and pursed her lips slightly. Su Bohong was a very smart person. He knew that things must not be simple, so he didn't ask any more questions. Then get in the car first. The sun is too strong. Seeing Yan Rong nodding, he gently held her wrist and took her across the road. The girl's slender wrist made him afraid to use force. He was afraid that he would be broken if he was a little strong. How could he be so thin? Su Bohong was careful, while Yan Rong followed him obediently and was led to the other side of the road by him like a child. Yan Rong was still silent until she got into the car. Yan's roast chicken restaurant has customers at this time. There were also more people. Ling Xin helped the guests wrap the roast chicken and collect the money, but she was still talking to Yan Jianghe about Yan Rong's ignorance. She didn't get into the undergraduate program. She hadn't even scolded her yet, but she dared to run away. Ling Xin decided that if Yan Rong wanted to come back this time, she must not let her go home easily. She must have a long memory to see if she dares to leave her work and run away in the future. The two were talking when they heard the guests in the hotel talking. Oh, just now, it was really dangerous. I almost died. The girl stood in the middle of the road and was so scared. Yan Jianghe was holding a roast chicken and looked at Ling Xin. He quickly asked, Sister, who was almost hit to death just now? The eldest sister pointed out of the door. It's that face. I almost had a car accident just now. A car almost hit a little girl. When I saw it, my heart almost didn't jump out. The car was still an off-road vehicle, and it was going to hit. The little girl didn't know what it was like. Yan Jianghe's face changed, he put down his chopsticks and walked out. Standing in front of the store, I saw cars coming and going on the road, and it didn't look like the scene of a car accident. The elder sister said in the store. The little girl didn't die. When the car was about to hit, she was saved by a man and didn't hit her. Yan Jianghe breathed a sigh of relief, came back to cook chicken for the guests, and whispered to Ling Xin. It's definitely not her. Ling Xin snorted coldly. I don't know. If she has the courage to die, she can't be admitted to college. The air conditioner in the car was on, and the sultry heat dissipated a little. Yan Rong sat in the back seat, Her eyes kept looking out of the window, and her head slowly tilted down. Su Bo-hong saw her asleep in the rearview mirror and sighed softly. Although Yan Rongrol didn't say anything, he knew that he should have quarreled with his family. He thought it was because of the child. Her parents knew, so they blamed her. It was his responsibility. He would not let the 19-year-old girl face such a dilemma by herself. The car drove into a high-end community. After parking the car, Su Bo-hong opened the door of the back seat and looked at the girl sleeping soundly in the back seat. Her face was full of childishness, but she did not hide her beauty. She was so innocent that people felt blasphemy when they touched it. Su Bo-hong bent down, put his arms through his slender legs, and picked up Yan Rongrong. The girl was lighter than he thought. Su Bo-hong felt that he could easily hold her and run dozens of kilometers with one arm. Because it is close to the company, Su Bo-hong bought an apartment in this community. He usually lives here alone, which saves him a lot of time on the road. President Bo's time of SS is actually very precious. Although he occasionally gets together with a few people, he doesn't have as much time to eat, drink and have fun like those second-generation ancestors. He spends more time working diligently for the company. After opening the combination lock, he went into the bedroom with Yan Rongrol in his arms. The curtains were drawn. The light in the bedroom was very dim, and the light from the corridor came in a little, which was just right. Gently put Yan Rongrong on the bed, and he came out to make a housekeeping call. Soon, a housekeeping lady in her 40s came to her door. After reading her personal information, Su Bo-hong looked at the person again and nodded slightly. I went in and helped her take off her clothes. The housekeeper looked at Su Bo-hong in a daze and didn't react for a moment. Didn't she ask her to come to clean up? Isn't it cooking? Help people take off their clothes. A little girl, I'm not very convenient. Su Bo-hong explained, and then got up and said, I'm going out and will be back later. If she wakes up, get her something to eat. If she doesn't wake up, don't wake her up. After Su Bo-hong finished speaking, he took his coat and went out. The housekeeper aunt couldn't help but marvel. This gentleman is really a gentleman. He actually asked the housekeeper to take off his clothes. It was also her first time to take on this kind of job. I have to say that the housekeeper's aunt was hasty. If she had known that Su Bo-hong had eaten Yan Rongrong as early as the first meeting, she would definitely not think that he was a decent man. Instead, she would scold him for being really good at pretending. Of course, Su Bo-hong was not pretending. For the first time, he was basically drunk. Although he remembered what happened that night, his body and instinct overwhelmed his willpower. But now that he is sober, how can he pick up other girls' clothes? When he came back, the housekeeper's clothes that Yan Rongrong took off had been washed and dried. Su Bo-hong put down a pile of handbags in his hand and picked out one from it and handed it to the housekeeper. Put the pajamas on her. The housekeeper aunt has many elites or rich people in contact with customers, so she also knows some brands. The price of this pajamas is definitely not cheap, and there are other high-end brands. This gentleman is really willing. Chapter 7 Live in Su Bo-hong's house. She went into the bedroom and changed Yan Rongrol's pajamas. Su Bo-hong stood at the door and asked, How is she? If you sweat, lower the temperature of the air conditioner. The housekeeper came out and closed the door gently. I didn't sweat, but I guess I was hungry. I heard my stomach growling. Su Bo-hong was stunned, and the housekeeper aunt laughed. Shall I cook something for the young lady? No, your work is over. The housekeeper's aunt packed up her things. When she went out, she took off her shoe set and put it in her bag before leaving. Su Bo-hong gently opened the door of the bedroom. The curtains were drawn. The light was very dim. The girl was still sleeping soundly. He stood by the bed and looked at the girl's quiet sleeping face. She was a very delicate girl with soft facial features and beautiful lips, like peaches, but the visual feeling seemed to smell the sweet smell. The sweetness of the lips of that night flashed in Su Bo-hong's mind. A part of his body began to react uncontrollably. He cursed his beast and hurried out of the bedroom. I ran into the bathroom to take a cold shower, and then went into the kitchen. In the open kitchen, no matter how good the equipment is, the smell will still spill into the house. Yan Rongrol sleeps in a daze, and she smells a burst of sweet and greasy rice fragrance, with a rich milk flavor. She sat up and was still a little confused. This is the bedroom. Did Mr. Su take her home? Or did you take it to the hotel? The light was turned on the floor. The bedroom was very cold and cold. The curtains were grey-brown, and the sheets and quilts were all dull, which was very suitable for Mr. C's cold nature. She opened the door and walked out. She smelled the smell and looked for it. She saw Su Bo-hong busy in the kitchen. Yan Rongrol gently squeezed her lips. She felt that Mr. Su was so approachable. Can you still cook? When Su Bo-hong heard the sound, he looked back. When he saw the girl standing there in a light-colored suspender nightgown, he couldn't hide a trace of amazement in his eyes. Are you awake? How about it? How are you feeling? Yan Rongrol nodded and walked a few steps to the kitchen. I'm fine, thank you. Su Bo-hong's eyes fell on her feet and frowned. I forgot to buy you slippers. Yan Rongrol looked down at her feet, and her white toes moved, and she said with some embarrassment, "Well, I'm fine." "That's fine." Su Bohong walked to her side and bent down to hug her. Yan Rongrol quickly stepped back and looked at him nervously. "You. What are you doing? Don't move around." Su Bohong's voice was low and he could not refuse. Yan Rongrol was rather timid and did not dare to move again. He was picked up by Su Bohong. Yan Rongrol's little heart beat a little irregularly. She hugged Su Bohong's neck with a red face, but she didn't dare to hold it too tightly. It seemed too intimate, but she was loose and afraid that she would fall down. She was so entangled that she hung her head and didn't dare to look up at him. At the age of 19, she has never been so close to a man. Even her father may not have hugged her a few times. Su Bohong put her on the chair in the dining room. Yan Rongrol immediately retracted her legs, her whole body sank into the chair, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Su Bohong glanced at her feet again. "After dinner later, I'll take you to the supermarket. Your daily necessities and toiletries need to be bought. I only bought you a few clothes just now. Don't go barefoot anymore. It's not good to catch a cold." When Yan Rongrol heard him talk about clothes, she realized that she was now wearing a skirt, a beautiful striped nightgown. Her face turned red. Her clothes had been changed, but there were only her and Su Bohong in the room. She blinked her eyes a few times, secretly looked at Su Bohong, and lowered her head again. Seeing that she wanted to ask questions and desperately wanted to hide, Su Bohong couldn't help but feel funny, but he didn't tease her and said directly, "Your clothes were changed by the housekeeper." Yan Rongrol looked up and said oh, but the heat on her face still did not recede. She may really not get along with men. How could she always feel nervous? Su Bohong stood up and walked into the kitchen. "I'll serve you porridge." The white porridge contains a little chopped vegetables and milk, which is full of milky fragrance. Yan Rongrol smelled it, looked up and smiled. "Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to cook." Su Bohong twisted his head and coughed gently. "I can cook porridge, but I can't do anything else." Yan Rongrol took a mouthful of porridge in her mouth, and she still boasted stubbornly when she heard the words. "The porridge you cooked is delicious, and it's already awesome." Su Bohong didn't expose the little girl's kindness. He sat at the table and watched Yan Rongrol eat porridge spoon by spoon. When he saw that half a bowl of porridge was finished, he asked, "Did you have a conflict with your parents during the day?" Yan Rongrol stopped holding the spoon and nodded gently. "Well," Su Bohong pondered for a while. "Because of the child?" Yan Rongrol shook her head. It was not that she raised her head and looked at Su Bohong with red eyes. "There are 3 children in our family. And I also have an older brother and a younger brother. I am the most unpromising. I don't even pass the undergraduate line, so I am not qualified to continue to go to school. My mother." She frowned and shook her head gently, and didn't want to continue talking. She always felt that it was very pretentious to say the bad things in her family. She didn't want to seek sympathy from anyone, and Mr. Su may be a little more special to her than strangers. They are not even friends. Why do they say this to others? Seeing that she was silent, Su Bohong did not ask questions, but said, "So what are your plans for the future? Are you still going home?" Without waiting for Yan Rongrol to speak, he continued, "You are pregnant with my child, and I have the responsibility to take care of you. If your parents can't take care of you, why don't you? Stay here. I'll take care of you. Don't worry, I'm not a pervert, and I won't do anything to you." Yan Rongrol squeezed her lips and looked at Su Bohong. Seeing her silence, Su Bohong was a little anxious. Just as he was about to say a few more words of persuasion, he heard Yan Rongrol's words. "Mr. Su, I'm sorry to bother you. When the baby is born, I will leave by myself." Su Bohong frowned gently and said nothing. Originally, she thought the bowl of milk porridge was delicious, but when she ate the remaining half bowl, she always felt that the sweet fragrance just now was gone. Her brain was in a mess. After a while, she remembered that her mother scolded her for being lazy and greedy, and asked her not to come back if she ran away. After a while, she thought that her baby would have to be raised by others at that time. She felt very bad. Su Bohong went into the bedroom to change his clothes. When he came out, he found that Yan Rongrol hadn't finished half a bowl of porridge, so he said, "If you can't eat, don't eat, just eat enough." Yan Rongrol picked up the bowl and drank it all in a few sips. She stood up and looked at Su Bohong and asked, "Shall we go out now?" Chapter 8. Mr. Su knows so much. It was already dark outside. Yan Rongrol was wearing Su Bohong's new skirt, a light blue hat, and her long hair was scattered, which made her childish face a little sexier. This supermarket is very close to Su Bohong's apartment. In fact, Yan Rongrol rarely goes to the supermarket. In the past, her parents always took her brother or brother to the supermarket to buy things. She will always be the one who is left at home to do housework. You see what you need specifically. Buy some. Su Bohong paid attention to Yan Rongrol. The supermarket was crowded. When he encountered a crowded aisle, he would take the initiative to put Yan Rongrol around him. When she came out of the house, Yan Rongrong really didn't bring anything, so she had to buy new daily necessities. She bought toothpaste, toothbrush, towels and other things. Seeing Yan Rongrong looking at the cup, Su Bohong said, "Don't buy cups. We have skincare products at home. Tell me what brand you usually use. I'll ask my assistant to bring it to you tomorrow morning. We'll buy some vegetables and buy you some food to put at home, so that you can fill your stomach when you are hungry." Yan Rongrong squeezed her lips. Why did she feel like a foodie? Did I say anything when I fell asleep? Su Bohong twitched the corners of his lips slightly and shook his head. Didn't say anything. It's just that the housekeeper's aunt said that her stomach was screaming. Su Bohong wrote it down and knew that she was easily hungry, so he prepared some dry food for her. Walking to the area selling sanitary napkins, Yan Rongrong subconsciously looked at it, but heard Su Bohong whisper in her ear, "You won't come to that after pregnancy. You don't need this for the time being." Yan Rongrong blushed and looked up at him. "You? How do you know?" The corners of Su Bohong's mouth twitched, which was common sense, but looking at Yan Rongrong's pure eyes, he couldn't help but feel guilty again. "Buy some shrimps and I'll make shrimp dumplings for you." He held Yan Rongrong's wrist and led her to the seafood area. Yan Rongrong quietly looked up at him. With her strong and cold facial features, she couldn't see any embarrassment, but she just felt that Mr. Su seemed to be embarrassed. "Won't you have your period again when you are pregnant?" She really didn't know. Just now, she was afraid that she would be embarrassed by other people's house, so she thought about preparing some. It turned out that she didn't need it. The two of them bought a lot of things in the supermarket, basically more than half of which were food, and half of them were daily necessities, including flower dew, which Su Bohong actually prepared for her. When Yan Rongrong stood in the beverage area of a shelf and couldn't walk, Su Bohong decisively pulled her away. "You can't drink these when you are pregnant. You can only drink freshly squeezed juice and water." Yan Rongrong agreed obediently, but her eyes still stared at those drinks reluctantly. After all, she is just a 19-year-old girl. Usually, a girl is the time to spend her youth wantonly, but she is pregnant with a child and is controlled by Su Bohong, the father of the child. "I'll juice for you when I go back." Yan Rongrong nodded and followed him to pay the bill. She hurriedly went to the shopping cart to pick up her daily necessities, and Su Bohong frowned. "What are you doing?" He gently pushed Yan Rongrong out. "Stand there and wait for me." Yan Rongrong squeezed her lips and stood aside to wait for Su Bohong to settle the account before whispering, "Actually, I can buy these by myself." In the end, she and Su Bohong had only known each other for a day. That night, this man was so drunk that he probably couldn't remember it. Anyway, she couldn't remember it clearly, and only knew that it was very painful. Su Bohong held something in one hand and held her in the other. "Don't think so much. You have a child in your belly. How can I take care of you? It's right to buy things for you. Just stay at home at ease." Back home, Su Bohong took Yan Rongrong's daily necessities and handed them directly to Yan Rongrong. "Find a cabinet to put these foods by yourself, so that it is convenient for you to take things in the future." Yan Rongrong nodded. Su Bohong's apartment is actually not big, about 150 square meters, but it is big enough for Yan Rongrong, a person who lives in an old house of 50 square meters all year round. His gym occupies the largest room, the study occupies one, and the other is the bedroom. There are more cabinets or living rooms. Yan Rongrong opened them one by one, but found that most of the cabinets were empty, and the traces of life were very faint. Thinking of the brand newness of the kitchen I saw before, in fact, Mr. Sir should rarely cook. She took out the snacks one by one and put them in a 3-story cabinet, one layer of which was spicy, sweet and sour. In fact, Yan Rongrong's taste hasn't changed much now, but Su Bohong has prepared it for her. "Have you finished it?" Su Bohong came over and handed her a glass of freshly squeezed juice. "I have to work for a while. If you are sleepy, take a shower and go to bed early. If you are not sleepy, watch TV by yourself." Yan Rongrong nodded. "Okay, Mr. Sir, you can go about your business." Su Bohong entered the study, and Yan Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief quietly. Mr. Su was here. I don't know what was going on. Yan Rongrong always felt nervous, and now she was left alone in the whole living room. After eating porridge, she was actually not hungry, but she still took out a bag of potato chips from the cabinet and went to turn on the TV, but she didn't see the TV. She walked over and observed carefully for a while. Seeing that the TV seemed to be in the cabinet, she picked up the remote control and played with it for a while, but the TV did not rise for a long time. She ran to the hanger and took out her mobile phone from her pocket, ready to check which button was on. But I saw more than a dozen missed calls on my mobile phone. When I clicked on it, I found that most of them were called by my father and younger brother Yang Yu, and 2 were called by my best friend, Xie. Click on the chat app, and the sound of messages will start to ring non-stop. Dad, Xiao Yu, and the eldest brother all sent messages, but Yan Rongrong did not read it immediately, but clicked on Xie's voice first. "Rongrong, where are you now? Your father is calling you. Are you out to play? Go home quickly. Rongrong, are you home yet? Why don't you answer the phone? Have you been beaten?" Did your mother scold you again? Don't be sad. I'll go to you tomorrow. Wrong. 4 hours have passed. Why don't you answer the phone? What's the matter with you? Are you going to die of a hurry? Hearing Ji Ye's anxious voice, Yan Rongrong lowered her head and bit her lip. Click on Dad's message again. Rongrong, where are you? Don't be angry with your mother. She is a knife-mouthed and a tofu heart. Just come back and apologize to her. How can there be an overnight feud between mother and daughter? Come back quickly. Your mother bought ribs today. If you don't come back, the sweet and sour ribs will be gone. Sister, did you quarrel with your mother again? Mom is actually quite tired. Why do you always make her angry? Hurry up and go home. I left 2 ribs for you today. If you don't come back, I'll eat them all. If it's the eldest brother, I won't leave one for you. If you want to eat, go home quickly. Chapter 9 Care from Best Friends. Yan Rongrong was holding her mobile phone, and she felt very bad. Ji Ye is her friend and an outsider, but her voice is full of concern and anxiety, and her family members ask her to go back and apologize. Is she really wrong? Yan Rongrong doesn't know herself. She only eats because she doesn't want to go home now. She feels stuffy at home, and she has to face endless abuse when she goes back. What's more, she is still gently touching her flat belly with her hand. There is still a baby in her belly. If her mother knows, she probably won't take her to the hospital, and she will have an abortion directly. She sat on the sofa for a while before replying a message to Ji Ye. I'm fine, I just live outside for a while. Ji Ye replied almost in seconds. Obviously, she had been waiting for her news. What? Rongrong, tell me the truth, is something wrong with you? Did you quarrel with your mother? Did you move out? Yan Rongrong thought for a sim and replied. That's right. I won't go home for a while. So where are you now? Rongrong, we just graduated from our senior year of high school. How can we live outside? Well, if you really don't want to go home, you can come to my house and live with me. Yan Rongrong subconsciously looked at the study and replied. No, I have a place to live. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. After the news was sent out, Ji Ye's phone call came over. Yan Rongrong hesitated for a moment and connected the phone. Rongrong, where on earth do you live? Let me tell you, don't trust others casually. I tell you, there are many bad people in the world, especially girls, who are very dangerous. I live in a friend's house. Ji Ye's voice is louder. What kind of friend? Don't fool me. I don't know how many friends you have. Your closest friend is me. Where did you come from? Don't be fooled. I'll come to you. I'll call my brother now. Let's go to you. Tell me where you are. Yan Rongrong didn't know how to explain to Ji Ye. She didn't know anything about pregnancy. I dare to tell you, because this baby has only been in her belly for 9 months. After birth, Mr. Sir will take it away and raise it. Too many people know that it will only cause trouble. Thinking of this, she felt even more uncomfortable. Listening to Ji Ye's anxious voice on the phone, Yan Rongrong suddenly lost the courage to continue talking. She was afraid that she couldn't help telling Ji Ye all these things. Ji Ye had just graduated from high school. What else could she do besides worrying with her? Ye, I'm really fine. Don't worry. It's late. I'm going to bed. Don't worry about me. Let's chat on our mobile phone. After saying that, she quickly hung up the phone. Sitting on the sofa, she took a long breath. Ji Ye's message came again soon. Yan Rongrong didn't reply this time. She put down her mobile phone, curled up on the sofa, and hugged her knees in a daze. Subohong is very focused on his busy work. It was not until all the work was done that he rubbed his neck and stood up, moved his body and looked at his watch. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. I didn't hear the sound of the TV outside. The little girl should have gone to bed. However, when he walked into the living room, he found that the light in the living room was on, and Yan Rongrong actually curled up on the sofa and fell asleep. The temperature of the air conditioner was not high. She didn't cover anything on her body, so she slept on the sofa. His face was a little ugly, and he walked over and said in a low voice, "Why don't you go back to the bedroom to sleep?" Yan Rongrong slowly opened her eyes and was still in a daze before she woke up completely. She felt that her body was light and was picked up by Subohong. She opened a pair of big eyes, full of blank eyes. "Mr. Su, are you done?" Subohong looked down at her and saw the girl's blushing face because of her sleep, and she couldn't help rolling her throat. "Why don't you go back to your room to sleep?" Yan Rongrong completely came to her senses this time, especially with her arm on Subohong's chest. The warm body temperature made her feel a little uncomfortable inexplicably. "I can't turn on the TV." Subohong was slightly stunned, and then a little helpless. "Then why don't you call me?" Yan Rongrong squeezed her lips. "I have caused you a lot of trouble. It's nothing if I don't watch TV. I accidentally fell asleep." Subohong put her on the bed in the bedroom, turned on the bedside lamp, and then went to turn off the bedroom light. "Go to sleep." Seeing that he was leaving, Yan Rongrong blurted out and asked, "Where are you going?" Su Bohong turned around and said that I slept on the sofa. You go to bed quickly. The temperature in the bedroom is just right, but the temperature in the living room is actually a little low. Yan Rongrol looked at the big bed and wanted to say let's sleep together, but Chiye's words on the phone just now flashed in her mind. Beware of liars, especially girls, what to do if they are targeted. Although she knows that Su Bohong can't be a liar, a young master of a rich family can't lie to an ordinary person like her. A rich and beautiful person like Su Bohong should have many women who like him. Su Bohong closed the door and went out. Only the bedside lamp in the bedroom was dim. She was lying in bed and woke up again at this time. She couldn't help touching her mobile phone again, thinking that she would fall asleep after browsing Weibo for a while. Who knew that when he clicked on Weibo, he actually saw Su Bohong's name on the hot search. Chen Shuan had dinner with her friends last night. Judging from her back, it was suspected that Su Bohong, Chen Shuan and Yan Rongrong naturally knew that as a popular actress, several girls in Yan Rongrong's class were her fans in the past, so Yan Rongrong often heard them talk about her. As a popular little flower, as long as the male stars she partners are popular, so the industry gave her the title of the strongest wet nurse. Does Chen Shuan know Su Bohong? Yan Rongrong clicked on this entry and found that there was a dark photo that could not be seen clearly, but after she zoomed in, it was really Su Bohong from her back. Although she has only known Su Bohong for one day, she can still recognize his back. Is he in a relationship with that big star? Click on the comment, the first one. They are a good match. I just said that Chen Shuan and Su Bohong are real, right? They have been secretly together for a long time, waiting for the official announcement. Official announcement? Yan Rongrong was a little entangled. Her baby would be raised by Su Bohong in the future. If Chen Shuan married Su Bohong, she would be the mother of her baby. She couldn't help but take a closer look at the appearance of the big star. It was indeed beautiful, but she didn't know what her personality was. I saw the next comment again. Our president is very busy. Don't queue, okay? Who doesn't know that the president is a 10,000-year-old single aristocrat? I haven't had a girlfriend at the age of 30. Please show your face and don't rub it. Chapter 10 Aunt Wen, the actor. Yan Rongrong flipped through several comments in a row, many of them. Is it true? Is it true? I'm going to die. I'm really stumbling. Yan Rongrong put down her mobile phone and frowned for a while. She thought it was better to ask clearly that if Su Bohong really had a girlfriend, she had to ask him how to place the baby and whether his girlfriend could be good to the baby. However, standing on the ground, a cold chill came from the soles of her feet. She reacted again. It was past 1 o'clock in the morning. Su Bohong had been busy all night. She must have fallen asleep at this time. It was not good to disturb others. She went back to bed and thought that she must ask tomorrow. But when she woke up the next day, Su Bohong was no longer at home, but Yan Rongrong received a message from him on her mobile phone. I'm going to the company. Someone will cook for you at noon. Breakfast is in the microwave oven. You can take it out and eat it yourself. Yan Rongrong grabbed a handful of messy hair and replied, okay, thank you, and then threw her mobile phone on the bed and went into the kitchen by herself. The kitchen utensils are all brand new. Yesterday, she found that Su Bohong's apartment should not have been on fire much. Turn on the microwave oven, there was bread and fried eggs in it, and a glass of milk next to it. Yan Rongrong touched the cup, and it was still warm. Su Bohong said that someone would come to cook at noon. In fact, Yan Rongrong wanted to reply that she didn't need it. She could cook. When she was at home, her mother was busy all day and wanted to rest when she went home. It was Yan Rongrong who cooked. Her cooking tasted good. But after thinking about it, it's still not to mention, Su Bohong has arranged her life, and she will be a salted fish for the time being. After all, she may only have such a life once in her life. Bringing breakfast to the table, Yan Rongrong ate while turning on her mobile phone. There were a few more messages, dads, brothers, and Chiye's, but Yan Rongrong didn't reply. She clicked on Weibo, and Su Bohong's hot search was gone. Yan Rongrong entered the search term. But the entry of last night is gone, but after entering Chen Shuan, the first link below is Su Bohong, and there are netizens' comments below. What's going on? Why is the entry gone? I think the president must want to protect our sister. After all, there are so many dream girls. What if we go crazy with our sister? The president will definitely be fully prepared before making an official announcement. Yes, the president has been wrong for so many years. Which woman has ever been so close to and usually attends events, whether it is a noble woman of a rich family or a popular movie queen, he is always cold-faced and not allowed to get close to her. Only our sister can pull the president's sleeve, and the president has not turned his face. I've browsed that video. It's really sweet. Our sister became a little wife in a second. Yan Rongrong looked at those comments and blinked her eyes. She was not allowed to get close. Are there any misunderstandings among these people? Mr. Mingming is very approachable. If you pull the sleeves, it seems that he likes to walk with people. She was about to reply when the doorbell rang. Yan Rongrong looked at the time, 9 to 4. When she opened the door, she found a middle-aged aunt standing at the door. She was a very good person. When the aunt saw her, she was even more shocked and dropped all the vegetables in her hand. Tomatoes and carrots rolled all over the ground. Oops. Yan Rongrol quickly bent down to help. I went to pick it up, but the aunt didn't care about it at all. Instead, she pedaled behind the door, stared at the door number for a long time, and muttered, "I didn't go through the wrong door." Looking back, she saw Yan Rongrol picking up something, and she quickly came to pick it up. "Oh, I'm so excited. I'm sorry." Yan Rongrol handed her the bag and asked, "Auntie, who are you looking for?" The aunt looked inside and smiled at Yan Rongrol. "I'm looking for Master Sir. He lives here, right?" "Master Sir, that must be Sir Bohong." Yan Rongrol nodded quickly and gave way to the aunt. "Yes, this is his home." The door was closed, and the aunt put all the dishes back in the kitchen. She stamped her feet twice in excitement, as if she had been divided. She looked back at Yan Rongrol and smiled amiably. "Little girl, you are with my young master." She doesn't seem to know how to ask, and Yan Rongrol doesn't know how to answer. "She can't say that your young master asked me to give birth to a child in his house." "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself first." The aunt patted her on the forehead. "I'm the cook of the old house. My surname is Wen. The young master calls me Aunt Wen. I received a call from the young master in the morning, asking me to come to his apartment to cook and buy some light and nutritious dishes. It seems to be cooked for you, right?" Aunt Wen smiled meaningfully. Yan Rongrol was a little nervous. Lao Jai, that is, the Su family. If they knew about the existence of the baby, they didn't know what would happen. A rich family like the Su family should also have high requirements for the children of the Hui family. Yan Rongrol squeezed her lips. "My name is Yan Rongrol." Aunt Wen waited for a long time, and Yan Rongrol said this. Aunt Wen saw that she was nervous and didn't dare to ask more questions. In fact, she was even more nervous. The young master had an extra girl in his family. If the old house knew about it, it would be heaven. She smiled at Yan Rongrol. "Okay, Rongrol, that's a nice name. Are you hungry? I'm going to cook. The young master ordered me to cook a few more dishes for you." "Huh?" Yan Rongrol said quickly. "Let's do it later. I haven't finished breakfast yet. I'm not hungry." Aunt Wen couldn't help smiling awkwardly when she saw the breakfast on the table. "Then sit down and continue to eat." I went to clean up the fish. As soon as I entered the kitchen, Su Bohong called. Aunt Wen picked it up quickly. Su Bohong's low voice came from the young master's phone. "Aunt Wen, have you seen her? Don't tell the old house about this matter. I also bought the apartment next to it. You can live there. Don't go back to the old house for the time being." Aunt Wen was shocked to hear that she didn't let her go back to her old house. The young master wanted her to keep it an absolute secret. This girl couldn't let her family know. However, the young master talked about his girlfriend. The wife and the chairman didn't know how happy they were. Why couldn't they know? Aunt Wen's brain is very big. She suddenly thought, is it because the girl is too young to be an adult? The young master is afraid that the chairman and the old man will know that they will beat him. The young master grew up watching her grow up, and she didn't want the young master to be beaten, so she promised it quickly. "Don't worry, young master. I definitely won't say it. Well, by the way, she is very timid. Pay attention to your voice." After Sir Bohong finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Aunt Wen coughed twice and whispered a word. Yan Rongrol was in the living room, didn't hear clearly, and asked, "What did you just say?" Aunt Wen blinked her eyes and smiled at Yan Rongrol. "It's nothing. That is to say, if you have anything you want to eat, you must tell me." Chapter 11 Girls Love Spicy Food. Yan Rongrol felt that Aunt Wen was very good at drama. She definitely graduated from a funny school. Her tone really made her want to laugh. But it seemed that she laughed at others in front of her. She enjoyed it and bowed her head to eat fried eggs. But before the fried egg was finished, Aunt Wen came out again and asked in that artificial voice, "If you want to eat fish, do you like braised fish? Or is it boiled? Or grilled fish, the spicy kind, the kind that can be eaten directly?" "Huh?" Yan Rongrol almost choked to death by a mouthful of fried egg. She quickly grabbed the cup and drank a glass of milk, and then she felt smooth. "You can do whatever you like," Aunt Wen shook her head. "Well." Realizing that her voice was loud, she softened her voice again and whispered, "I'm paid. I came here to cook for you. Of course, I have to cook according to your taste. Also, if you have any use for me, feel free to say that I will serve you wholeheartedly." Yan Rongrol smiled very awkwardly, because the aunt's words made her feel very uncomfortable from the beginning. "Well, it's very spicy. Can it be a little less spicy on this basis?" Aunt Wen smiled and smiled confidently. "No problem. Just sit down and wait to eat." Many girls like to eat spicy food, and Yan Rongrol is no exception. When I was in school, as long as I had money in my pocket, I would definitely buy a few packs of spicy strips to eat. After breakfast, as soon as she took up the plate, Aunt Wen ran out. No need for you. It's my job. I'll just clean up. You can play. Yan Rongrol scratched her head. Well, I'm sorry to bother you. It's not troublesome. What's the trouble? It should be. Yan Rongrol took her mobile phone and sat on the sofa. She still didn't know how to use Su Bohong's high-tech TV. She simply didn't watch it, so she took her mobile phone and continued to browse. However, those people on Weibo are repeating those words, which sister is the most beautiful, the best match for Su Bohong. Yan Rongrong was insensitive. Anyway, she made up her mind to wait for Su Bohong to come back and ask him. It was related to her baby, and she still wanted to get a guarantee from Su Bohong. But just as I was about to swipe away, I saw another message. Su Bohong's 10,000-year-old iron tree bloomed, and the record of taking a woman to stay in the hotel was leaked. When Yan Rongrol looked at the photo, she felt both familiar and wrong. The familiar thing was that the hotel was the hotel where she stayed with Su Bohong that night. What was wrong was that there was not even a shadow of Su Bohong in the photo. There was only a black shadow, long hair, and from the figure, she looked like the big star. Sure enough, there are a bunch of comments below, all guessing that it is Chen Shuang. Is this the rhythm of the official announcement? Look at how those presidents are still washing. Isn't President Shen Yan taken down by our sister? Divine face, Yan Rongrong felt that this name was very appropriate for Su Bohong. His face was really beautiful, and his temperament around him was even more outstanding. He was a nobleman raised by a rich family. But these people can really spread rumors, and she couldn't help replying. This picture is so dark that you can't see anything clearly, right? How do you know that the president has checked in? Unexpectedly, someone immediately replied to her, a screenshot of the check-in record, and all the other information was mosaicked. Only Su Bohong's name was clear. That word is powerful, and the pen is strong and snake, which is definitely not easy to imitate. Seeing that Yan Rongrol didn't speak, the other party was extremely proud. All the arguments in front of the evidence are pale and weak. Let's wait for the official announcement. Shu Wan also wants to marry into a rich family, or a top rich family. Yan Rongrol put down her mobile phone and decided not to use it. She really has nothing to do, so she can only pick up the vacuum cleaner to clean the house. But as soon as the vacuum cleaner rang, Aunt Wen came out and stopped her from doing it. She said that she would clean up later and pressed Yan Rongrol on the sofa. Yan Rongrol was bored. She remembered that when she was at home before, she always couldn't finish the work. She was in a hurry to sweep the floor and clean up the house, and she didn't dare to stop for a moment. If it took too long, the cooking time would be shortened. When her parents and brother came back from school, if they didn't cook well, she would be scolded again. Sitting alone on the sofa in a daze until after 11 o'clock, Su Bohong came back. Su Bohong opened the door and smelled a spicy smell that stimulated the nasal cavity. He asked while changing his shoes. What kind of dish is this? When Yan Rongrol saw him come back, her eyes lit up instantly. She quickly jumped off the sofa and ran towards him. Mr. Su, are you back? Su Bohong hummed, looked down, and saw her pair of white bare feet at a glance. Yan Rongrol noticed his gaze, moved her toes, and said consciously, I'm going to put on my shoes. Su Bohong came to her side and picked her up. Yan Rongrol was shocked. Hey, what are you doing? Su Bohong didn't say anything. He went straight into the bedroom with her in his arms, leaving only Aunt Wen, who stood at the door of the kitchen, holding a spoon in his hand, and his mouth was so open that he could put an egg in it. What did she see? Aunt Wen couldn't believe her eyes. Her young master actually held the girl. Although she had guessed that the girl might be raised by the young master outside before, she still couldn't believe it when she saw her with her own eyes. In the eyes of all of them, Su Bohong is a person who is so cold that he has no worldly desires. The previous rumors about him on the internet are even more difficult to read. Some say that he doesn't like women, some say he is cold, and some say that he can't stand up. There are always countless unpleasant words. Therefore, the talents in the family are urging the young master to find a partner. Several blind dates have been arranged, but the young master did not attend. Those noble women of the rich families were let go, and there were more unpleasant words. Fortunately, the young master of her family may never look at those. Coupled with his cold-heartedness, no one dares to beep in front of him. But now, today, Aunt Wen saw him holding a girl and entering the bedroom. The imagination space is huge. Aunt Wen really wanted to take out her mobile phone to call her wife immediately and tell her the powerful news, but when she thought of the young master's order, she didn't dare to call. Only one person can know such powerful news. It's really torturous. Aunt Wen muttered and went into the kitchen with a spoon to continue her work. Su Bohong took Yan Rongrong into the bedroom and found that the slippers were not there. Yan Rongrong whispered, in the living room. He turned around and went out. After a while, he brought her shoes in and squatted down to put them on her. In the future, you can't run on the ground without wearing shoes. Girls can't catch a cold, and you are still pregnant. Yan Rongrong was uncomfortable by his gentle tone, and she unconsciously thought of Chen Shuan in her mind. That woman was really blessed. Such a good Mr. Su is hers. Chapter 12 Gossip is harmful to people. Her hand grabbed the sheets under her body and plucked up the courage to ask. In order not to be misunderstood, she thought about expressing her position first and then asking about Chen Shuan. Mr. Su, Su Bohong saw that she looked wrong, so he didn't get up. He squatted in front of her and looked straight into her eyes. What's the matter? Yan Rongrong grabbed the sheets hard. She found that she didn't know how to open her mouth. After brewing for a long time, she said again, Mr. Su, will you be good to the baby in the future? Su Bohong was surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect Yan Rongrong to ask like this. He nodded slightly. How can a father dislike his children? Yan Rongrong was very moved when she heard this sentence, but her heart was a little sour. In fact, as a mother, she also likes her baby very much, but she can't raise him. She bit her lip lightly. So, when will you and Miss Chen get married? If you have your own baby, I can raise my baby. In fact, Yan Rongrong was very determined to say this sentence. She knew what she would face with the baby, but this was her baby. If Su Bohong had other children at that time and the family no longer liked him, she would take the baby out to raise by herself. Miss Chen? Su Bohong looked at a loss. Looking at Yan Rongrong's small face, he stretched out his slender index finger and gently poked her brow. Who is Miss Chen you are talking about? Yan Rongrong hid back and held her breath in her heart. Who is Miss Chen? Does this person think that she doesn't post on Weibo? Or did she disconnect the network? Chen Shuan, you and her are not. Before she finished speaking, Su Bohong bent his finger and tapped her forehead. Don't read those rumors on the internet in the future. I have nothing to do with her. Huh. Yan Rongrong looked at Su Bohong blankly, and her mind was full of Su Bohong's words. He said that I had nothing to do with her, but didn't it spread on the internet? Su Bohong stood up and said helplessly. It's just a celebrity hype. You don't have to worry about that kind of messy thing, but I'll make it clear to you again that I don't have someone to marry. Don't think nonsense. There was the voice of Aunt Wen calling him outside. Su Bohong suddenly stretched out his hand, rubbed Yan Rongrong's head hard, and turned around and went out. When he walked out of the bedroom, he seemed to know the future. He realized what he had just done. He looked at his hand again, and it seemed that there was still the fragrance of the girl between Yan Rongrong's hair on it. He frowned gently and couldn't understand what he had just done. And Yan Rongrong in the room covered her face tightly after going out. Oh, my god, gossip is harmful. As soon as Su Bohong entered the kitchen, he smelled a pungent spicy smell. He lifted the lid of the pot and saw a big red pot, and suddenly frowned. Aunt Wen, take this pot home for my mother to eat later. Huh. Aunt Wen just asked Su Bohong to say that she had cooked and wanted to go back to the old house to get some laundry, but she didn't expect that Su Bohong asked her to bring back this pot of grilled fish. She doesn't like spicy food. You can take it back later. Don't eat spicy food. Aunt Wen remembered that it was Rongrong who said she wanted to eat spicy fish just now. Doesn't her young master know the taste of other girls? Young master, Rongrong, said that she wanted to eat grilled fish, a little less spicy on the basis of spicy. She should like spicy food, right? Su Bohong took the pot down directly and opened the soup pot next to it, which had nutritious soup. He took a bowl of soup and put it down. He said to Aunt Wen, she can't eat it. If she doesn't take it back, she will throw it away. Aunt Wen didn't dare to speak. The young master was obviously unhappy. She felt a little sympathetic to Yan Rongrong and was too strict. The pot of grilled fish was finally brought back to the old house by Aunt Wen and placed on the lunch table of the old house. Yan Rongrong finally forgot the embarrassment just now. She came out of the bedroom and sat at the table and waited for a long time. She didn't wait for the grilled fish to be served. She drooled when she smelled the grilled fish. She stared at Su Bohong putting a plate of light dishes on the table. Finally, he sat down opposite Yan Rongrong and didn't see the grilled fish. Su Bohong took 2 shrimps and put them in her bowl. Eat it. Yan Rongrong took her chopsticks and looked at the kitchen again. What about the vegetables? Yan Rongrong stood up and was about to enter the kitchen. Su Bohong said as he picked up the dishes in her bowl. Aunt Wen took it away. Yan Rongrong was stunned and felt a little lost in her heart. She hadn't eaten grilled fish for a long time. Today, the taste made her greedy. She said oh, sat down obediently, and took chopsticks to cook rice. Looking at her pitiful look, Su Bohong put down his chopsticks and asked, do you really want to eat fish? Yan Rongrong looked up, blinked her eyes twice, and asked Aunt Wen if she didn't leave it for me at all. At least you didn't call so many aunts. It should be considered friendship, right? Why don't you want to leave a mouthful for her? Yan Rongrong sighed and chewed a piece of celery in her mouth, feeling that it was tasteless. If you want to eat fish, make it at night. Oh, have dinner. Yan Rongrong stand she got up and cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks, but Su Bohong didn't use her. He drove her back to the bedroom to take a nap, and he cleaned up by himself. In fact, Yan Rongrong doesn't quite understand. Can a young master like Su Bohong also cook and wash dishes? Her mother, Ling Xin, has always said that boys have to make a career. How can they go around the pot, so her brother and younger brother have never entered the kitchen? Only she needs to cook and wash dishes. Ling Xun said that it was all the work she should have done. After Su Boheng cleaned up the kitchen and washed his hands, he returned to the bedroom. Yan Rongrong was already asleep. He turned down the temperature of the air conditioner slightly and gently pulled the quilt up for her. In fact, Yan Rongrong has always been very honest when she sleeps. There is nothing she can do. She has been sleeping in the 1-meter-2 bed in the living room since she was a child. She didn't dare to move too much, for fear that she would fall down when she turned over. The girl's face is due to he blushed a little because of the sleeping relationship, and there was a little more beauty in the quiet. He looked at her and thought of her stammering when she asked him when he and Miss Cheng would get married. Su Boheng couldn't help laughing and shook his head and went out. Yan Rongrong was awakened by the ringing of the phone. She touched her mobile phone in bed with sleepy eyes and answered the phone. Rongrong, Rongrong, I have several ways. Chi Yu's excited voice came from the phone. Yan Rongrong was awakened by her howl. She immediately opened her eyes and sat up. I said Ye, I'm going to have a heart attack by you. Can we not be so surprised? What's the matter with you? Why are you so excited? Do you want an autographed photo of your idol? Chapter 13, A Very Bright Light Bulb. Oh, no, it's not an idol, it's a male god. The male god said he would invite me to dinner. Rongrong, I'm so excited. Yan Rongrong took the mobile phone a little further away. When Chi Yin finished howling, she took the mobile phone back. Then I wish you a successful date and take down your male god in one fell swoop. But who is your male god? Why don't I have an impression? Chi Ye's voice was much softer on the phone. It's the senior Zhou Chushu of the student union. He was 1 year older than us and was admitted to college last year. Yan Rongrong suddenly opened her mouth wide in shock. Oh, I remember, was it the time when you pulled me to drink and cried? You seemed to have called Senior Zhou. Chi Yu said embarrassedly. Oh, why do you have such a good memory? Yes, I was very sad because my senior was going to college. I went to eat braised meat a few days ago and met my senior, and then I was about to get the contact information, and then you started to contact me. Yan Rongrong teased, but also in his heart Qi Yu is very happy. Chi Yu is her only best friend. Of course, she is happy that her best friend can be with her favorite. A happy woman is really enviable. Have a good date. Chi Yu said in a broken voice. Rongrong, you accompany me. What? Yan Rongrong was speechless. Sister, how bad it is for you to take me on a date. Besides, you haven't seen that the internet says fire prevention, anti-theft and anti-best friends, so I won't join in the fun. Chi Yu couldn't laugh on the phone. That's all plastic best friend love. If there really is a man jumping between me and my best friend, then of course I will choose my best friend. Yan Rongrong also smiled. Rongrong, please accompany me, or I won't dare. I'm nervous. Will you accompany me, Rongrong? Chi Yu is soft and hard to pretend to be pitiful. Who made Yan Rongrong soft-hearted? She also wants to see what kind of person Ji Ye likes and helps her. Yan Rongrong quickly got out of bed to wash. When I went out of the bedroom, I found that Aunt Wen was cleaning. When I saw Yan Rongrong, Aunt Wen smiled very gently. Rongrong, are you awake? How did you sleep? Yan Rongrong thought of the grilled fish she didn't eat, and she felt a little wronged, but she didn't have to say anything. She also smiled. Aunt Wen, are you back? Aunt Wen came over and looked at Yan Rongrong's feet carefully. Yan Rongrong immediately stiffened and quickly turned around and ran back to the bedroom to put on slippers. Aunt Wen, I'm going out later. If you come back late and Mr. Su comes back, please tell him for me. Mr. Su, Aunt Wen thinks that the name Yan Rongrong is too common. She lives with the young master. Is this the love between young couples? She couldn't help sighing that she was old and really didn't understand young people. Yan Rongrong quickly washed and packed up. She took off her expensive nightgown, put on her original clothes, and was ready to leave with her bag on her back. Aunt Wen came out of the kitchen. Rongrong, I soaked you in red date and wolfberry juice. You take it with you. Yan Rongrong looked at the cup. It was the one that Su Boheng gave her. It was very delicate, straw-like, and also very large. It felt very comfortable to hold in her hand and would not burn her hands. I'm going out to have dinner with my friends. I don't have to bring my own water, do I? Aunt Wen said with a straight gone. If you want to bring it, it's better to drink less things outside. Those drinks may have messy things such as pigments. Besides, I don't know who is outside. What if someone puts something in it? The corners of Yan Rongrong's mouth twitched. Why does this feel like espionage? The street is full of strangers. Why do you harm others? However, she knew that Aunt Wen was kind, so she took the cup. Okay, I'll pay attention. Thank you, Aunt Wen. Aunt Wen sent Yan Rongrong to the door and told her to come back early. If she wanted to come back late, she would call the young master and ask her to pick her up. Yan Rongrong responded one by one and then went out. The community where Su Boheng lives is quite far from the bus stop. Yan Rongrong walked for a long time to the bus stop. She took a look. She had to reverse the bus twice to get to the place, Yi said. After taking a car for more than an hour, Yan Rongrong arrived. Chi Yu had arrived first and stood at the intersection and waved to Yan Rongrong. Yan Rongrong walked over quickly, and Chi Yu hugged her. Rongrong, I've seen you. How have you been these days? Where do you live? No matter how much I asked you before, you didn't say it. Don't you know that I was worried about you? Yan Rongrong's heart was warm, and she also hugged Chi Yu and smiled. I'm fine, really, don't worry. Chi Yu looked at Yan Rongrong, which was still the old t-shirt she often wore. The white jeans, her face was much more rosy than before, and there were no dark circles under her eyes. It looked really better than before. Chi Yu was a little relieved. Forget it. If you don't want to say it, I won't ask you. Do you have money outside? I'll give you 300 ye. You spend it first. If it's not enough, come to me. Yan Rongrong looked at the money that Chi Yu stuffed into her hand and suddenly thought of Ling Xing. She was not even willing to give her 100 ye. Every time she bought clothes for her brother, they were branded hundreds of ye. Yan Rongrong's clothes were always dozens of ye store goods. Yan Rongrong has never complained. She doesn't think it's necessary. She doesn't care what kind of clothes she wears, just covers her body cleanly. However, even if she is obedient enough, she doesn't get Ling Xing's good impression. Yan Rongrong even felt that she may not be biological several times. She returned the money to Chi Yu. Yu, I still have money to spend. I'll call you when I don't have money. Chi Yu looked at her. Are you really rich? Seeing Yan Rongrong nod, she didn't say much more. She put the money in her pocket and pulled Yan Rongrong and left. Hurry up. I just saw the senior go in. Don't let him wait for us. Hurry up. Yan Rongrong was pulled by her and had to trot up. She looked down at her stomach and felt a little flustered. Yu, don't run. Why don't you go in first? I'll walk in to find you. Chi Yu didn't know that Yan Rongrong was pregnant, let alone that Leia. In addition, she and Yan Rongrong usually ran around so happily, so she didn't let her go at all. Oh, no, I'm nervous when I go in alone. You have to accompany me. Let's hurry up. What should I do when the senior leaves in a hurry? Yan Rongrong was pulled by her and ran into a restaurant next door. She was paying attention to her stomach, so she didn't notice that the restaurant was a spicy crayfish. Finally, Chi Yu let go of Yan Rongrong. Yan Rongrong quickly held the chair to stabilize her breathing and unconsciously touched her stomach, as if to appease her. But actually her stomach is very flat now. A 1-month-old child may be just a small bean. How can she feel anything? Yan Rongrong is actually just comforting herself. Chapter 14. What's the difference between Yan Rongrong? Zhou Chuo was tall and thin, wearing a white t-shirt and looked very sunny. When he saw two girls coming in, his eyes lit up and he quickly stood up. Why are you out of breath? When Xi Ying saw Zhou Chuo, she immediately stood up straight, smiled without showing her teeth, turned into a lady in an instant, and called a senior shyly. Yan Rongrong was stunned. Chi Yu is the kind of girl who is very nervous. Pretending to be a lady really embarrasses her. Yan Rongrong squeezed her lips hard, controlled her smile, and also nodded to Zhou Chuo. In fact, she still felt a little embarrassed about the light bulb. Zhou Chuo opened a chair for Yan Rongrong. Sit down and have a rest. Yan Rongrong frowned. Why did she feel that this person was not right? It was a little inappropriate to do this at this time. Zhou Chuo opened the chair for Yi Ye again and said with a smile. Sister Chi, you should also take a rest. Hearing him call him sister, Yan Rongrong felt that she had just thought too much, so she sat down. Chi Yu took Yan Rongrong's arm and introduced it to Zhou Chuo. My best friend, Yan Rongrong, doesn't the senior know her? Zhou Chuo smiled slightly and looked at Yan Rongrong. You look much thinner than before. Do you have a bad appetite because you are anxious about the college entrance examination? Speaking of the college entrance examination, Yan Rongrong lowered her eyes. She didn't go to the undergraduate line, and she didn't even apply for a junior college. She couldn't go to school anymore. Chi Yu pulled Zhou Chuo's sleeve and gave him a wink. Zhou Chuo was surprised. He remembered that the girl was not good at studying. Was the college entrance examination not ideal? Although he was confused, he said when he saw that Yan Rongrong's mood was affected. Although girls need to maintain their weight, they can't be too thin. If they are too thin, they will not look good. This actually diverts the topic very well. Chi Yu is very satisfied. She thinks that the senior's emotional intelligence is really high, smart and top student. This is simply the ideal boyfriend. Zhou Chuo took the menu from the waiter and pushed it to Yan Rongrong and Chi Yu. I remember that you used to like this kind of spicy food at school. Let's order it. Chi Yu took the menu unceremoniously and smiled playfully at Zhou Chuo. If the senior is invited, we will definitely not be polite to you. Yan Rongrong saw the bright red spicy crayfish that seduced the gluttonous worm and looked at Chi Yu. The tacit understanding between the two was so good. Chi Yu naturally knew what she meant and asked in a low voice. How about 2 katas? Yan Rongrong was stunned. This guy usually takes 3 to 4 katas to eat with her. Today, he is really reserved. Zhou Chushu's eyes fell on Yan Rongrong, especially when he saw her smile. He unconsciously curled the corners of his mouth. You're welcome. If you like more, just eat more. In the end, Qi Yu asked for 3 katas very conservatively, and Yan Rongrong did not object. She still remembered that she came on a date with Qi Yu, and she wanted to leave a good impression on her senior. What do you want to drink? Zhou Chushu turned over the drink. Qi Yu directly asked for coconut juice and roasted fairy grass. Zhou Chushu looked at Yan Rongrong again. Rongrong, what do you want to drink? Qi Yu said. Rongrong also likes to roast fairy grass, and... Before Qi Yu finished her words, she heard Yan Rongrong speak. No, I don't need to drink. I brought water. With that, he took out a cup from his backpack and put it on the table, which contained red date and wolfberry juice. Yan Rongrong opened it and took 2 sips with a straw, and took out a pack of wet wipes to wipe her hands. When she looked up, she found that Qi Yu and Zhou Chushu were both looking at her. Yan Rongrong is not clear why. What's the matter? Qi Yu's family has good conditions. Her parents are both white-collar workers with excellent salaries. The clothes she wears have never been cheap, while Zhou Chushu deliberately learned about the brands of those various items, so both of them recognized the cup in Yan Rongrong's hand at a glance. This cup is sold for more than 6,000 yen online, and it is still only white, but the one in Yan Rongrong's hand is pink. Is it a fake? This is the possibility that Zhou Chushu and Qi Yu thought of at the same time. Qi Yu and Yan Rongrong have always had a good relationship, and she knew too well what the conditions of her family were. Zhou Chushu also knew Yan Rongrong. Seeing that she was still wearing the old t-shirt and washed white jeans from school today, she naturally didn't think she could afford a water cup of 6,000 yen. Qi Yu never hid her mind in front of Yan Rongrong and immediately asked, Rongrong, where did you buy this cup? As she said, she took Yan Rongrong's water cup and held it in her hand and looked at it carefully. She was surprised, because it was not fake, but absolutely true. When Zhou Chushu saw Qi Yu's expression, his eyes also flashed slightly and asked jokingly, Yes, this cup is really beautiful. Where did you buy it? Oh, Yan Rongrong, who was given to me by a friend, was actually very smart. She saw the expressions of both of them just now, and couldn't help but look at the cup a few more times. Is the cup that Mr. Su used for her very expensive? Qi Yu carefully recalled Yan Rongrong's friends. She should know most of them. Who would give such an expensive cup? Jinghuyan community. Su Bohong came home and didn't see Yan Rongrong in the living room. He changed his slippers and walked to the bedroom while asking, Are you still sleeping? Aunt Wen looked at her watch. It was only more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The young master got off work much earlier today. Rongrong went out. Su Bohong paused and looked back at Aunt Wen. Went out? One person? Aunt Wen saw that her young master didn't look right, but she didn't understand why. Yan Rongrong was such a big girl. Is there anything wrong with going out alone? Oh, yes. Yes, she said she wanted to go out, so she left. I brought her water. Su Bohong gave a faint hum and took his mobile phone to send a message to Yan Rongrong. Where are you? Yan Rongrong's crayfish had just been served. She rolled up her sleeves and was ready to eat when she saw Su Bohong's message. She put down her gloves and took her mobile phone to reply quickly. I'm having dinner with my classmates outside. Mr. Sir, aren't you busy now? Where is it? I'll pick you up. Yan Rongrong looked at Qi Yu, thought for a sim, and replied. No, I'll take a bus back by myself later. You go to work well. As soon as the message was sent, Su Bohong's phone called in. Yan Rongrong was shocked, said to Qi Yu, and took her mobile phone to answer the phone. Send me a location and I'll pick you up. Su Bohong's voice showed a little anxiety, as if he was in a bad mood. Yan Rongrong didn't dare to say no more, and obediently sent a location. Back on the table, Yan Rongrong smiled when she saw that Qi Yu and Zhou Chushu were looking at her. Eat, what am I doing? Qi Yu smiled and put the peeled crayfish in her hand on a plate. Eat, the taste is so addictive. Yan Rongrong was not polite to her. She picked it up and ate it. The spicy taste spread in her mouth. She couldn't help inhaling. She quickly picked up the water cup and poured a few mouthfuls of water, which made her feel better. Chapter 15, Zhou Chushu's thoughts. Qi Yu looked at her with some doubt. You used to be very good at eating spicy food. How can you react so much? Yan Rongrong smiled bitterly. Maybe the food in Mr. C's house was very light recently, and she couldn't get used to spicy food for a while. She took a few breaths with her tongue and shook her head. I'm fine. You should eat quickly. Qi Yu peeled 2 more and put them on her plate. You eat slowly, and I'll start eating first. Zhou Chushu also peeled a shrimp in his hand. After peeling, he actually put it on Yan Rongrong's plate. Yan Rongrong frowned and couldn't help looking at him. Is there something wrong with this person? Isn't his date Qi Yu? What are you doing for her? Chi Yu also looked at Zhou Choshu, and his expression was not very good. Yan Rongrong said, "Thank you, Senior Zhou, but I still like to eat the shrimp peeled for me by Yu Ye." Zhou Choshu didn't seem to notice anything wrong at all, and he said with a smile, "It seems that you really have a good relationship. In the past, when I met you at school, we were together wherever we went." Chi Yu raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Senior, did you know us when you were in school?" Zhou Choshu's eyes subconsciously looked at Yan Rongrong, then took a tissue to wipe his hands, nodded and said, "Yes, both of you are so beautiful that you are very famous in school." Yan Rongrong didn't know that she was very famous, but Chi Yu was indeed very famous, because she was beautiful, lively and cheerful, and well known. Chi Yu's eyes lit up, tilted her head and smiled brightly at Zhou Choshu. "Senior, you pay so much attention to me. Do you like me?" Zhou Choshu's expression was slightly stiff, and his eyes subconsciously looked at Yan Rongrong. Chi Yu is not a fool. If you can't see anything at this time, it's wrong. Yan Rongrong naturally felt the wrong atmosphere. She was very unhappy to see Zhou Choshu now. What's the matter? Isn't he dating Chi Yu? Why are you still involved with her? The smile on Chi Yu's face slowly converged, and her face became serious. "Senior, you are talking to me. Why do you always look at Rongrong?" Zhou Chou's preface was blocked, but his eyes seemed to be disobedient, and he actually drifted towards Yan Rongrong again. Yan Rongrong held Chi Yu's hand and wanted to explain. She really didn't know this person before. Chi Yu was her best friend. She didn't want Chi Yu to misunderstand because of such a person. Chi Yu ignored Yan Rongrong, but looked at Zhou Choshu and asked, "So, do you like Rongrong?" Zhou Choshu looked at the crayfish on the table, nodded gently, and then looked at Chi Yu apologetically. "I'm sorry, I know you have a good relationship, so I'm very happy to meet you again today." "Yan Rongrong, why are you disobedient?" The sudden low male voice interrupted Zhou Choshu's words. They all turned around and saw the man in a black suit walking straight to their table. He was tall, and his tie was torn open, but it was not messy. A pair of sharp eyes swept over the red peppers all over the table, and then fell on Yan Rongrong. Yan Rongrong immediately stood up and lowered her eyes slightly. "Sir, Mr. Sir, are you here?" She stood there with her hands folded and looked very guilty. Yan Rongrong herself didn't know why she was guilty. In the end, she had nothing to do with Su Bohong. It was just that there was an accidental baby, which was only before the baby was born, and there may be no intersection after the birth. "I couldn't figure it out." Yan Rongrong said that Mr. C's aura was too strong, and she, a small person, was shocked by his aura. Chi Yu and Zhou Choshu also stood up. When Chi Yu saw that Yan Rongrong seemed to be afraid of this man, she was alarmed. She subconsciously took a step forward, stood in front of Yan Rongrong, looked at Su Bohong and asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" What did that mean just now? Zhou Choshu stared at Su Bohong's face for a long time. He felt that this person was very familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. Hearing the other party call Rongrong's name just now, he was also a little annoyed, so he also said, "This gentleman, no matter who you are, it's always impolite to call a girl like this." Su Bohong took a look at Zhou Choshu with a scrutiny in his eyes, and there was still a little hostility that only Zhou Choshu could feel. "Who are you again?" Zhou Choshu smiled and patiently prepared to introduce himself, but Su Bohong said lightly, "Forget it, it doesn't matter." He went straight to Yan Rongrong and sent his hand over. When he got home, Yan Rongrong subconsciously pinched his sleeve. Su Bohong was very satisfied with her behavior. His cold face finally eased a little. Then he looked at Chi Yu and asked Yan Rongrong, "Is this your classmate?" Yan Rongrong nodded and said quickly, "Yes, Chi Yu, my best friend, we have been in the same class since junior high school." She smiled at Chi Yu again. "Yu, this is Mr. Su now." Yan Rongrong immediately pursed her lips. She lives in Mr. C's house now and can't seem to say it. She has always been used to being casual in front of Chi Yu, and she almost blurted out directly. Su Bohong raised his eyebrows and smiled, and his fingers slightly touched the palm of Yan Rongrong's hand and said to Chi Yu, "She works for me now and is my employee." Chi Yu's face was full of surprise. "Rongrong, are you at work? Didn't you say before that your mother asked you to work in the store? I said at that time that you might as well go outside to find a job. At least you don't have to be angry with your mother. It's really great that you finally figured it out." Yan Rongrong looked at Su Bohong with a little gratitude in her eyes. She vaguely responded to Chi Yu a few words and did not dare to say more, for fear that she would miss something. Zhou Choshu looked at the happy chat between the three of them, and his eyes were a little gloomy, but he still tried his best to enjoy it, but his face was gentle and polite. "Rongrong, didn't you just finish the college entrance examination? Why did you go to work? Is it a part-time job? In fact, if you work part-time during the holiday, I can introduce it to you. The salary can be more than 2,000 yuan a month, and you can earn 4,000 yuan even if you work for 2 months. How much is your salary now?" If it doesn't work, come to my friend's side. This was a little inappropriate, especially in front of Su Bohong. Chi Yu couldn't help frowning. She found that when she went to school, she thought that the gentle and elegant senior was actually different from what she imagined. Su Bohong glanced at him and was about to open his mouth. However, Yan Rongrong said one step ahead of him. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm fine now. Don't bother you. And we're not very familiar with each other. You'd better not call me that. Zhou Chuoxi's face suddenly turned red. Yan Rongrong is really in front of so many people. If you don't give him face, no matter how demean he is, he can't maintain it at this time. He tried to pull the corners of his mouth and smiled. Okay, I got it. Chapter 16 is eating spicy food bad for the baby. After saying that, he was about to leave, but Su Bohong said, the salary of 2,000 yen is not even enough for her to have a good meal. Young man, you are still far from it. Zhou Chuoxi's figure stiffened. He slowly turned around, and his eyes paused on Yan Rongrong's hand that had been holding Su Bohong's sleeve. He turned around and left. Yan Rongrong looked at Chi Yu with some concern. This person was Chi Yu's male god. Chi Yu was so happy when she called her before and said that she wanted to date the male god. Yu, this man is a little too thoughtful. I really didn't know him before. Who knows why he is crazy? He will say that. Yan Rongrong actually really felt that the man didn't deserve to be liked by Chi Yu, so she used Ti Yu to ask her up. Come out, thanks to him that he could think of it. If Chi Yu hadn't been here, Yan Rongrong would have actually wanted to pick up a glass of water and splash it on his face. Chi Yu sighed, and then leaned directly on Yan Rongrong's body like a boneless, a little hurt. Rongrong, do you think you were born without peach blossom luck? Why is it a scumbag if I like one? I'm sure I was a female sea king in my last life, and I've paid off my debts in this life. Yan Rongrong was a little relieved to see that she could still make fun of her. She also knew that the bad things just now would not affect their relationship, but Chi Yu would definitely feel uncomfortable, she comforted. Yu, why don't we turn sadness and anger into appetite? Chi Yu immediately stood up straight and nodded to Yan Rongrong with bright eyes. Well, then let's finish this big pot of crayfish and eat it in the dark. The sisters sat down together. When Yan Rongrong was about to eat, she found Su Bohong standing beside her and looking down at her. Yan Rongrong squinted and smiled at Su Bohong. Mr. Su, you can also sit down and eat. You must haven't eaten yet, have you? This is very delicious, better than grilled fish. Su Bohong's face turned a little dark. He lowered his head and said in Yan Rongrong's ear, if you want our baby to be covered with red rashes after birth, then eat it. Yan Rongrong's face turned pale and she stood up in shock. Really? Are you lying to me? Su Bohong looked at her. Do you want to check it out? Yan Rongrong said, oh, and then really took out her mobile phone to check. Chi Yu had peeled several shrimps, so she still put them in Yan Rongrong's plate first. Seeing her holding her mobile phone, he told her to eat quickly. She didn't forget to greet Su Bohong. Su Bohong only said that she didn't like to eat, and Chi Yu didn't force it. After all, she didn't know him well. Besides, he was the boss of Rongrong. She was also afraid that she would offend him by saying the wrong word, so she asked him to wear small shoes for Rongrong. Rongrong, don't play with your mobile phone at this time. Eat quickly. Let's have another bottle of beer and drink happily. Seeing that she really asked the waiter for beer, Yan Rongrong quickly stopped her. No, Yu, I have a stomachache, and I dare not eat such spicy food. There is also wine, and I can't drink it, and you can't finish it alone. Chi Yu frowned. Do you have an upset stomach? Does it hurt? As she said, she took off the gloves and was going to touch Yan Rongrong's stomach. Su Bohong was anxious and pulled Yan Rongrong up. Yan Rongrong did not stand firmly and fell into his arms. He took the opportunity to hold her and said to Chi Yodao, she has an upset stomach. I'll take her back to rest first. She can't eat these. You can eat them yourself. Chi Yu nodded and looked at Yan Rongrong and said, oh, this is because you don't have breakfast in the morning. You must pay attention in the future. Now that you are at work, don't be reluctant to eat breakfast. As for what Su Bohong just said, 2,000 yen was not enough for Yan Rongrong to have a good meal. Chi Yu didn't take it seriously at all, thinking that Su Bohong said so to satirize Zhou Chuoxi.it. Was not until Su Bohong took Yan Rongrong away that Chi Yu muttered alone. Why does the employee need the boss to take it when he goes back? And Rongrong is just Mr. Nasa's employee. Why did he come here? Does this boss have nothing to do? Yan Rongrong sat in Su Bohong's car. In fact, she was very anxious. She had just checked that the baby born would have bad skin and acne because the mother ate too much spicy food during pregnancy. Mr. Sir, you think? Our baby will be alright, right? Su Bohong looked at her from the rearview mirror. What do you think? Yan Rongrong blamed herself in her heart. What if she really caused such harm to the baby? I just ate one. In fact, it's not too spicy. Will it affect the baby? When Su Bohong saw the little girl's self-reproach, she felt inexplicably happy. She would blame herself and be afraid of causing harm to the child, which showed that she really loved the child and their children very much. Seeing that Su Bohong didn't say anything, Yang Rongrong was even more scared. Mr. Su, why don't we go to the hospital and ask the doctor if we can remedy it and what medicine can remedy it? Su Bohong felt very cute when he saw her serious appearance, and couldn't help reaching out a hand to touch her head. Did you really only eat one crayfish? Yan Rongrong nodded in a hurry. Aha, just one. She was afraid that Su Bohong would not believe it. In order to prove it to him, she also stretched out her head and gasped at Su Bohong. You smell it? I don't smell like crayfish in my mouth. I really only ate one. The little girl's unique fragrance penetrated into the wings of her nose, and Yan Rongrong's eyes were pure and serious. Her lips were red and beautiful, probably because of the spicy food. Su Bohong only felt that his heart was beating uncontrollably. He seemed to be deceived. I really want to bow my head and taste the gorgeous taste. A horn came from behind. With the sound of his ears, Su Bohong suddenly woke up, sat up straight, looked ahead, and then he was full of regret. He found that his self-control seemed to have been declining. Especially when facing Yan Rongrong, sometimes it seems that it can be transformed into a beast at any time. Yan Rongrong still didn't know why. She looked back at the car behind her and said again, Mr. Sir, I really only ate one. Shall we go to the hospital? Su Bohong held the steering wheel with a smile on his lips. The baby should forgive you this time. After all, it's your first time to be a mother, but next time you should pay attention to it. For the sake of the baby, can you bear it? Yan Rongrong nodded, and then looked at Su Bohong angrily. Mr. Su, although it's my first time to be a mother, I'm not a fool who knows nothing. The baby is still a little bean sprout now. He doesn't know that I ate spicy food. Su Bohong turned his head to look at her. I remember it for the baby, and I will tell him when he comes out. Yan Rongrong's eyes were slightly dark. When the baby was born, she left. Even if she told him, the baby would not remember her. Su Bohong was driving the car and didn't understand why Yan Rongrong suddenly became depressed, but seeing the girl's eyes stained with sadness, he felt a little dazzling, so he said, if you are afraid that the baby will be angry with you, you should be obedient now. Yan Rongrong gave a low hum. What she can do for the baby may be that she has been obedient in her belly for the past 9 months, providing him with nutrition and making him healthy. Chapter 17 Quarrel with Mom Again. At dinner, Yan Rongrong was really obedient. She ate whatever dishes Su Bohong gave her. She didn't say that it was tasteless, but her appetite didn't seem to be very good. She only ate a small bowl of rice, and then said she was full. When Aunt Wen was tidying up the dishes and chopsticks, she asked Su Bohong, Young master, what's wrong with Rongrong? I think she is in a bad mood. Su Bohong's eyes were cold and he was also very confused. Is it because he was annoyed at noon? But he thought about it carefully, and he didn't seem to say anything important. I'll send her a bowl of soup later. Maybe she has a bad appetite. Aunt Wen nodded. Okay, I'll stew it now. It just so happens that she can eat it as a late-night snack. By the way, the lady called today and said that there was a party tonight and asked you to attend on behalf of the Su family. Su Bohong frowned slightly. In the end, this kind of rich family party is actually just looking for opportunities for marriage. Although Aunt Wen is just a servant of the Su family, she is very trusted by her wife, so she also knows something about the rich family. She looked at the bedroom and sighed softly in her heart. She doesn't know that her young master is, what do you think? In fact, the lady and the chairman did not require his other half to be from a high background. The young master can completely bring Rongrong home, so that he doesn't have to attend this kind of party. Of course, since the young master didn't do this, there must be his reasons. Aunt Wen has no position to ask. She is just worried about Yan Rongrong. It is very common for the nobles of rich families to raise several women outside. It's a pity for Rongrong to be such a good child. Yan Rongrong's petite body was stuck in a soft chair, holding a mobile phone in her hand. The mobile phone kept ringing. She just watched, but didn't have the courage to answer it. This was the only time her mother called her in the past few days when she was away from home. She deliberately avoided the house before, and her father, brother didn't reply to her messages. Now her mother's phone is coming, which may be because of long-term fear that she dares not ignore the call, and she dares not answer. As soon as the phone was connected, Ling Shen's familiar roar came from the phone. Yan Rongrong, you died outside, didn't you? Can't you see the message your father sent you? If you have the ability, you will never come back. Even if you die outside, don't let us collect the corpse for you. A girl film, you are not small-tempered. Didn't you just say a few words to you? Still ran away from home? Who are you threatening? Are you threatening me? Can you threaten me? Even if you are dead, we are all fine and have no impact on us. Yan Rongrong held her mobile phone tightly, and tears fell down uncontrollably. Mom said every sentence that it didn't matter if she died. It really stabbed her heart like a knife, and she couldn't help shaking because of the pain. Are you dumb? Didn't you hear me? Yan Rongrong choked and tried to make her voice sound less sad. I'm fine, I won't go home yet. What did you say? Ling Xing's voice suddenly became higher, and Yan Rongrol's mobile phone almost fell off. She held the mobile phone tightly, pulled her neck, and said it again. I will find a job and not go home for now. Through the mobile phone, Yan Rongrol could feel Ling Xing's anger, and she was tense all over. Looking for a job? You haven't even been to college. What kind of job can you find? Come back for me now. Don't embarrass me outside. Our family is serious. Don't do those unsightly work for me. Yan Rongrol shed tears. She really couldn't imagine that this was a mother talking about her child. This kind of insult and contempt made Yan Rongrol almost unable to control her emotions. In your mind, can't a girl who hasn't been to college have a serious job? Don't you want me to die outside? Then, just think of me as dead. Yan Rongrol shouted hoarsely and threw the mobile phone out hard. Su Bohong pushed the door and came in. He saw the mobile phone broken into several pieces by the door, as well as Yan Rongrol, who was holding his knees and trembling with tears. He walked over, squatted in front of Yan Rongrol, and gently touched his head. Home phone? Yan Rongrol's face was buried on her knees, shaking all over, and the suppressed choking sound came out intermittently. Su Bohong looked at her, took 2 steps forward, and gently hugged the girl into his arms. It's okay. I'll help you solve it. I'll talk to your house. He thought that Yan Rongrol made such a fuss with her family because of her child. She didn't dare to go home and didn't dare to answer the phone at home because she didn't dare to face it. He brought her these pains. He blamed himself and felt sorry for the girl. He came to help her solve these things. But Yan Rongrol shook her head vigorously in his arms. No, don't go, it's useless. She grabbed Sir Boha's clothes and raised her head with tears on her face. It's not because of the baby, because I'm not a boy, so she didn't like me since she was a child. She just said. She won't collect my body if I die outside. Su Bohong's eyes condensed, and his face sank. This is not what a mother would say. He knew that Yan Rongrol might have a bad family and had a hard time, but he didn't know that she was having such a hard time in that family. He held Yan Rongrol's hand and whispered, Then don't go back. I will take good care of you here. Yan Rongrol looked at him and felt even more uncomfortable. How long can you accompany me? She has always been afraid that she is used to Sir Boha's care and will be reluctant to leave. After all, she is the one who will leave. I'll take you to bed. You have a good rest. Don't think about those things in advance, okay? Yan Rongrol didn't say anything. Su Bohong's arm passed through the bend of her leg and picked her up. Her face was very light, and the girl's figure was slender. Now that she was pregnant, she seemed to be thinner than before. Su Bohong frowned gently, and it seemed that she still had to make up for it. He put Yan Rongrol on the bed and pinned her hair hanging from her temples behind her ears. He said with a straight face, No one can hurt you here. Live in peace. No matter what happens, I will solve it, okay? Yan Rongrol smiled bitterly. Why did she let Mr. Su solve those bad things in her family? Su Bohong found that the girl was not very talkative, but she was very stubborn. As long as she didn't say anything, she didn't agree. He was helpless and gently touched Yan Rongrol's head and said nothing more. He went to the cloakroom to change his clothes. When he came out, he saw Aunt Wen standing at the door and told him, Pay attention to her. She is not in a good mood today. Wen Aunt nodded. She also heard Rongrong crying just now, but she didn't dare to go in when the young master was in the room. At this time, she was a little anxious. Young master, what's wrong with Rongrong? I heard that she seemed to have called just now. Su Bohong didn't say much, he just said, Pay attention to her mood. If she is still crying, call me. Chapter 18, Meet Chen Shuwan at the party. When Su Bohong drove to the party hotel, almost everyone had arrived. As soon as he entered the door, he was surrounded by several celebrities, but he also politely said a few words, swept his eyes around, found his little hair, and walked straight to them. Ah Hung, as expected, you arrive the latest every time. A young man in a flower shirt held up a glass of red wine and smiled boredly at Su Bohong. There was also a man sitting next to him. He was dressed in a formal dress, wearing a tuxedo, his hair was meticulously taken care of, and he showed nobility when he raised his hands and feet. Ah Hong, in fact, if you don't want to come to such a party, you can refuse it directly. Anyway, your family doesn't have to expect you to marry. Su Bohong sat down beside the two and patted his shirt. Xiao Yi, help me investigate something. What's the matter? Yan Rongrong is the girl we met in the bar that day. I want to know what happened in her family. It's better to be more detailed. Yang Yi and Jin Mingchen were both stunned, and both of them were particularly surprised by Su Bohong's eyes. Jin Mingchen asked, That girl, you didn't really do what did you do that night? They all grew up with Su Bohong. They had business exchanges with each other's families. The Su family was the strongest, but the relationship between their friends was not because of the family, but because of their sincere friendship. In the face of his buddy, Su Bohong did not hide it. He nodded. I did it, that kid. He seemed to think that it was not good to call Yan Rongrong as a child. After all, she still had one in her stomach, so she changed her words. The girl is pregnant with my child. What? Yang Yi shouted in shock, and the wine glass on the table clicked and fell to the ground and smashed. Jin Mingchen glanced at him speechlessly, and Yang Yi also felt that he reacted too much, which seemed to make many people pay attention to them. But this melon is too big. He is really shocked. Su Bohong, this guy who is often teased by them for having a physical problem, actually has a child. Jin Mingchen was actually equally shocked, but he was not as surprised as Yu Yi. He looked at Su Bohong and never thought of what would happen to him with that girl that day. That kind of green bean sprouts should not be the type he liked. Su Bohong was looked at by two people and was also helpless. He poured himself a glass of wine and took a sip before saying, "I didn't tell my family, so you have to keep it a secret from me." Yang Yi and Jin Mingchen both nodded, and Jin Mingchen asked, "Where is the girl now? If you have the eldest grandson of your Su family in your stomach, you can't do it." "Of course I know that she lives with me now." Yang Yi looked at Su Bohong and asked in a low voice, "So what are you going to do? Go to the mother to leave the child?" Then he said to himself, "No, this kind of thing can be done by me, but you, Su Bohong, should not be able to do it. So are you going to raise it like this?" Jin Mingchen looked at him speechlessly. Just as he was about to talk to Su Bohong again, a Tianjin lady in a light blue evening dress came towards them. "Su Xiao, but I haven't seen you for a long time. Since you took over the company, we haven't attended a party like this. It's really sad." Su Bohong glanced at Miss Tianjing indifferently and said perfunctorily, "It's quite busy." Jin Mingchen raised the cup and touched the gold. "Miss Zhao is really brilliant tonight." Although Miss Zhao toasted him, her eyes were always on Su Bohong, but Su Bohong obviously didn't want to drink with her. She stood there for a while, and no one invited her to sit down. After all, they were all from the rich family, and she was embarrassed to stay here anymore. Fortunately, Jin Mingchen gave her some face and accompanied her for a glass of wine. However, when Miss Zhao was about to leave, she saw a graceful figure coming straight over. She was wearing a bright yellow tight skirt, and her exquisite curves were vividly outlined. Her makeup was straight, her eyebrows were charming, and a pair of spring eyes stared at Su Bohong, gentle and quiet, but also enchanting. "Master Su, I'm Chen Shuan. It's a pleasure to meet you." She was calm and generous. Even when she stood among Jin Mingchen and other rich sons, she was very calm. Su Bohong raised his eyes and looked at Chen Shuan. This made Miss Zhao very angry. Just now, she came to toast, and Su Bohong didn't even raise his eyelids. Now, she looks at the little star differently. She stared at Chen Shuan fiercely. A little star even dared to think of Su Bohong, which was simply looking for death. In fact, Chen Shuan was also very excited. Her fingers grabbed her bag hard, but her face was calm and generous, and she couldn't see a trace of tension. Su Bohong, this is the man she has always wanted. Chen Shuan felt that if she could see him this year, the price she paid was worth it. Jin Mingchen frowned slightly. When he was about to speak, Yang Yi was one step faster than him. Yang Yi put a bottle of red wine on the table and squinted at Chen Shuan. "Are you here for a drink? Our buddy likes to use bottles when drinking. Can you do it?" Jin Mingchen took the opportunity to pull Su Bohong and whispered in his ear, "Don't forget that you still have a problem to solve." Su Bohong glanced at him speechlessly. He just looked at Chen Shuan twice more because he thought of Yan Rongrong. The girl asked him if he would be good to the baby with a pair of timid and uneasy eyes. She would be so uneasy that day because of the star's hype. Chen Shuan and Su Bohong actually remembered that she had a drink at a charity dinner, but many people came to toast him at that time. The reason why he could remember Chen Shuan was because of a brooch. Hibiscus flowers. Few people know that he likes hibiscus flowers. Even those famous ladies who asked about his preferences didn't know that he liked hibiscus flowers. So when he saw Chen Shuan with a hibiscus brooch on her chest at that time, he really thought that this girl had the same preferences as him. So I said a few more words to her, but now it seems that she probably did it deliberately. Chen Shuan wants to get close to Su Bohong, and of course he knows all the friends around him. This person who likes to wear floral shirts and looks like a sea king at first glance must be Yang Yi. His family is in the real estate business, but he heard that he likes extreme sports and formed a club. Yang Yi looked at Chen Shuan with a smile, and the jokes in his eyes were not concealed. Chen Shuan bit her lip and subconsciously looked at Su Bohong, but Su Bohong's eyes were no longer on her. He was talking to Jin Mingchen beside him. Miss Zhao has been standing not far away. When she saw this scene, she couldn't help laughing. "Miss Chen, Yang Yi likes girls who can drink very much. If you can drink with him, you may get his favor." Chapter 19, Silent Care. How can Chen Shuan not hear this kind of deliberately watching her jokes, but Chen Shuan can come to this day because she can go out. She couldn't help but glance at Su Bohong again. Yang Yi's family is also a rich family. He is the most critical step for her to get closer to Su Bohong. Today, the opportunity is in front of her, and she must seize it. The corners of her lips slowly rippled with a smile, beautiful and delicate. She squatted beside Yang Yi and looked up at him. "It just so happens that I like drinking like this. The cup is so boring. As she said, she picked up the bottle of wine and grabbed it and poured it into several mouthfuls. Half of the large bottle of wine went down. Yo Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, and Jin Mingchen was also a little surprised. This little star was a little bold. Only Su Bohong did not pay attention to this side, but got up and walked towards the balcony outside. Jin Mingchen also followed. Chen Shuan held a wine bottle in her hand and listened to the noise around her, but her eyes moved with Su Bohong until she couldn't see Su Bohong, and then she withdrew her eyes with some disappointment. Su Bohong won't want you. It's better to know yourself clearly. Yo Yi also held a red wine bottle in his hand and blew at the bottle on such an occasion. Such a thing is actually not decent, but Yo Yi did it, which was a little pleasing to the eye. It's not good to be a star. I heard that you are in a good position in the circle, but don't ruin your future. Being able to say so much to Chen Shuang is already a manifestation of Yo Yi's approval of her behavior just now. Otherwise, he would be too lazy to let these women die with his promiscuous character. Chen Shuang lowered her eyes and couldn't see the joys and anger. She just listened to the voice, but she still looked charming and affectionate. Isn't it normal for an excellent man to attract many women? Yang Yi's face turned black and he was waiting for him here. Isn't he excellent? He is obviously a fan of thousands of people, okay? I don't know how many big stars like him. Chen Shuan smiled at Yang Yi, got up and sat next to him, and then raised the bottle and said, Master Yang is also an excellent man. Yang Yi's expression softened, and he looked at Chen Shuan's eyes with a little more interest. Su Bohong and Jin Mingchen had cigarettes in their hands, and the faint fragrance of tobacco was pervasive. Do you want her to take the college entrance examination next year? Su Bohong spit out a puff of cigarette and nodded. It seems that she is very uncomfortable because she was not admitted to the undergraduate program. You should go to those private schools first to see which one teaches well. It's okay for her to go to classes for a few months, or you don't have to go to class directly. How can she pass the exam without class? After Jin Mingchen finished speaking, his eyes suddenly condensed and he looked at Su Bohong. You don't plan to teach in person, do you? Su Bohong took a cigarette and squinted at him. Can't. Jin Mingchen wanted to roll his eyes, but it was not in line with his stable personality, so he held back. Yes, why not? You, a talented student with a double doctorate degree from Harvard, teach her. Are you going to teach her to a world-renowned school? Su Bohong's face stiffened. He really didn't think about this. It seemed that he had to focus on teaching. Jin Mingchen and Su Bohong have been young for many years and know him a little. Looking at his expression, Jin Mingchen asked in a low voice. Hey, Ahong, what do you think about the future of planning for her? In fact, most of their marriages will be joint marriages in the future, so they have had this awareness since they were young. They only play and don't love each other. Although he is not as playful as Yang Yi, in fact, he will not be serious about his partners. However, Su Bohong's family doesn't have their situation. He can like girls, but this guy has an iron heart and hasn't liked anyone for 30 years. Su Bohong sighed and looked at Jin Mingchen. When he was about to open his mouth, the door was pushed open, and a young man in a silver suit and a very coquettish bag came in. As soon as he came in, he took Su Bohong and Jin Mingchen alone. You are really good at hiding, which made me verbose endlessly by those old women. Su Bohong also hammered him. Jin Mingchen said, Who made you Li Songbai? No one can match Songbai's talent. Li Songbai suddenly turned black and stared at Jin Mingchen. This can't be passed, can't it? You have been laughing at my name since I was a child. Is it annoying? Jin Mingchen replied to him honestly. It's not annoying. You. Su Bohong shook his head helplessly, put out the cigarette in his hand, and put it in the ashtray. I have to go back. Remember to look for it for me. After saying that, he took his coat and left. Li Songbai called out, but Su Bohong ignored him and had already left. Li Songbai was very injured. No, why did he leave as soon as I came? Why don't you wait to see me? Jin Mingchen nodded with a smile. It's a little self-aware. Li Songbai said angrily. You're talking nonsense. Ah Ho won't do that. Come on, come here. Ah Hong just asked you to find it. What are you looking for? Speaking of this, Jin Mingchen's gossip fire was a little uncontrollable, and whispered in Li Songbai's ear about Su Bohong. Li Songbai's eyes widened and said in disbelievingly, What? This is too fantastic, isn't it? Is it true or not? Wait, you mean, the little girl in the bar? Li Songbai patted his thigh. Oh, I just said, this guy was so abnormal that day. On the day of Lao Yuer's wedding, he didn't show up. Let me tell you, he went to pick up roast chicken for others at that time. Su Bohong left directly through the back door without waiting for the official opening. This in fact, he has never liked this kind of party, but he used to be very indifferent. When he came to sit with his brothers, he felt smooth when he talked nonsense. But today he didn't want to stay here, especially thinking of crying so much before going out, and he didn't know if he was in a better mood, so before going home, he moved to a dessert shop and bought her a tiramisu cake. He also doesn't remember which person in the small video said that eating sweet things can make people's hearts sweet. He doesn't like Yan Rongrong crying. Obviously, she is a shy and lovely little girl, but she suddenly becomes so sad that people's hearts are heavy. Yan Rongrong was putting together her broken mobile phone at home at this time. Aunt Wen cleaned up the fragments and was ready to throw them away. She didn't let her. She wanted to see if it could be repaired again. If it can still be spelled, she is going to the mobile phone repair shop tomorrow to ask. I was really angry and confused just now. I actually dropped my mobile phone. I don't know how much regret it now. She didn't have much money on her. If she wanted to buy a mobile phone, she would probably have to pay out of her pocket. Da. There was another knock on the door, and Yan Rongrong was a little helpless. From just now, Aunt Wen has sent things to her room 6 times, almost every 20 minutes. In fact, she also felt very warm. She knew that Aunt Wen was worried about her. Even at home, she had never been taken care of so much. Chapter 20 Sweet Tiramisu. Please come in with Aunt Wen with a glass of hot milk. Rongrong, drink some milk. Drinking milk can make you taller. The corners of Yan Rongrong's mouth twitched. Aunt Wen, I'm 19 years old. How can I grow taller? Aunt Wen didn't care about those. Anyway, she said that Yan Rongrong could still grow, and 23 was still run. She stood aside and watched Yan Rongrong Ping gather those mobile phone fragments. It's so bad. Why are you fighting for it? Let the young master take you to buy another one tomorrow. I'll put away your card for you. Don't fight, it's too much. Yan Rongrong smiled and said nothing. The sound of the doorbell came from outside, and Aunt Wen said quickly, maybe the young master is back. I'm going to open the door. Aunt Wen came out in a hurry and found that it was really Su Bohang. Young master, you came back very early tonight. Her eyes fell on the cake in Su Bohang's hand, and she can't help laughing. The young master is worried about Rongrong. Su Bohang stood at the porch to change his shoes. How is she? Aunt Wen took the coat he took off and hung it up, whispering, I'm in a better mood. I'm playing my mobile phone in the room. When Su Bohang came in with the cake, he saw the girl sitting at the table, bowing her head and busy. The long dark hair was scattered, and the long eyelashes were pulled in a beautiful arc by the light. He unconsciously relaxed his steps. What are you doing? Yan Rongrong raised her head and looked at him. Mr. Su, are you back? Su Bohang put the cake on the table and frowned gently when he saw the mobile phone fragments all over the table. Don't fight. The internal parts must be broken. I'll take you to buy a mobile phone tomorrow. Yan Rongrong's eyes were a little awkward, and she felt as if she had been taking advantage of Mr. Shi. She lowered her head and continued to use her mobile phone, but she was thinking that maybe she should really go out to find a job, so that she would have an income. Su Bohang looked at the cake in his hand and coughed lightly. He was about to pretend to ask her if she wanted dessert. But Yan Rongrong's cry was heard. What's the matter? He quickly grabbed Yan Rongrong's hand and saw red beads of blood emerging from his slender fingers. Don't move. He quickly took a tissue from the table and carefully wiped the blood stains. Yan Rongrong took a breath of cold air in pain. Su Bohang asked nervously, does it hurt? I'll be gentle. Yan Rongrong bit her lip and shook her head. Unpainful, Su Bohang squatted in front of Yan Rongrong and gently rubbed her fingers. Yan Rongrong consciously wanted to shrink back. Don't move. It seems that there are fragments stuck in it. Yan Rongrong didn't dare to move anymore. She just watched Su Bohang's white fingers stained with her blood. The warmth between his fingers melted into her fingers little by little. Yan Rongrong suddenly didn't dare to look into Su Bohang's eyes. Su Bohang gently put a paper towel on the wound. Seeing Yan Rongrong looking out of the window, his voice slowed down. Be patient, I'm going to get the medicine box. Seeing him go out, Yan Rongrong looked at her fingers again, as if there was still his temperature between her fingers. She took off the tissue, put her finger in front of her, and looked at it carefully for a while. Sure enough, I saw a small piece of glass stuck in the meat. She groped with her fingers, then pinched the fragment and pulled it out hard. Suddenly, the blood flow stopped more and fainted on her skirt drop by drop. Su Bohang ran in quickly with the medicine box and saw Yan Rongrong casually pulling a tissue, wrapping her fingers, and smiling at him with her head up. Mr. Sir, don't be so troublesome. I've already taken out the fragments. Su Bohang's eyes sank and he quickly looked at her fingers. There was blood on the tissue, and there was a small piece of blood-stained fragment on the table. Yan Rongrong smiled indifferently. It's okay. It's just a small wound, and it won't bleed in a while. Su Bohang's eyes shifted to the bloodstains on her skirt, and his eyes were a little complicated. This girl is so bearable. What on earth has she experienced? He put down the medicine box and bent down to hug Yan Rongrong. Yan Rongrong was shocked and whispered, Mr. Sir, can you stop holding me like this all the time? Before she finished speaking, she was already picked up by Su Bohang. Su Bohang put her on the bed, pulled a chair and sat beside her, opened the medicine box to disinfect her fingers and take medicine. Yan Rongrol looked at Su Bohong, who treated her wound seriously, and felt a little gloomy inexplicably, and thought of the comments about Su Bohong on the internet. Indifferent and alienated, reserved and indifferent, never pretends to women. Those people are too good at spreading rumors. Obviously, Mr. Sir is so gentle and so good that his future wife will definitely be very happy. Su Bohong wrapped the wound with a band-aid and told him, "Don't touch water these days and be careful of inflamed wounds." Yan Rongrong smiled. The injury she had suffered was much more serious than this before, and she had never encountered such an unfortunate thing as inflammation. However, Mr. Su said so because he cared about her. She was very grateful and obedient. "Okay, I know." Su Bohong looked up, but he was looking at Yan Rongrol's clear eyes. He was slightly stunned and did not move for a moment. Yan Rongrol was stared at by his pair of black eyes, and inexplicably felt that her face was a little hot. She gently pulled her hand without pulling it. Mr. Su squeezed her wrist tightly and did not let go. Mr. Su and Su Bohong calmed back to his senses, quickly let go of his hand and stood up. "Oh, I bought tiramisu. I don't know if you like it." Yan Rongrol is a surprise. "I like it. It's very delicious, but it's not cheap." Su Bohong looked at her smile, and his eyes softened unconsciously. "It's good if you like it. I'll buy it for you if you want to eat it in the future." Su Bohong opened the tiramisu, held it in front of Yan Rongrong, and handed her the spoon. "Have a taste." Yan Rongrong felt very fragrant when she smelled it. This was really delicious. Unfortunately, she was reluctant to buy it before. She took a bite and melted in her mouth, full of sweet fragrance. She dug another spoon and brought it to Su Bohong's mouth. "Mr. Su, you should also try it. It's very delicious." Su Bohong looked at her smile, as if he was deceived, and opened his mouth to eat. Seeing Yan Rongrol looking at him with a pair of bright eyes, he nodded. "Well, it tastes good." In fact, he doesn't like to eat this kind of sweet and greasy food, but today he found that it seemed to be quite delicious. Yan Rongrol took several more mouthfuls in a row, and then realized that she had just fed Su Bohong, and she still used the spoon she had used. Suddenly, she froze there and blushed. Seeing that she suddenly stopped eating, Su Bohong looked at her doubtfully and found that her face was very red. "What's the matter? What's wrong?" He reached out and gently touched Yan Rongrol's forehead. It seemed that the temperature was not high, but Yan Rongrol's appearance was obviously wrong. He thought there was something wrong with the cake. "Rongrol, don't eat. Tell me what's wrong." Yan Rongrol exhaled heavily, and her eyes fluttered. "No. No discomfort, it's delicious." Chapter 21. Sleep in the same bed. Su Bohong frowned gently. "It's really okay, you?" Suddenly seeing the shyness in Yan Rongrol's eyes, he finally understood, unconsciously licked his lips, stood up and said, "Then, eat, I still have some work to do." Yan Rongrol nodded gently. When the door closed, she quietly raised her head and touched her heart. It seemed that something was wrong with her. How could her heart beat so fast? Su Bohong stood alone on the balcony for a while before entering the study. Aunt Wen cleaned up the kitchen and sent Su Bohong a cup of hot tea. "Young master, do you sleep in the room at night?" "No, I sleep on the sofa." Aunt Wen looked like this. She said, "Yan Rongrong is so polite to her young master. Sure enough, her young master has not been good at it. Young master, I will clean up the house next door in the afternoon. There are many rooms over there. How about you live there? This sofa is not good for the waist." Su Bohong raised his head and took a sip of tea. "No, Yan Rongrong is still young. What if something happens to her at night and she can't find anyone?" Aunt Wen's face became more tangled. "Young master, do you treat Rongrong as a child? She is an adult. Nothing will happen if she falls asleep at night. You have to go to work every day. How can you not sleep well?" Su Bohong's eyes moved slightly. Yan Rongrol now has one in her stomach. Of course, someone has to take care of her. "No, if you have packed up, you can go to rest." Aunt Wen saw that she couldn't persuade Su Bohong, and couldn't help sighing that her young master really loved Rongrong and couldn't bear to leave her for a moment. Yan Rongrol finished eating a whole piece of cake, and she still felt that she was not satisfied. She touched her stomach. Why did she feel that it was bulging? She must have eaten too much. She must be. She was thinking that she must control the amount of food tomorrow, or she would probably become fat. Without her mobile phone, she could only go out to check the time. She found that it was almost 11 o'clock. She looked at the study. She lived on the sofa where Mr. Su slept last night and occupied Mr. C's bed. She pedaled back into the room, hugged the quilt she had covered, the pillow came out, and cleaned up on the sofa. She went to wash up and fell asleep on the sofa when she came back. It was almost 12 o'clock when Su Bohong was done. He was going to see how Yan Rongrong was sleeping, but he saw the large mass on the sofa. Because of the warm light in the living room, he couldn't see clearly when he stood at the door of the study. He didn't find it until he got closer. Yan Rongrol's small body curled up on the sofa, and the quilt almost covered her whole head. Her mouth was slightly open and she was sleeping soundly. He frowned. Why did the girl sleep here? He bent down and took Yan Rongrong into the bedroom with the quilt and covered her with a quilt. When he was about to go out, his hand was grabbed. He stiffened and slowly turned around, and heard Yan Rongrong say vaguely, "The sofa is too soft and hurts my back." He looked at the girl's quiet sleeping face and suddenly smiled. He squatted beside the bed and gently touched the slightly open lips with his fingers. It was so soft and fragrant that people couldn't help but want to kiss Falza. "Little girl, do you know what you are doing?" Yan Rongrong slept soundly. In fact, she just remembered the matter in her heart and muttered unconsciously in her sleep. Su Bohong sat on the bed and lay down slowly, but he was a little away from Yan Rongrong. Yan Rongrong felt the existence of warmth around her and subconsciously rolled to the warm place. Su Bohong was rubbed into his arms by a round thing, and his face condensed. He lowered his head and scraped Yan Rongrong out of the quilt, and couldn't help but say helplessly, "Why do you sleep so indolently?" Yan Rongrong muttered unconsciously, "Warm." Su Bohong looked at the air conditioner. The temperature was not low. She was covered with a quilt, and it couldn't be cold, but the little girl had been rubbing in his arms. He was a normal man, and he was also a man who knew the essence of Yan Rongrong's body. It was really a little hearty to be rubbed like this. "Don't move around." With such a sentence, Yan Rongrong seemed to be wronged. The little girl rolled her mouth and really didn't move. Su Bohong took a few deep breaths, wrapped Yan Rongrong in a quilt, held her in his arms, and slowly closed his eyes. Yan Rongrong lay in his arms and slept very soundly. She just felt sorry for Master Si. She couldn't sleep at all in the middle of the night. It was not until the middle of the night that she finally fell asleep. Maybe she slept too well last night. Yan Rongrong woke up very early in the morning. She only felt that her hands and feet were very hot, but she couldn't move, so she opened her eyes. Then I saw a handsome face close at hand. "Sir, Mr. Sir." She almost called out directly. Fortunately, she controlled it in time, but Mr. Sir. She looked around. It was in the bedroom. She slept on the sofa last night. Did Mr. Sir carry her to bed? And they still sleep together? She moved her hand and found that it seemed to wake up Su Bohong, so she quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. After Su Bohong woke up, he was also at a loss. Then when he saw Yan Rongrong, he couldn't help laughing and gently tapped the tip of her nose with his finger. I slept soundly. Yan Rongrong's heart was about to jump out. Fortunately, her hand was in the quilt, otherwise she would have exposed herself. She grabbed the quilt so hard that Mr. Su didn't find out that she was pretending to sleep. Feeling that the bed was lighter and heard the sound of Su Bohong carefully opening the door and going out, she opened her eyes, then opened her mouth and gasped. She felt hot all over and touched her face. It was so hot. Mr. Su just touched her nose. Staring at the chandelier on the roof for a long time, she finally came to her senses. She must not think too much. Mr. Su may have hugged her back last night and was too sleepy, so he lay in bed and fell asleep. Touching her nose in the morning was also because his hands were itchy. Yes, it must be so. Even if she coaxed herself to think so, Yan Rongrong still didn't dare to face Su Bohong. She was afraid of being exposed and blushing, so she procrastinated until she felt that Su Bohong had gone to work before leaving the room. Who knew that as soon as he came out, he saw Su Bohong sitting at the dining table and looking at the iPad, as if he was browsing the financial news. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he looked up. "Are you awake? Hurry up and wash up and have breakfast." Yan Rongrong stood there, said "oh," and ran back to the bedroom quickly. There was a bathroom in the bedroom. Yan Rongrong washed up and came out. She slowly walked to the dining table and sat down. Aunt Wen brought a bowl of pumpkin porridge from the kitchen and put it in front of her. "Rongrong, did you sleep well last night?" "Sweet pumpkin porridge." Yan Rongrong subconsciously went to see Su Bohong. Su Bohong didn't react, but Aunt Wen smiled. "The young master said that you like sweet food, so I specially made sweet food for you today, and this, Liarongbao." Chapter 22 A piece of affectionate feeding the dog. Yan Rongrong looked at Aunt Wen putting the same exquisite food in front of her and wanted to drool. "Aunt Wen, this is too exquisite. How long have you been doing it?" Aunt Wen wiped her hands on her apron and said with a smile. "As long as you like to eat, I'm good at making this. My wife likes these small noodles very much. By the way, my wife is from the north. She is very cheerful and likes to eat mutton and these noodles, and also, Aunt Wen, you should sit down and eat when you are done." Interrupted by Su Bohong, Aunt Wen smiled. "Well, okay, I have one more thing. You eat first." Yan Rongrong blinked her eyes and looked at Su Bohong for a few times. She felt that Mr. Su might not want her to know about his mother, so she didn't dare to ask more questions. Su Bohong took a lotus bag and put it on Yan Rongrong's plate. "Eat quickly. I'll take you out to buy a mobile phone after eating." "Huh?" Yan Rongrong looked up at him. "No, Mr. Sir, you go to work. Don't delay your work. I'll just ask my friend to accompany me to buy it." Su Bohong took a meal of chopsticks. "Was the little white face your friend yesterday?" Yan Rongrong is at a loss, little white face. Finally, he realized that he was talking about Zhou Chuxi. However, although Zhou Chuxi is also good-looking, when it comes to the little white face, Mr. Su should be more like him. He is so good-looking, which is much more beautiful than Zhou Chuxi. Seeing that Yan Rongrong didn't say anything, Su Boha's face suddenly turned a little black and he put down his chopsticks and looked at her. It depends on the character to make friends. That person is obviously not good at heart. Yan Rongrong took it for granted and nodded vigorously. Aha, Mr. Su, you think you are so accurate. It's Ji Ye who is stupid. Zhou Chuxi is not an authentic person for Zhou Chuxi to use Ji Ye to ask her out. Su Bohong was a little confused. He thought that Yan Rongrong was going to speak for the little white face. Unexpectedly, she reacted like this. The seriousness on Su Boha's face suddenly disappeared, and there was also a little smile. Well, be obedient and be careful not to be deceived. There are many bad people. The corners of Yan Rongrong's mouth twitched. Why did she sound like she was afraid that kindergarten children would be cheated away by candy? Is she an adult? However, thinking that Mr. Su was also for her good, she did not dare to refute. Aunt Wen stood in the kitchen and looked at the two with a smile. The aunt smiled. What a perfect match. If the lady knew, she would definitely be able to discuss with her for hundreds of rounds. After breakfast, Yan Rongrong was taken out by Su Bohong. He prepared a shoulder bag for her, which contained snacks, paper towels, sunscreen, water cups and other things. Yan Rongrong saw that the bag was very beautiful, so she couldn't help asking. Where did you buy this bag? It's so beautiful. I'm also going to buy one for Qiye. She will definitely like it. She likes this little rabbit pattern the most. Aunt Wen said to her heart from the side. There is no second one. This is a customized version, and the young master has only one. But listen to Su Bohong's way. Let me buy it for you. Yan Rongrong didn't know the price of this bag. She thought it was an ordinary bag, so she didn't settle the tens of yo with Su Bohong. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. Aha, thank you, Mr. Su. Aunt Wen stopped talking, but she saw Su Bohong indifferent. She glanced at her and immediately shut up, but sighed in her heart. It seemed that her young master was going to be slaughtered again. Su Bohong took Yan Rongrong out today and drove a red supercar. Yan Rongrong felt that the car was too ostentatious, and she was a little restless. Finally, when Yan Rongrong got out of the car, she felt several glances looking at them. Su Bohong came over and put a hat on Yan Rongrong's head, covering her whole face. He took her wrist and walked into the mall, and the shopping guide treated them very warmly. There were also a few people looking at their mobile phones next to them. At this time, all their eyes fell on Su Bohong. I'm right, am I? Is it really Su Xiao? That's right, and Su Xiao hasn't worn a mask yet, which is easy to recognize, but who is the person next to Su Xiao? Judging from her figure, that's a girl. Is Su Xiao really in love? Oh, my god, it's amazing. Several girls picked up their mobile phones and quietly took photos of Yan Rongrong and others. Although those people talked in a low voice, Yan Rongrong's ears were so good that she heard it. She couldn't help but go to see Su Bohong, but saw that he was listening carefully to the shopping guide introducing the mobile phone. She stretched out her hand and gently pulled the corner of his clothes. There were several screams from the side. Ah. She is too spoiled, isn't she? Pull the clothes. Su Xiao, look at Su Xiao's eyes, how gentle they are. Su Bohong put his ear in front of Yan Rongrong, and Yan Rongrong whispered nervously. Someone is filming us. Let's go quickly. Don't buy it. Su Bohong smiled at her soothingly. It's okay. Buy it. You can see which one you like. Yan Rongrong felt that there seemed to be more people in this store. She was really uncomfortable when she was looked at, and she didn't choose carefully. She just heard from the shopping guide that a black one was more durable, so she directly said that one. Su Bohong was slightly stunned and asked the shopping guide. Are there any other colors for this one? The shopping guide said sorry. No, only black. Su Bohong confirmed to Yan Rongrong again. Do you really want this one? Yan Rongrong is now paying all her attention to the people around her, and she doesn't care about her mobile phone. She just wants to leave now, so she nodded hurriedly. Aha, just this one? Su Bohong directly guided the shopping guide. That's all. I want two and wrap them up. Yan Rongrong looked at Su Bohong doubtfully. Why two? Su Bohong lowered his head and said in her ear. Yan Rongrong didn't understand what he meant at first. It was not until she was protected out of the store by Su Bohong and sat in the car for a long time before she realized Su Bohong's meaning. Mr. Su, why did you open a special line for me? Actually, it's really unnecessary. Yes, you have my baby in your stomach. Yan Rongrong was speechless. Well, everything is for this baby. He was really hit by the dean. Maybe it was really a golden bump. Su Bohong sent Yan Rongrong home and rushed to the company. Yan Rongrong sat alone on the sofa and played with the new mobile phone. She pressed her card on it and logged in to the chat software. Then the messages began to ring non-stop, most of which were Qiye and her family. She first listened to the voice message from her father and brother, saying that she was angry with her mother and asked her to go home quickly and apologize to her mother. Yan Rongrong held her mobile phone, and the joy in her heart suddenly disappeared. Apologize? Does it work for her to go back and apologize? She touched her belly. She can't go back now. If she goes back, she will definitely be beaten. In case something happens to the baby, how should she explain to Mr. Su how to explain to the baby? She clicked on Chi Ye's message again, and she unexpectedly, he was crying with a big tongue, crying about his deep affection for feeding the dog, crying that Zhou Chuhua was not a thing, and he dared to covet her best friend. He was simply a bastard. Chapter 23. To be honest, it was also besieged. According to the time, she sent it in the middle of the night yesterday. At that time, Yan Rongrong's mobile phone was broken, so she didn't see it. Chi Yu also sent her a video of her holding a wine bottle alone and standing at the table singing. The howl was probably heard by the whole building. Yan Rongrong quickly called her and wanted to comfort her, but she didn't expect that Chi Yu had gone to Bunji and let Yan Rongrong go there. Yan Rongrong was so scared that she quickly found an excuse to hang up the phone. She didn't dare to play that kind of exciting game even when she was not pregnant. What's more, she is still pregnant with a baby now. The key is that her baby is still so good. She listens. It is said that many people will feel very uncomfortable during pregnancy, but she doesn't feel it. She can eat and sleep, but she cried last night and was a little in a bad mood. Aunt Wen brought her a plate of fruit, glanced at the new mobile phone in her hand, and said with a smile. The young master bought it. Yan Rongrong just opened Weibo. Before she had time to read it, she looked up at Aunt Wen when she heard the words. Aunt Wen smiled very hard and said to Yan Rongrong, "My young master is quite considerate, isn't he? In fact, he is not very good at taking care of people. In fact, he is a good person." No, I think Mr. So is very good at taking care of people. Aunt Wen smiled more meaningfully and nodded. Yes, I can take care of people, but I can only take care of you. You little girl, get enlightened early. Yan Rongrong ate the fruit with a toothpick. As soon as she ate a piece of dragon fruit, her eyes stopped. I only saw the 8th hot search on Weibo. The president bought a mobile phone in person. Yan Rongrong didn't know the hot search of Su Bohong before, so she didn't click it, but was attracted by the following hot search. Is Sir Xiao going to make an official announcement? After Yan Rongrong clicked in, she found that the two hot searches were actually related. Then she saw the photo of her and Su Bohong in the mobile phone store, especially the photo was particularly tricky, that is, the photo of Su Bohong hugging her shoulder and protecting her. Yan Rongrong carefully flipped through several posts and found that she didn't take a picture of her face. She was a little relieved. She didn't expect that Su Bohong was not a star. She was so popular that she bought a mobile phone and was on the hot search. But the last post with a lot of likes and comments made her frown. The one who is protected by Si Xiao looks like Chen Shuwen. Her height and hair are also long and black now. Although she can't see her face, everyone looks at her figure and ankles. She really looks like her. Yan Rongrong couldn't help looking at her ankle. Where did it look like? How do these people spread rumors? Let me tell you, it must be Chen Shuwen, otherwise if she were a layman, who would wrap herself so tightly. And do you still remember the news last night? Point the way. There is a link behind, and Yan Rongrong clicked in. At Circle News, if I had known that Su Xiao did have a girlfriend recently, it may be officially announced soon. Let's look forward to it. Yan Rongrong looked confused. The girlfriend she was dating? Why doesn't she know? Mr. Su didn't say that she lives here now. If he had a girlfriend, he would have said it, right? The following piles are all Q in Chen Shuwen, and there is also ITers. Then, Yan Rongrong was instructed to another link. After clicking in, she found that it was actually a photo of Su Bohong and Chen Shuwen talking face to face. That place looked like a hotel banquet hall. The two looked at each other affectionately, as if they were chatting passionately, with a sweet smile on Chen Shuen's face. According to their fans, it was a photo taken last night. Last night, Mr. Su did go out to see Chen Shuen. Just thinking so, I saw a hot search to the top of the list at the speed of a rocket. Su Bohong personally faked. He is not familiar with Miss Chen. Yan Rongrong didn't see Su Bohong's Weibo before. Unexpectedly, he still has a lot of Weibo followers, more than 10 million. His Weibo avatar is actually the original avatar, and the number of Weibo is also very small, only 3 in total. The latest one was just sent. I'm not familiar with Miss Chen. Please don't spread rumors. Sure enough, it was simple and rough, inexplicably. Yan Rongrong felt much more comfortable, and she didn't think deeply about it herself. Seeing that there were a lot of comments below, she clicked on it and found that the first few were all scolding Su Bohong. What do you say that he doesn't know good or bad? What's wrong with Chen Shuwen? Before the woman said anything, he actually came out to refute the rumors first, and another one actually said that it was because Chen Shuwen rejected his unspoken rules that he had her face on Weibo. Yan Rongrong couldn't help it and replied under this microblog. Some people's fans are really enough. Mr. Su is handsome, has a good character, and is also gentle and considerate. A lot of money is still his most inconspicuous advantage. If he wants to hide the rules, your sister will happily set off firecrackers for 3 days, right? He will respond that it is obviously because some people are too bad at posting, and they are annoyed, lest some people be deceived and knock on CP. Yan Rongrong has seen their CP before, and there are still many fans. Those fans are everywhere that Chen Shuwen is going to marry into a rich family. What did Su Bohan do for Chen Shuwen? Yan Rongrong, as when she was a passerby, she was almost deceived, but since Su Bohan told her that day that he had nothing to do with Chen Shuwen, Yan Rongrong was angry when she saw these misleading words again. After replying, she felt comfortable, so she put down her mobile phone and went to the kitchen to help Aunt Wen prepare lunch together. Who knew that when she finished lunch and went back to the bedroom to take a nap, she turned on her mobile phone and found that there were hundreds of replies on her Weibo. Yan Rongrong was shocked. In fact, she didn't use this microblog much. At most, she just went up to browse the hot search, so there were generally few people on her Weibo. With so many replies and hundreds of private messages at once, she thought it was incredible. However, after she read those replies and private messages, she was so angry that she couldn't sleep, and most of them scolded her. Dream girl, don't dream. Do you think Su Bohan can still like you if you praise Su Bohan like this? That's right, you can really tell that Su Xiao is cold and noble, gentle and considerate. Is he in your dream? Yan Rongrong was so angry that she replied, of course not. You haven't seen it, which only shows that you don't have the blessing to see his gentle side. At this time, Yan Rongrong, who was still quarreling with netizens in her private message. Jin Mingchen is one of the partners of the second largest law firm in Kyoto. He is unwilling to take over the family business, but prefers to be a lawyer. He has done a very good job. When he heard Su Bohan's words, he had no worries. Su Bohan has been a calculating person since he was a child. Since he said so, there is no suspense for these people to become defendants. Not long after Su Bohan left Haichen Law Firm, the official account of the law firm posted a lawyer's letter. The lawyer's letter was very long. People found that the defendant's name was dense in the column. Many defendants originally went to eat melons and laughed at them by the way, but they didn't expect to see their names in the defendant column. It's really like eating melons on myself. Immediately on the internet after frying the pot, many people began to explore the identity of Xiaoyang Guagua. No one expected to scold a person casually, which would attract a lawsuit. Take a look at the real identity of Xiaoyang Guagua. Whose canary is Xiaoyang Guagua? These titles are more and more explicit, and the number of readings of the following posts has increased exponentially. Not long after, Yan Rongrong, who had just been uploaded from the hot search, was topped again, and this time the two trending searches were uploaded together. In a high-end suite of Yinjing Hotel, Chen Shuwen smashed her mobile phone hard on the ground. What's going on? Where on earth did this come from? Her agent stood aside, with the same gloomy face. We don't know. Obviously, today's notice has been written, just waiting for the warm-up. As soon as those photos are sent out, you and Su Bohan will have something to do with it. At that time, it will be made by CP fans. Sugar deep peeling, your status in this circle has been greatly improved. Who knows what kind of little Yaguagua will be killed halfway. Chen Shue's beautiful face was a little distorted at this time. She didn't even look at the mobile phone on the ground and said angrily, "Go and check it out to see what her background is." Unexpectedly, he ran out to find a sense of existence at this time. Her eyes flashed ferociously, and she dared to squeeze my hot search at this time, then I would never let her feel better. The agent rolled up his sleeves. Don't worry. Our people have already checked it, and there should be a result soon. Chen Shuwen said angrily. What can we do if there is a result? Now, the attention of the whole network is on her. Even if we send those photos, it is useless. The agent sat beside her and patted her on the back to comfort her. You have to be steady. Even if it will be suppressed, there will always be a fever. At this time, we can't wait any longer. Send those photos immediately. Chen Shuwen looked at the agent and frowned and thought. But the effect will be much worse. She was really unwilling. She had planned for so long that she was even poured wine by the young master Yang Yi until she vomited. She paid so much just to make others think that she had climbed the big tree of Su Bohan, but now she was robbed of the limey by that little-faced melon. How could she not hate it? After thinking for a long time, she still listened to the agent's words and sent out the materials she made. Although the effect would be much worse, it was in the eyes of netizens. After all, she will be tied up with Su Bohan. Yan Rongrong didn't know that she had offended people because of these black hot searches. At this time, she was sitting at home watching cartoons and eating the fruit salad made for her by Aunt Wen. Su Bohan rushed back from the law firm and parked the car when Yan Rongrong's mobile phone rang. He took out his mobile phone to answer. A very big girl's voice immediately came from the phone. Rongrong, where are you? Have you read the news on the internet? If I remember correctly, your Weibo name is Xiaoyang Guagua, right? Rongrong, who on earth have you offended? Why is it on the hot search? Su Bohan listened to Qi Ye's shouts on the phone as he entered the elevator. Rongrong, hurry up and hide, but don't come out to fight with those people. There is no lower limit to the black man. Be careful of them. What will you do then? Where on earth are you now? Why don't you come to my house to hide for a few days? The elevator door opened, and Su Bohong came out. When he stood at the door of his house, he said lightly, "She's with me. It's okay. Thank you for your concern." Chi Ye was still talking to Yan Rongrong, who knew that she heard the man's voice, and then she was speechless in shock. When she finally came to her senses, the phone had been hung up. A man's voice? Rongrong. At his house? Chi Ye jumped up from the bed in shock and hit her head on the crystal lamp. She grinned in pain. Rongrong is in a man's house, and the man's voice sounds familiar. Is it her boss? She covered her mouth. Oh, my God, what shocking secret did she discover? A lot of things immediately came to her mind. She was so scared that her face turned pale and she couldn't sit still at home. She put on her shoes and went out. Chapter 26. How dare you rub the heat? When Yang Rongrong saw Su Bohong coming back, she raised the salad bowl and asked, "Mr. Su, do you want to eat fruit?" Su Bohong changed his shoes and sat down beside her, and then looked at her silent. Yan Rongrong was stunned. She fed the spoon tentatively. Su Bohong actually opened his mouth very cooperatively. Yan Rongrong swallowed her saliva fiercely and said to her heart, "It turns out that Mr. Su likes others to feed him." Su Bohong returned Yan Rongrong's mobile phone to her. "Your friend just called you and told you not to go out these days." Yan Rongrong also surfed the internet. She knew how terrible it was to dig up information on the internet, and she was also afraid that others would find her, so she nodded obediently. "Well, I won't go out, but this time, I'm tired of Guo Yanji. I'm very sorry to him." Su Bohong frowned slightly. "Do you like Guo Yanji?" Yan Rongrong looked up at Su Bohong and said with a smile, "Yes, the TV series he starred in are very good, and he is so good looking." Su Bohong's eyes fused slightly and suddenly asked, "Do you look good with me?" "What?" Yan Rongrong didn't know how to answer when he was asked. Saying that Guo Yanji was good looking was almost Yan Rongrong's mantra. When everyone saw his photo in the fan group, they would say that he was so beautiful, so she subconsciously said so just now. Su Bohong also found that he didn't know what he had just said and smiled at Yan Rongrong. Don't surf the internet these days. It's a misma. If you have a lot of time and don't know how to use it, just study, read more, and you can take the exam next year. Yan Rongrong stared at him with wide eyes and swallowed the apple in her mouth hard. "Are you true what you said? Can I still take the exam?" Su Bohong nodded. "Yes, I will see if there is any place to study during this period, and there may be results tomorrow, but it depends on your own will. If you want to go directly to college, you can do it." Yan Rongrong couldn't help sighing at Su Bohong's power. However, she still wants to rely on herself. In the past, her grades were actually very good, but she died by herself, and there was such a situation during the exam, which led to the final result. She still remembers that her family told her directly and clearly that she had to read it again, so she didn't fill in the application form. The teacher called her home to ask, comforted her, and suggested re-study. It was also on that day that Yan Rongrong finally couldn't suppress her sadness, because she had no chance at all next year. Her mother clearly told her that she would work to earn money and asked her to help her brother study. She was depressed, so she went to the bar with Chi Ye, and then met Mr. Su Bohong looked at Yan Rongrong's eyes, from the initial shock, joy, and slowly changed to sadness, and began to shed tears. He looked at her nervously and was a little at a loss when he saw her crying for a moment. "You don't want to go?" I said, "You can decide for yourself." Yan Rongrong shook her head vigorously. "Mr. Su, thank you. Thank you very much. I thought I would never have this opportunity in my life." Su Bohong thought of what he saw about Yan Rongrong's family, and the grievances she suffered at home flashed in his mind. He stretched out his hand and gently held Yan Rongrong in his arms. "With me in the future, no one will bully you anymore." Yan Rongrong looked up at his beautiful chin, but her heart was even more sad. This embrace is so warm, but she can't rely on it for too long. She will leave eventually. She feels that she is a little greedy for Mr. C's warmth now, but Mr. Su is not the person she can miss. Thinking of this, she cried even more. Su Bohong thought that she was because of the grievances in the past, so she could only hold her and coax her softly. I don't know how long she cried. She was tired of crying and fell asleep in Su Bohong's arms. Aunt Wen came over gently and asked, "Young master, what's the matter? Why are you crying so much?" Su Bohong shook his head at Aunt Wen, bent down to pick up Yan Rongrong, and walked towards the bedroom. Aunt Wen whispered behind him, "Young master, I think Rongrong should go for a physical examination. I think she can sleep very well these days. As long as she doesn't go out, she can sometimes fall asleep while sitting on the sofa." "No, she is fine. Su Bohong naturally knows what's going on. Yan Rongrong will be sleepy because of her pregnancy. Fortunately, she didn't have those vomiting, can't eat and other pregnancy reactions. Now she can still eat and sleep, which is good enough." After following the door of the bedroom, Aunt Wen didn't go in. She stood at the door and watched Su Bohong put Yan Rongrong down, and then saw that her young master secretly kissed Yan Rongrong. Aunt Wen quickly turned around and went to find something to do. When Su Bohong came out, she actually wanted to ask, what did the young master plan for Rongrong? Should we get married or just raise it outside? But if you want to say that Rongrong is his lover, the two of them don't sleep together, and this state doesn't look like lovers. But let's say that the relationship is pure. Obviously, her young master hugs and kisses others. Su Bohong just entered the study when he received a call from Yang Yi. I said, Aheng, that woman is attached to you again. What do you think? Su Bohong didn't say anything. Yang Yi soon sent a few photos, which turned out to be the P picture plus misaligned, which really created an ambiguous atmosphere. Su Bohong's face was cold and he said to Yang Yi in a low voice, remove them all for me, blow up what should be bombed, remove what should be removed, and also notify her agency to block it. Yang Yi was shocked. Aheng, isn't it? Are you so cruel? You didn't do this before. You always left room for people. After all, you are a girl. I'm afraid that something will happen if you are forced to the end. Will you think about it again? She doesn't want to leave room for herself. What can I leave for her? Block it. Do you think it's so easy to stand in the shade of my tree? Yang Yi sighed on the other end of the phone. It's a pity. In fact, she is a very beautiful girl with good acting skills. In fact, the resources have always been good. Unfortunately, she wants more. Su Bohong did not continue this topic. Chen Shuwen was just an irrelevant person to him. These little stars wanted to get better resources through him. He used to turn a blind eye. I'm too lazy to pay attention to it, but this time it's different. This woman is calculating him 3 or 4 times. Do you really think Su Bohong has a good temper? Since you are restless, don't hang out in this circle. If you are very free, please keep an eye on the public relations company and ask them to reverse the image of Xiaoyang Guagua as soon as possible. Yang Yi said with a smile. Okay, follow my order, young master. I'll keep an eye on you. I guarantee that when your little baby wakes up, there will be a lot of praise on the internet. Speaking of this, he couldn't control his gossip and asked in a low voice. Aheng, are you going to give her a name? Chapter 27. The little girl wants to chat. Su Bohong did not answer Yang Yi's question and hung up the phone directly. Yan Rongrong actually slept very restlessly. She dreamed that she was being chased and scolded. Strange faces scolded her for being delusional, and scolding her for thinking that there would be a good end to being a licking dog. Even if you lick Su Xiao will look at you directly. Su Xiao doesn't even know you, okay? All kinds of unpleasant words echoed in her mind, as if she was going to bind her in her sleep. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw only the darkness in the room. She touched the sweat on her head and held her knees for a while before she calmed down. She went down to the ground and turned on the light. When she walked to the door, she heard the sound of the door opening in the study next door, and she immediately opened the door. Seeing Su Bohong come out, he walked towards the sofa. Mr. Su and Su Bohong turned around and saw Yan Rongrong stunned. Why did you wake up? He walked towards Yan Rongrong, his eyes fell on her feet, and his eyebrows frowned slightly. Yan Rongrong immediately lowered her eyes and moved her toes. I'll go back right away. Well, you, don't sleep on the sofa. You have to go to work every day, and you can't sleep on the sofa. Su Bohong couldn't help but think of Yan Rongrong, who fell into his arms last night. The girl's body fragrance tortured him and didn't sleep well all night. In the morning, he was afraid that Yan Rongrong would wake up and panic, so he got up early again. Seeing Su Bohong's hesitation, Yan Rongrong squeezed her nightgown with her fingers and whispered, the bed is quite big. I sleep very honestly and won't take up too much space. The corners of Su Bohong's mouth moved slightly. Honest. This girl must have misunderstood herself. Looking at the shy and nervous appearance of the little girl, Su Bohong smiled. Okay, then I'll go back to bed later. You go to bed first. What about you? Yan Rongrong blurted out and asked. I'm going to take a shower. Yan Rongrong turned around and went back to the room, slammed the door, and then leaned against the door to grab her hair. You idiot, why do you ask? What else can I do in the middle of the night? You won't let Mr. Su misunderstand anything, will you? She scratched her hair in annoyance and went back to bed. She habitually went to the bedside table to touch her mobile phone. She didn't touch it. She looked under the pillow, but there was none. Could it be? She suddenly remembered that she didn't seem to be asleep in the bedroom. Was she crying before she fell asleep? Su Bohong hugged her. Yan Rongrong covered her face, and her ears were hot. She suddenly thought of the words that scolded her in the nightmare, saying that she licked dogs, and there was no good end for licking dogs. Her face turned white again. She didn't want to do anything to Mr. Su at first, but she just wanted to keep the baby in her belly alive. She really didn't lick it. Hearing the knock on the door, Yan Rongrong quickly pulled the quilt to her body. Come in. Su Bohong pushed the door and came in. He was wearing a home clothes, and his arms and calves were exposed. His complexion was very fair, and the muscles on his arms were smooth. Standing there was really a little criminal. Yan Rongrong twisted her head and didn't say anything. She heard Su Bohong coughing, and then she heard Su Bohong coming over. Well, if you're not used to it, I can. It's okay. Yan Rongrong looked up at him and pursed her lips. I'm fine. Don't sleep outside. Su Bohong nodded and sat down by the bed. Then, go to sleep. Yan Rongrong immediately lay down and occupied one side, but in fact, she was slender and only occupied a small area. This bed is 2.45 meters. 2 people sleep on one side, and in fact, another person can sleep in the middle. Su Bohong's quilt was taken out 2 days ago, so the 2 of them each had a quilt. They slept in a really clear way, and they could not touch it at all. Yan Rongrong held the corner of the quilt tightly with her hands, unconsciously putting all her attention behind her, listening to Mr. C's breathing, and Mr. C's occasional turning over. She just slept for a while, and now she really can't sleep. She took a deep breath and asked, Mr. Sir, is my mobile phone in the living room? Su Bohong is used to lying flat when he sleeps. He closed his eyes slightly and gave a faint hum. I put it away. You can watch it tomorrow and go to bed now. She thought of what happened at night and that she was on the top of the hot search. She was still confused and didn't know why she suddenly got so many people's attention. Mr. Su, after the discussion, will people on the internet forget and hold on to it? Su Bohong turned his head to look at her. Aren't you a fan of Guo Yanji? Don't know the situation on the internet? Yan Rongrong was suddenly speechless. Well, in fact, she knew that she would probably be scolded for a long time, but people are like this. Knowing that the result was not good, she still wanted to hear others say a good result to her. Even if she knew it was comforting, she would relax. Do you like Guo Yanji very much? Yan Rongrong felt that this sentence was familiar. Mr. Su seemed to have asked, but she couldn't sleep now, so she answered again patiently. I like him very much. I have liked him for 3 years. I have liked him very much since he was a little fool. Of course, at first glance, it was because he was good looking. You don't know, at that time, I thought he was really good looking, 360 degrees without dead angles. Later, I became a fan and got used to paying attention to him, but I haven't quarreled with people on the internet before, but I helped him reverse the black and made data, but I haven't bought endorsements. I don't have much pocket money. His endorsements are ridiculously expensive, so I can only help him make data and anti-black. Su Bohong couldn't understand what Yan Rongrong said later, but he understood one thing, that is, Yan Rongrong is very poor. She is a student, so she helps idols do what he can. It seems that he really likes it. Su Bohong's voice was a little low, and Yan Rongrong couldn't hear it clearly. Mr. Sir, what did you say? Su Bohong said lightly. It's nothing. Go to sleep. Yan Rongrong didn't want to sleep. She suddenly remembered that Mr. Su was a nobleman of a rich family, and he must be able to contact stars, so she especially wanted to know more about her idol from him. Mr. Su, Guo Yanji has a good reputation in the circle. Have you seen him? She didn't know that this answer was so unexpected that she forgot her shyness and turned around suddenly, looking into the eyes of her boss Bohong. Have you seen him? I don't know. Su Bohong's eyes are deep. Is this strange? There are so many stars around me every day. I can't remember him. Is it strange? Well, the corners of Yan Rongrong's mouth twitched, and she really didn't know what to say for a moment. Well, she knew that the nobleman of a rich family like Su Bohong did make the stars flock to her, and there were too many people who wanted to climb up to him. At the same time, she felt gloomy. Yes, Guo Yanji is the person she can't expect, but Mr. Su is the person who can't be expected but can't be. She actually slept with Su Bohong, which is simply a great feeling of luck. Chapter 28. It's so awkward. Yan Rongrong scolded herself in her heart. What a bad idea is this? She lost it for the first time. And she also had a baby in her stomach. Her stable life has become like now that she dares not even return home. She is not lucky. Only by squeezing out the messy ideas in her mind can she think normally. Then can you help me get his autographed photo? Yan Rongrong's eyes were bright and she looked at Su Bohong expectantly. Su Bohong twisted the beginning and said in a low voice. No, Yan Rongrong's face was full of disappointment and she still wanted to fight for it again. Mr. Su, you. Su Bohong turned over directly and turned his back to Yan Rongrong. Sleepy, Yan Rongrong looked at him with his back to her. She was a little injured, but she was really tired when she thought that he had to go to work every day. She could only swallow all the words, slowly turned over and closed her eyes. She is really sleepy these days, and she is the first to fall asleep. When Su Bohong heard that she was breathing evenly, he looked back, sighed gently, and then changed to lying on her back. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Yan Rongrong rarely woke up early today, but as before, Su Bohong still got up early, and he was gone when she woke up. Yan Rongrong sat up. After waking up, she seemed to hear a sound in the bathroom. She immediately went down to the bathroom, because she was not wearing slippers and walked softly. She stood at the door of the bathroom and listened carefully. There was indeed the sound of water. Taking a shower? Didn't Mr. Su leave? Are you taking a shower? Who knew that the bathroom door opened before she could get back to bed? Su Bo-hong wore a white bath towel around his waist, and his perfect and strong body was so intuitively displayed in front of Ye Rongrong. In particular, she didn't reach Su Bo-ha's shoulder, and her eyes were facing each other. Well, the place she shouldn't have looked at. Her eyes widened in shock and her body suddenly retreated, but she slipped under her feet without shoes and fell straight back. Yan Rongrong's first reaction was to protect her stomach. She hugged her stomach with both hands and closed her eyes hard. Su Bo-ha's face also changed greatly. He quickly stretched out his hand, hugged her waist, and took her into his arms. Unexpectedly, Yan Rongrong was scared to death just now. She wanted to grab something randomly to stabilize her body, and then pulled it to a place that should not be pulled. Although she was separated from the bath towel, it made her feel a great impact. Su Bo-hong hummed, and his arms holding Yan Rongrong suddenly tightened, and his whole body tightened. Yan Rongrong didn't feel the pain, so she slowly opened her eyes and saw Su Bo-hong's handsome face. Oh, my god, huh. She took a long breath and touched her stomach. Then, she finally felt that her other hand seemed to. Yan Rongrong's face suddenly turned red, and then she seemed to be greatly frightened. She let go of her hand in a panic and escaped from Su Bo-hong's arms. Su Bo-hong was afraid that she would fall down again, so he grabbed her arm hard, and his voice was low and hoarse. Be careful. Yan Rongrong's head is about to fall into the crack of the ground. She thinks it's better to kill her by lightning now. What did she do just now? What's the matter? Aunt Wen rushed in. When she saw the situation in the room, her face also changed and she quickly turned her head. I just heard Rongrong shouting. Are you okay? Su Bo-hong did not look at Aunt Wen, but at Yan Rongrong's feet. He found that the little girl was very disobedient, short of memory, and did not wear slippers. Yan Rongrong was about to die of embarrassment. Hearing Aunt Wen ask her, she quickly said, "Oh, no, it's okay. Go ahead and get busy." Aunt Wen hurried out and couldn't help looking back when she walked to the door. She was thinking whether to tell her wife about Rongrong's existence or not. Looking at the situation of the young master, it seemed to be hard. Girls are soft and tender. How can they be hard? That will make people dislike him. If Rongrong hates him, then the young master will have no hope. In the room, Yan Rongrong tried hard to break away Su Bo-hong's hand, but Su Bo-hong grabbed her and did not let go. It was very dangerous just now. You should pay attention to your own safety. He bent down to hug Yan Rongrong. Yan Rongrong quickly stepped back. No, I'll go back by myself. I really don't need it. Seeing her resisting so much, Su Bo-hong frowned slightly, let go of Yan Rongrong, watched her run back to bed quickly, and then covered her head directly with a quilt. Su Bo-hong took a deep breath and looked down at his body. Was he scared just now? What's the reaction? He went into the bathroom again and closed the door quickly. Yan Rongrong hid in the quilt, blushing like a red shrimp. God, she has never been so embarrassed in her life. What on earth did she just catch? Yan Rongrong covered her face. She really didn't want to go out to meet people, which was too shameful. Moreover, that person was Mr. Su. Such a serious Mr. Su was offended by himself. She wanted to wait for Mr. Su to go out and come out of the quilt by herself. She had to slow down, or she really wanted to find a crack to get in. But after waiting for a long time, she was sweating all over. Su Bo-hong hadn't left yet, and listening to the sound of water, he seemed to have gone back to the bathroom again. Did he take a shower again? This recognition made Yan Rongrong start to think nonsense again. Obviously, he has taken a shower. Why did he take a shower again? Because she grabbed it? But it's not dirty with a bath towel, is it? She couldn't figure it out, so she had to keep going. Sweating more and more, the tip of his nose, forehead, and even his body were already sweating. Su Bo-hong hadn't come out yet, and Yan Rongrong seemed to hear some other sounds. But she couldn't hear clearly, and her brain was dizzy because of the heat at this time. Finally, she couldn't stand it. She pulled down the quilt and gasped. Huh. She touched her face, a layer of sweat, and her whole face was hot, which really suffocated her to death. There was a sound in the bathroom. This time, the sound seemed to be a little loud. Although I tried my best to endure it, I still covered the sound of water. Yan Rongrong heard it clearly. Her face, which had just recovered, suddenly turned red again. Well, she finally understood why Mr. Su went to take a shower again. Hearing the sound of the bathroom door being tried, Yan Rongrong quickly pulled up the quilt and hid herself again. It was too embarrassing. Don't see you again. But who knew that it seemed that only she was the only one who felt embarrassed, and Mr. Su himself didn't feel it at all, or he thought she couldn't hear it. He still wrapped himself in a bath towel, walked to the bedside, and reached out to pull the quilt. Don't you lack oxygen when you cover it? Come out quickly. Yan Rongrong pulled the quilt to death. I don't lack oxygen and don't come out. Su Bo-hong frowned, looked at her, lifted the corner of the quilt a little from the side, and then looked down at her. One of the two of them was in the quilt and the other was outside the quilt. They stared for a long time. Yan Rongrong let go of her hand, and the quilt was torn open by Su Bohong. Chapter 29. Master Si was heartbroken. Aren't you hot after sweating so much and covering yourself with a quilt? Yan Rongrong didn't dare to look into his eyes. She was so embarrassed just now. She really didn't want to see him now. Can she let her slow down? Su Bohong touched Yan Rongrong's head, touched the sweat of her hand, and frowned slightly. Hurry up and take a shower. If you don't sleep, get up. Get up and go out for a run first. Come back and start studying later. Yan Rongrong squeezed her neck to avoid his hand. She didn't hear what he said at all, so she responded indiscriminately. I knew that Su Bohong looked at his hand, and his eyes were darker than before. He looked down at himself, said nothing more, and walked out of the room. Hearing the door of the door, Yan Rongrong relaxed and lay on her back on the bed. In front of her, she seemed to be full of Mr. C's smooth and strong muscles and perfect abdominal muscles. She covered her eyes. Stop it. If you think about it, you will make a mistake. If she can't control it and knock down Mr. Si. Yan Rongrong rubbed her face to make herself stop her brain. Why didn't she find herself before? Unexpectedly, she must be so naive. She hasn't even pulled a boy's hand for 19 years, so she is like this. She sat up quickly, made the bed, hesitated for a long time, and went into the bathroom. She is sweating all over, and she doesn't feel comfortable without washing. There seemed to be a strong smell of hormones in the bathroom, which made the heat on Yan Rongrong's face that had just receded rise again, and her eyes glanced disobediently. Fortunately, she didn't see anything that shouldn't be seen. After taking a shower in a hurry, she came out of the bedroom and saw Su Bohong sitting at the dining table. Come and have breakfast. Oh, Yan Rongrong took a deep breath and sat down opposite him. Su Bohong's eyes swept over her and frowned slightly. Are you going to run in this? Yan Rongrong looked down at the skirt on her body. The long skirt, straight to her ankles, almost wrapped her whole body tightly. Running? Su Bohong turned off the iPad in his hand and looked at Yan Rongrong. Didn't I just say that I would take you out for a run after breakfast? Well, why doesn't she remember what she said? Let's eat first. Su Bohong didn't say anything more. Aunt Wen served breakfast on the table, and he asked Yan Rongrong to eat first. As usual, he would pick dishes for Yan Rongrong. In the past, Yan Rongrong would raise her head and smile politely at him, but today Yan Rongrong did not dare to look up. It's really not that she didn't want to thank others. It was true that as long as she saw this face, she would automatically take off his clothes in her mind. She was so guilty. After dinner, Su Bohong stood up and asked Yan Rongrong to go back to change her clothes. There is a small area of Yan Rongrong in the cloakroom. The clothes there are bought back by Su Bohong last time, and Su Bohong asked Aunt Wen to buy for Yan Rongrong in the past few days, which are all hung in the wardrobe, but most of Yan Rongrong has not worn. She will wear the skirt he bought when she goes out with Su Bohong, but when she goes out to see Chi Yi, she will change into her original old clothes. Yan Rongrong found a set of sportswear from inside and put it on, a pink sports t-shirt, and a short white skirt underneath, which just exposed her slender and straight legs. Aunt Wen couldn't help nodding. Young master, I have a good vision, right? Look at how beautiful Rongrong looks when she wears it, and she is full of youthful vitality. Su Bohong's eyes have been falling on Yan Rongrong, and his eyes are equally amazing, but there are some other emotions. He glanced at Aunt Wen with a low voice. Buy a longer skirt next time. Yan Rongrong walked to Su Bohong's side and touched her belly with her hand. She didn't show anything. Her waist was still as thin as before, but she would definitely not be able to wear such clothes in a few months. Mr. Sir, can I run now? Su Bohong's throat knot moved, and the corners of his lips can't help but smile. It's okay. We won't run. Let's go out for a walk. He found that Yan Rongrong was actually quite stupid. Knowing that it might be bad for her, did he still believe him? He took Wen Chi-Chi's water cup from the table and took her out. Yan Rongrong actually wanted to ask where her mobile phone was, but Su Bohong had already left, and she had to follow. This community is a high-end community with very good green scenery. There is a huge lake in front of it. Many people do morning exercises here in the morning. Although there is a fitness building, many people still like to run outdoors. Yan Rongrong and Su Bohong walked along the lake. Su Bohong had not said anything, but Yan Rongrong felt that he seemed to be thinking about something, and she didn't want to disturb him, so she didn't say anything and followed him silently. The air in the morning is very good, not sultry, cool and comfortable. Yan Rongrong took a few breaths with humid air and looked at the people running in front of her. Those things in the past have passed, and people still need to look forward. Su Bohong suddenly opened his mouth, and Yan Rongrong quickly turned her head to look at him. But what does Mr. C's sentence mean? She really doesn't understand that she is so stupid. Seeing Yan Rongrong's doubtful eyes, Su Bohong was a little embarrassed. For the first time in his life, he did something to comfort people, and he really didn't do well. He really can't comfort people. Those who hurt his friends and family, it's good not to harm each other. Who will comfort whom? That's right, what do you think about your family? Do you still want to go back? Yan Rongrong's face turned gloomy in an instant, and she held her fingers tightly. She didn't know why Su Bohong suddenly asked her why. She bit her lip. Mr. Su, if I live with you and cause you trouble, I can move out, but about the baby, you said you wanted him before, I don't want to kill him. Yan Rongrong hung her head and pinched her hands with her fingers to prevent herself from crying. She obviously doesn't like to cry, but Wyke felt so uncomfortable that she didn't know what she had done to trouble Mr. Su, and she wouldn't lick her face to ask what she would change. They didn't have such a deep relationship. It was good enough for him to take her in. Su Bohong frowned and saw Yan Rongrong's patience, and his tone was a little anxious. You misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Su Bohong unconsciously touched his nose. I don't know how to comfort people, and I rarely need to talk in a roundabout way. Then I'll say it directly. I want to say that your parents like your brother and younger brother, but they are not good to you. You have been wronged at home. How about don't go back? In fact, Su Bohong has no position to say these words. Those are Yan Rongrong's parents, the family she has lived in for 19 years. Her feelings for her family are not understandable to Su Bohong, and naturally, she can't make any decisions for her. However, after Su Bohong saw the investigation materials brought to him by Yo Yi, he really couldn't help but want to encircle Yan Rongrong, prevent her from returning to that home, and not to let her go back to be wronged and bullied. However, he had no position, so he wanted to comfort her euphemistically today, but Yan Rongrong almost misunderstood. Chapter 30 The Escalation of the Wind and Waves. She didn't hear Yan Rongrong's response. She just stared at him blankly. Su Bohong had no choice but to say again, I don't mean anything else. I just hope you can live a happy life and don't let yourself be wronged. Yan Rongrong's lips trembled slightly, and her big eyes quickly turned red. She looked at Su Bohong like that, but there were countless emotions in her heart. Why can this person be so good? Don't let yourself be wronged. This is something that no one has ever said to her. What her parents told her is always what she should do for her family. She wants to let her brother. No one has ever asked her if she will be wronged. She may not be a person at home, because in the eyes of her family, she should not have her own emotions. Seeing that Yan Rongrong didn't say anything, Su Bohong also sighed slightly in his heart. He gently patted Yan Rongrong's forehead. Keep going. It will be hot in a moment. Yan Rongrong squeezed her lips, nodded and continued to move forward, but from time to time she would turn her head to look at Su Bohong. She seemed to be trying to make a decision, and she seemed to be slightly lost. Anyway, her mood changed quickly, and Su Bohong didn't catch it. After walking for almost half an hour, Yan Rongrong almost drank a pot of water, and the two of them went back. Su Bohong sent Yan Rongrong downstairs. Go upstairs by yourself. I'm going to work. Call me if you need anything. Yan Rongrong nodded, looked at his dry lips, hesitated for a moment, and handed him the kettle in her hand. You should also drink some water and walk for so long. Su Bohong just looked at her and did not answer. Yan Rongrong was a little apprehensive and her eyes subconsciously wanted to dodge, but she tried her best to hold back and showed a bright smile to Su Bohong. Su Bohong pursed his lips, took her kettle, unscrewed the lid and took 2 sips. Yan Rongrong was a little disappointed. She thought he would use. Su Bohong watched Yan Rongrong go in, gently licked her lips, lowered her eyes and smiled, and then turned around to drive. Yan Rongrong stood in the elevator holding the kettle, and her heart beat faster because of the sudden idea in the morning. Looking at the number of the elevator, she took a few deep breaths and whispered to herself. Nothing is impossible. I'm still young, and I can afford to lose. She walked out of the elevator quickly and asked as soon as she entered the door. Aunt Wen, have you seen my mobile phone? Aunt Wen was stunned and took out Yan Rongrong's mobile phone from the drawer of the coffee table. Here, the young master put it there. Yan Rongrong took out her mobile phone and was going to make a phone call, but she saw that she had hundreds of unreceived calls. Yan Rongrong was stunned. What's going on? Why did so many people call her? She clicked on it and found that most of the numbers she didn't know were unknown, and they were also out-of-town numbers. She couldn't help looking at Aunt Wen, and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Continuing to look down, I saw 8 or 9 home phones, as well as Chi Ye's. She closed her eyes slightly. She was really a little afraid of answering the phone at home now. As soon as she answered the phone, she would quarrel. Her mother's abuse was like a spell on her body, which could not escape. She didn't answer the phone at home. She stood up and went to the balcony to call Chi Ye back. As soon as the phone was connected, Chi Ye shouted eagerly. Rongrong, hide quickly and don't go home. You have been beaten. Don't let them find you. Yan Rongrong's face changed, and she leaned against the railing. What? Chi Ye's voice was very urgent, and the environment she was in was also very noisy. Yan Rongrong heard many people's voices, but she couldn't hear what they were saying. A lot of people are around your door. Don't come out. You must hide and hang up first. I'll let you know if there is any news. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Yan Rongrong's whole body is still dull. Is she fleshed by someone? Someone blocked the door of her store. The key point is that she still doesn't know what she did wrong. How can someone want to eat her, abuse on the internet, and it's not enough to take her out on her anger? Can't she be at peace if she still wants to make trouble? She doesn't know what she has done. She stood on the balcony for a while before she came in and changed her shoes and went out. Su Bohong didn't go directly to the company, Booty went to Yang Yi's club. There were many people in the club in the morning. When they saw Su Bohong, many people stayed away from him. This Su Xiao was not as approachable as Yang Yi. Yang Yi was flirting with a girl. Su Bohong pushed the door directly in. The girl's eyes lit up, and a pair of eyes stuck to Su Bohong, and she flirted at him. However, Su Bohong may be short-sighted. Anyway, he didn't receive the girl's eyebrows and shouted coldly. When the girl went out, she was frightened and looked at Su Bohong aggrievedly. Su Dashao didn't look at her at all. The girl turned around and gave Yang Yi a tearful look. Seeing that Yang Yi didn't say anything, she reluctantly went out. Yang Yi picked up a glass of wine, took a sip, and then sat on the sofa and looked at Su Bohong. Ah hum, are you dissatisfied with your desires? Come to my place early in the morning to lose your temper. Su Bohong sat down and looked at Yang Yi and said angrily. Why did you promise me last night? Didn't you say that the public opinion is praising her today? Why is she still human flesh now? Yang Yi swallowed a mouthful of red wine, feeling a little guilty. This really can't be blamed. I had already contacted the Navy. There are tens of thousands of sailors. When the Navy is down, the public opinion will definitely be able to reverse it. But who knew that someone suddenly revealed her name last night, and someone went to search her family? I didn't know this matter until I woke up. But Aheng, don't worry, I have now let the Navy it's over, and the public opinion will be turned around soon. Su Bohong glanced at him coldly. If I believe you again, I'm a pig. I shouldn't have trusted you last night. I don't need your Navy. I'll solve it myself. He left the entertainment department and took out his mobile phone to call Secretary Zheng as soon as he got on the car. Contact the big media that we cooperate with. I need them to issue a notice together. In addition, the people with human flesh Xiaoyang Guagua will directly call the police. Everything about Xiaoyang Guagua on the internet will be removed, including her account, and hidden. At the door of Yang Rongrong's roast chicken shop, there were a lot of people at this time, crowding. They pulled banners and said that Yang Rongrong is a little free, licking dogs. The president can't even look at her, and the president will only like Chen Shuwang. The banner also said, Yang Rongrong, you little third, show your face. Qi Yu stood in the crowd, desperately trying to squeeze in, but those people stood at the door of the store and didn't leave. They were discussing loudly, but they didn't go to the store. They just stood at the door of the store, and the customers couldn't get in at all. Ling Xing and Yan Jianghe stood in the store and were shocked by this posture. Yan Jianghe had come out to say good things to them several times, saying that they still wanted to do business and don't block here, but those people asked him, do you feel ashamed that your daughter wants to be a junior? Chapter 31, Non-Necessful Crimes. Yan Jianghe was confused when asked and said subconsciously, we don't have the person you are looking for in our family. Don't talk nonsense. Those people holding mobile phones or various cameras took photos of Yan Jianghe. Isn't Yang Rongrong your daughter? We heard that she once wanted to be a junior because she liked a senior at school, so she went to find someone else's girlfriend and forced her to break up and become a junior. Don't you know? Yan Jianghe was so nervous that he didn't know what to say. Hearing those words, he was angry and shocked. You are talking nonsense. My Rongrong is very obedient and quiet. How can he do such a thing? Before he finished his words, he took more pictures of his mobile phone. Finally, it was admitted that Yang Rongrong was his daughter. With her daughter's character, her family must not be a good person. That's right, it's too shameless. In the past, she wanted to destroy the relationship between the senior and her girlfriend, and now she wants to interfere in Cheng Shua's relationship. She wants to be a junior, right? Ling Xing listened to those words, smashed a cup in her hand to the ground angrily, and walked out quickly. Is what you just said true? Did she go to find a man? There was a sound in the crowd. Stop pretending. What kind of person is your daughter? You don't know that you are her mother. We will boycott your store to the end in the future. Who made your daughter want to be a junior so much? Ling Xing's angry fingers were trembling, and she roared loudly. She has nothing to do with us. If she really did such a thing, then we will cut off relations with her. We won't have this daughter in the future. Yan Jianghe's face changed, and he suddenly turned around and shouted. What nonsense are you talking about? Ling Xing's face was full of fierceness, and she was extremely angry. Since she came to this home, what else has she done besides embarrassing us? What do we want this kind of daughter to do? She should never come back. Qi Yu finally squeezed to the front, but heard Ling Xing's words. She stopped and looked at Ling Xing, who was standing at the door of the store, through the heavy figures. There were some wrinkles on her face. Obviously, her face was very peaceful, but at this time her eyes were ferocious, as if Yang Rongrong was her enemy. Qi Yu's heart ached. She is really not worth it for Yang Rongrong. How can she have such a mother? Ling Xing has never regarded her as his own child. Usually, when a mother hears such a person who curses his daughter, she can't wait to go up and slap their mouths, but what about her? Unexpectedly, she didn't ask Yan Rongrong at all. She believed the words of these people and cursed her daughter in an almost pleasing way. Ling Xing's eyes were sharp and she saw Qi Yin standing in the crowd at a glance. She immediately rushed over and grabbed Qi Yi's arm and shouted loudly. Do you know where she is? You tell her that we don't have her daughter in the future. Don't involve us in anything she does. Yan Rongrong, you are Xiao Yang Guagua, right? Why do you target Chang Shuwen? Suddenly, there were all kinds of voices shouting Yan Rongrong behind. Qi Yi's face changed and she suddenly turned around. She saw the aggressive crowd that had been surrounding them just now, suddenly squeezed towards a place. She was stunned for a few seconds, then shook off Ling Xing and rushed towards the crowd. Yan Rongrong was immediately surrounded in the middle, and all kinds of people took pictures of her, cursed her, and even wanted to tear her apart. Are you a black fan of Chen Shuan? Why do you target her like that? How much money do you take? You used to be a junior. Don't you feel ashamed? How dare you break others on the internet? Yan Rongrong looked at the people around her, nervous and angry. She protected her stomach hard and stepped back. What on earth are you going to do? I don't know Chen Shuan. I just said something on the internet and you came to my house. You are making trouble. Someone sneered. Are you afraid of being told by others if you dare to be a junior? I'm not a junior. Yan Rongrong argued loudly, but unfortunately, no matter how loud her voice was, she couldn't cover the curses. You were a slut when you were in school. Do you still want to reverse Su Bohong? You don't even look at whether you are worthy or not. I'm afraid that people like you won't even see Su Bohong in their whole life. You really dare to think about it. A long-haired woman in a denim skirt pushed directly on Yan Rongrong's shoulder. Yan Rongrong's body was unstable and fell backwards. Her face was full of horror, and she didn't care about her back. She put her hands on her stomach and knocked her head heavily on the ground. Her painful eyes were full of tears. She looked down at her stomach, as if her stomach was fine, not particularly painful. Go away and stay away from me. The people around her seemed to be still approaching her. These people were all crazy at this moment, as if they were hurting Yan Rongrong, which could satisfy them. Several of these reporters mixed in with the crowd. When they saw Yan Rongrong lying on the ground, they looked at each other twice, hesitated for a moment, and put down the camera. This is not just a news digging. These people are a little too much. They communicated with each other whether to stop it or not. At this moment, black business cars drove towards this side. The business cars were centered on the roast chicken shop. One by one, they parked outside, occupying part of the street, surrounded by 3 floors, with more than 30 vehicles. Such a big movement stopped in the crowd close to Yan Rongrong, and they all turned their heads and looked over there. I saw many bodyguards in black suits and black sunglasses coming down from black business cars. The bodyguards all came towards the crowd. At a glance, it was black, and the momentum alone was very terrifying. Most of the people who came to besiege Yan Rongrong this time were girls. Their faces were full of gloom just now, but their eyes showed uneasiness at this time. They approached each other and whispered, "Who is this? What is this for? I don't know." The place that was noisy just now has suddenly quieted down. The bodyguards in black suits surrounded the crowd. 2 women wanted to leave, but were stopped by 2 bodyguards. "What are you going to do?" "We're going home." "Who are you?" The bodyguard just stretched out his hand to stop her, but he didn't say anything and didn't have any expression. "What's the matter? What do you mean?" Some people were in a panic, and they couldn't care about Yan Rongrong at this time. They tried to leave the bodyguards, but like the previous 2 women, they were stopped by the bodyguards. "Who are you? What on earth do you want to do? Why are you stopping us?" No one cared about them. Dozens of bodyguards couldn't get rid of the water surrounding this place, and they couldn't get out at all. The reporters looked at the bodyguards who were expressionless but full of murderous spirit, and their worries also flashed in their hearts. They approached each other carefully and whispered, "It seems that there is a problem this time." Chapter 32. The bodyguard opens the way. Have you noticed that these bodyguards are different from those bodyguards hired by stars? Can't you see this? The momentum on the body is different. This is definitely a professional bodyguard, and it is also the kind of bodyguard who has experienced danger. But how did we provoke these people? Finally, the reporter's voice trembled a little. They just wanted to dig up some fresh material. Who knew they would get into such trouble? Now they are surrounded by bodyguards and don't let go. I don't know what will happen. When everyone was panicking and wanted to run, Qi Yi quickly squeezed out the crowd and ran to Yan Rongrong. She was furious when she saw Yan Rongrong falling to the ground. These beasts. "Rongrong, are you all right?" Yan Rongrong was trying to stand up, but the back of her head suddenly hurt, so she couldn't stand up. She grabbed Qi Yi's hand and touched her head after standing up. She didn't feel the blood, but it was obviously swollen. "Rongrong, I'll take you to the hospital. Let's go quickly." Yan Rongrong looked at the bodyguards with a worried face. But those women were stopped just now. Qi Yu is also worried. I don't know who is here. What if he also troubles you? Yan Rongrong was also worried. If she was really causing trouble for her, she would really be finished today. After thinking for a while, she took out her mobile phone from her pocket. After finding Su Boha's number, she hesitated for a long time and didn't click down. Do you want to ask someone for help? Qi Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, ask for help. Wait a minute. I'll call my father and ask him to help us. Yan Rongrong looked at those cold-looking bodyguards and still clicked Su Boha's number. Qi Yu, I'll call you. Don't look for your uncle and don't let him worry about him. The bodyguards facing the position of the roast chicken restaurant suddenly turned sideways and gave way. Ling Xing and Yan Jianghe had rushed into the store. At this time, the two lay on the window and looked out. They saw the bodyguard give way and knew that the boss would definitely come out. Ling Xing said anxiously, if it's also to clean up Yan Rongrong, I tell you, don't be soft-hearted and directly say that we broke off relations with her. Anything about her has nothing to do with us, but don't let her tire us. Yan Jianghe's eyes were full of unbearable. You, Rongrong, are our daughter at least. You can't ignore her, can you? What's the matter? Do you think we can control her? Who asked her to provoke people she couldn't afford to mess with? Not to mention her own bad luck, she is still pulling us up. Yan Jianghe sighed, but said nothing more. Everyone's eyes fell on the road where the bodyguard gave way, and saw a slender and straight figure walking quickly. When they saw the face clearly, everyone took a breath of cold air. Some girls can't even help screaming. Su Bohong, how could it be, Su Bohong? Su Dashao, why did she come here? Su Shao, is he? Did he stop him? There was a bodyguard in front of Su Bohong to open the way, and some stunned people were directly pulled away by the bodyguard to make way for Su Bohong. Oh, my god, he walked to. Yan Rongrong had a girl screaming, and her eyes were full of incredible. Thinking too much, you must have thought too much. Su Shao must know that she bullied Xu Wan. He came to help Xu Wan vet her anger. However, the girl's voice became quieter by herself, because she saw clearly that Su Bohong stood in front of Yan Rongrong, with no coldness in her eyes, only gentleness. She rubbed her eyes desperately to make sure that she must have seen it wrong, but no matter how she rubbed it, what she saw in Su Bohong's eyes was gentleness. Are you alright? Are you hurt? Su Bohong looked at Yan Rongrong, frowning, and his expression was still a little nervous. He looked at Yan Rongrong from top to bottom and saw the soil on her clothes and her bleeding arms. Did you fall down? Yan Rongrong subconsciously wanted to lower her head, but Su Bohong directly picked her up and walked out of the crowd. Many people can't believe it and cover their mouths to prevent their screams from overflowing. Those reporters were also shocked. What did I see? Was that Su Bohong just now? Another reporter with thick lips said. How can we admit our mistake with such an angular face as Su Bohong? Who would have thought that this Yan Rongrong really knew Su Bohong? And it seems that the relationship is not ordinary. Do you still remember what Yan Rongrong said when she first replied online? She said that Su Bohong was obviously very gentle and considerate. At that time, many people laughed at her for wanting to lick Su Shao, but now it seems that maybe she is telling the truth. After Su Bohong got into the car with Yan Rongrong in his arms, Assistant Zheng took 2 steps forward and nodded to the bodyguards. The bodyguards immediately walked towards the crowd. No matter what your purpose is here today, if you hurt Miss Yan, you will have to pay some price. In addition, everything that happened here today, Su Shao only hopes to report that the roast chicken in this roast chicken restaurant is really bad. Assistant Zheng said so. Whether you like it or not, all the pictures taken today will not be taken away from here. The bodyguards checked the mobile phones and camera equipment one by one. When they encountered some beautiful pictures, they would collect them, and then completely delete the videos on the original device, including her backup. As for the girls who pushed Yan Rongrong and cursed her, even if all the mobile phone videos were submitted, they were not allowed to leave. Qi Yu followed Su Bohong to a black Lincoln car. Looking back and seeing those who were forced to delete videos, and then looking at the expressionless Su Bohong, he only felt that his brain was confused. Is this person Su Bohong? The Su Shao of the richest family? Isn't he the boss of Rongrong? And he hugged Rongrong just now. But isn't Su Shao 30 years old? I have to say that Qi Yu's current focus is indeed very different. When Yan Rongrong saw Su Bohong sitting next to him, she quickly shouted to Qi Yu. Yu, get in the car quickly. Qi Yu reacted. Oh, how Su Bohong didn't pay attention to Qi Yu, but gently grabbed Yan Rongrong's arm, his face tense. Yan Rongrong was a little apprehensive. It was actually quite scary when Su Bohong didn't speak. Although they didn't get along for a long time, Yan Rongrong seemed to be able to understand his emotions. She knew that he was angry now. No. It doesn't hurt, Yan Rongrong whispered, trying to make Su Bohong not to be so rigid, but it was obviously useless. And Qi Yu is still dismantling the stage. You fell so badly. How can it not hurt? It's good that the head didn't fall out of the concussion. Yan Rongrong knew that it was broken as soon as she heard Qi Yu's words. Sure enough, Su Bohong's face became more embarrassed. Fell down? Chapter 33 Mr. Su is very gentle. Yan Rongrong just wanted to say that she tried her best to protect the baby. Her stomach didn't hurt and the baby was fine. But Su Bohong asked, "Did you fall on your head? Where does it hurt? Go to the hospital directly." Yan Rongrong looked at him in a dad. The first thing he cared about was not the baby, but her. She bit her lip gently and shook her head. It didn't hurt. It really didn't hurt. Her voice was very small, but she unconsciously felt a little wronged. "Why do you hate me so much? I don't even know them." Chi Yu was also very angry. "Those people are all fans of that bowl, right? I just heard them shout, 'Rongrong, how can you have a conflict with a star?' And those idiots also switched directly from online conflicts to offline." As she said, she couldn't help looking at Su Bohong. It seemed to have something to do with him. Rongrong was the first to be noticed, that is, some people scolded her for licking Su Bohong, and then someone didn't know why someone went to dig deep into her, saying that when she was in school, she forced other people's girlfriends in order to chase a senior. Chi Yu was angry to death when she saw those so-called leaks. How could she be forced to make materials? It's not surprising that she can do this kind of chasing thing. Chi Yu has such a personality, but Rongrong has been a good girl since she was a child and dares not make a trace of mistakes. How could she chase boys? He still has a girlfriend, which is simply nonsense. Unfortunately, Xi Yi's reply soon received a lot of abuse, saying that she was Ye Rongrong's sailor, and even that she was Ye Rongrong himself, trying to cover it up. Su Bohong's face was also extremely ugly. He looked at Yan Rongrong and whispered, "I'll solve it, and it will be fine soon." Yan Rongrong lowered her eyes and nodded gently. Su Bohong said in a low voice, "Go directly to Uni Hospital and ask the doctor to get ready first." It was Chi Yi who quietly glanced at Su Bohong. Why did this sound like Rongrong was very serious? But now I look at it, it only rubs a little skin on my arm, and it won't even leave a scar. Yan Rongrong pulled the corner of Su Bohong's clothes. "I'm fine. I really don't have to go to the hospital. It doesn't hurt, and my stomach doesn't hurt." Speaking of her stomach, her voice was so small that only Su Bohong could hear it. Su Bohong shook her hand. "Then go and check it. Don't worry." The riot in front of the roast chicken restaurant gradually stopped, and the blocked business cars finally drove away, and it suddenly became quiet here. Yan Jianghe opened the door of the store and looked out. It was empty outside, and the street returned to its usual appearance. Ling Xin also quietly walked out and found that there was no one left, so she was relieved. Finally, it's gone. "Oh, who were those people just now? It scared me to death." She patted her chest and looked at the mess on the ground. Thinking of the bodyguards in black suits, she was still trembling. Those people looked too difficult to mess with. There was some worry in Yan Jianghe's eyes. "I don't know where Rongrong has gone. Now, there is no one here. Has she also left?" Ling Xin said. "He must have run away. So many people ran away while they were in a mess." Yan Jianghe turned his head and looked at Ling Xin. "However, what if is taken away by those people in black suits?" Ling Xin's face also stiffened and then said coldly, "What can I do? If she was ruined, it would also be her life. Who let her disobey? She ran out and caused such a big disaster, and our store also suffered." Yan Jianghe raised his eyebrows. "Listen to what you said. Do you think this is what a mother said?" Ling Xin snorted coldly and helped up a rotten table at the door of the store. "Since you are worried, you can go to her. Anyway, I won't go to her. This is the result of her disobedience and running away from home. She doesn't have any hardships. How does she know how dangerous it is outside? She deserves everything she encounters." Yan Jianghe sighed, and he didn't dare to look for it. With so many black suits, wouldn't he die if he went? But Yan Rongrong is his daughter after all, and he is still worried. Ling Xin cleaned up the door of the store and turned around and said to Yan Jianghe, "Today is Friday. When Chen Chen comes back in the evening, he likes to eat mutton. You can go to the butcher shop to buy a few catties of mutton and stew it. When Chen Chen comes back, you can eat it." Yan Jianghe saw that Ling Xin was really not worried about Yan Rongrong at all. He hummed angrily and said angrily, "If you want to eat, go and buy it yourself. When are you still thinking about eating?" Ling Xin was also angered by him. She quickly followed him into the store and pointed at him and scolded him. "Is that what I want to eat? Chen Chen has only come back for 2 days in a week. Can't you give him something to eat? What about Rongrong? She doesn't know whether she can eat mutton now." Ling Xin sneered. "If you feel sorry, just look for her. She was surrounded by those women just now. Why didn't you go out to help her?" "Yan Jianghe, I've been with you for decades. You don't pretend to be a good person in front of me." Yan Jianghe was speechless when he was told that he directly took off his apron and didn't do it today. Ling Xin knew that he would not go to Yan Rongrong at all. Yan Jianghe was a coward. He didn't dare to go at all. Indeed, Yan Jianghe called a few foxes and dogs who usually like to drink at the barbecue stall. Yan Rongrong was teased by a good one in the hospital. The whole body was examined, and this time the B ultrasound was also checked, but the B ultrasound result was told by the dean to Suboho in private, so she still doesn't know that her best friend had Suboho's baby in her stomach at this time. After a series of examinations, Suboho picked up Yan Rongrong and took a special elevator straight out of the hospital. Chi Yu was following all the way, and her eyes were about to stare out in surprise. She had been guessing what the relationship between Sir Xiao and Yan Rongrong was. Seeing Yan Rongrong being hugged and uncomfortable, she suddenly thought of a possibility. Package? She was shocked by her idea, didn't she? Rongrong was taken care of by Suboho. Although this is something that those rich people like to play with, Rongrong is not that kind of person. Suboho brought Yan Rongrong back to the apartment, put her on the bed, and whispered to her, "You need to have a rest." But Yan Rongrong had too many things to do. She wanted to see what it was like on the internet now. She didn't dare to sleep. She was afraid that Suboho's apartment would be surrounded when she woke up. Didn't she cause trouble to Mr. Suboho gently pinned her scattered hair behind her ear. "You don't have to worry about those things. I'll solve it and have a good sleep. I'll ask Aunt Wen to cook for you. Are you hungry after going out for so long?" Yan Rongrong looked at her belly and nodded. When she is hungry, she is pregnant with a baby. It is really easy to get hungry. Even if she is full, she will still eat with a plate of fruit cut by Aunt Wen. She has been out for so long today, and she is really hungry, but when she thinks of the things caused by her, she can't eat at all. Chapter 34. Chen Shuang retreated from the circle. Don't worry about your friend. Aunt Wen will say hello to her. You can rest for a while. Yan Rongrong lay on the bed. She didn't know what was going on. She slept on this bed and smelled Suboho's breath in her nose. She actually fell asleep, and those troubles and panics gradually moved away from her. When Suboho heard her breathing evenly, he couldn't help sighing and finally fell asleep. The 19-year-old girl, who has not officially stepped into the society, will panic after experiencing today's incident. Thinking of this, Suboho was angry. He tried to protect her purity, but it was destroyed by those people. Chi Yu sat in the living room, holding a glass of lemonade, but she couldn't drink anything at all. Her eyes kept staring at the bedroom door. Several times she wanted to stand up and rush in, but the luxurious and domineering convoy outside the roast chicken shop made her a little coward. I also remembered that during the previous examination in the hospital, Suboho was very concerned about Rongrong, and he didn't look like a hungry pervert. Why shouldn't he do anything to Rongrong? However, seeing that the bedroom had not moved for a long time, she was still anxious. Such a tall man, if he really wanted to do something, Rongrong was not an opponent. She put down the lemonade, stood up, and walked towards the bedroom. When she walked to the door, she tried to brew her emotions and overcame her fear to knock on the door, but the door opened. Suboho stood in the door and saw her with a plain expression. She needs to rest. Go to the living room and sit down. Chi Yu swallowed saliva quietly and tiptoed to see if Yan Rongrong was okay, but Suboho was so tall that she couldn't see the bedroom on tiptoe, and the door was soon closed by Suboho. The two came to the living room again, and Chi Yu asked her the biggest question. "Master Su, Rongrong, how can I be with you? What's the relationship between you?" "You." Suboho sat down on the sofa, with a dull expression and deep eyes. Chi Yu found that the current Suboho seemed to be very different from the Suboho just now. He was like two people, and his temperament was completely different. Now, he is like the rumored one. It is rumored that Su Xiao is indifferent and alienated, and has a beautiful face with both people and gods, but he rarely looks straight at anyone. He is the president of C's company and is strict. He has never had a girlfriend at the age of 30. This also makes many women who are confident in their beauty want to stick to him like a dogskin plaster, but unfortunately, no one succeeds. Speaking of success, it seems that only Chen Shuai can stand by Suboho's side, and has not been invited to leave by assistant Zhou, which also creates an illusion in the outside world that people think that Chen Shuai can take Suboho, a big golden mountain. Chi Yu had to sigh that Chen Shuai's team was awesome. Obviously, she just used a photo of her standing and talking, and the marketing effect was that she was going to marry into the Su family, which attracted a kind of CP fans. Chi Yoxing said to himself, what is it that Chen Shuai can stand by Suboho's side? If those unscrupulous media see Suboho hugging her family, won't they stare at them blindly? Suboho did not answer her question, but said, she is in a bad mood these days. If possible, please accompany her more. Needless to say, Chi Yu will definitely stay here to accompany Yan Rongrong, or take Yan Rongrong to her home. What she wants to know most now is the relationship between Rongrong and Suboho. What does it mean that So Da Xiao raised her here? But before she could ask, Suboho's mobile phone rang, and he got up and went to the study. Chi Yu stood up, looked at him, opened her mouth, and did not dare to call others. Suboho closed the door of the study, and his face sank instantly. Say boss, we have all the videos. All of them have been deleted, and the girl who pushed Miss Yen is Liu Xingmei, who is a sophomore at Fengchong University of Science and Technology. There are 2 more who have been working. This operation is organized by the 3 of them, and there are also reporters from several media, but they are all tabloids. Su Bo-hung twisted a pen between his fingers and gently tapped the table. This kind of character is not worthy of the name of a college student. Let her go back to her hometown to get married. Marry someone who is older and can control her. The other 2, I don't allow them to find jobs in the industry. Yes, those tabloids. Su Bo-hung looked at his fingers, turned his pen, and said lightly, "Let's report about Chen Shuan's withdrawal. The information will be delivered to them later." After hanging up the phone, Su Bo-hung put down the pen in his hand and didn't move for a long time, as if he was thinking about something. When Yang Rongrong was sleeping, the internet had already exploded. Several of Chen Shua's hot searches have been on the hot search. Chen Shuan, producer, Chen Shua plays a big name. Chen Shuan withdraws from the circle. The one after another hot search ignited the enthusiasm of netizens, that is, those who did not know Chen Shuan at the beginning. After seeing those uncoated pictures and videos, they also knew her. For a moment, the internet was full of discussions about her. Boss's little wife, Chen Shuan, is indeed a woman who can't be a good husband. A person like her is not even worthy of giving shoes to our president. Many people have said that she is the best match for Su Xiao before. I'm afraid she has a problem with her eyes, right? People who eat melons, did you see it? Did you see it? Have those fans seen your sister's true face? What else did you say that your sister was innocent and her personality collapsed? Now, I just want to laugh 3 times. Finally, I can get rid of this piece of shit. I have to stick to our house. A little turtle, I didn't expect that Chen Shuan was such a person. Didn't she say before that she was not afraid of power and refused hidden rules? What was the video just now? Oh, my god, what a scale. This woman is full of lies. For a moment, the internet was full of voices against Chen Shuan. Chen Shuan was still filming on the set. When she was walking there, she found that many people looked at her very strangely. She felt very strange, but she was still filming at that time, so she didn't ask. When a scene was finished, she didn't hear the director shouting for a long time. She was covered with water and just crawled out of the swimming pool, because the supporting actress happened to frame her and pulled her into the swimming pool. She was soaked all over. Seeing her assistant holding a mobile phone and not know what she was looking at, she didn't come to cover her with a towel at all. She was furious and shouted at her assistant. "What are you doing? Towel." In fact, she rarely gets angry in front of outsiders. She has always pretended to be gentle and elegant. She only yells at her assistant in private, but today she can't control her emotions. The assistant was shocked when he was shouted, "Oh, come right away, sister. Isn't it cold?" She put a bath towel on Chen Shuan, but her eyes didn't dare to look at her, but she couldn't help but want to glance at her. Her eyes were very strange. Chapter 35, Who do you want to be, a tall man? The director shouted with a loudspeaker. Chen Shuan, this scene is not over yet. What are you doing in a towel? Chen Shuan walked towards the director, and she tried to suppress her temper and said, "I've caught a little cold recently. I just need to shoot this kind of falling into the water scene once, and I'll let you take care of the rest." The director looked at her up and down a few times, but said nothing. Anyway, Chen Shuan has been in the entertainment industry for so many years. Now, she is quite popular and has some status. Of course, he will not step on her at this time. After all, in the entertainment industry, as long as the gold owner pays money, any negative public opinion can be reversed. All right, then just a stand-in. Since you are not feeling well, go to rest and solve your own affairs quickly. By the way. Chen Shuan frowned. Her own business? She walked back under her resting umbrella and found that someone was still looking at her from time to time, so she reached out to her assistant. "Give me your mobile phone." The assistant was anxious. The discussion about Sister Shuan on the internet was so chaotic that Sister Shuan was probably mad when she saw it. She handed Chen Shuan's mobile phone to her. Before Chen Shuan opened the website, the agent's phone call came in. The assistant's heart jumped and he subconsciously toed back 2 steps. Chen Shua's face gradually became gloomy, and finally it completely turned pale. "Nonsense, this is all rumors. Hurry up and make a statement." The sound of her roar shocked several actors around her to look this way. She herself felt out of place, so she stood up directly and went far away to make a phone call. The assistant followed her and listened to her speech more and more unpleasantly, and he didn't dare to say a word. "Hurry up with public relations. My image can't be affected at all. I still have 2 plays of ZR Entertainment, which is very important not only for me but also for the company." The agent said helplessly over there. "Shuan, why don't you understand? There is something wrong with this matter. The media directly exposed your black materials and did not get angry with us. This shows that they are not looking for money, and collecting your black materials can be so detailed, which is definitely not something that ordinary paparazzi can do." Chen Shuan held her mobile phone tightly, and her face turned from blue to white. "What do you want to say?" The agent slowed down his tone. "The company went to check the people behind the scenes, and there was no trace at all. It's just that the major marketing accounts are bursting with you, that is, the accounts that usually cooperate with us most closely. This time, they also turned the wind to target us, which is not something that ordinary people can do. Chen Shuwen took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. Then, who do you think it is? The agent hesitated for a moment and said, "We suspect that Su Xiao made a move." It is impossible for Chen Shua's sharp cry to spread from her mobile phone and almost penetrate the agent's eardrums. No, how could he target me? This is absolutely impossible. You made a mistake. Calm down and don't be so excited. I have told you about Su Bohao's personality for a long time. That person can't be provoked. You don't think he is usually reserved and polite, but he can't be calculated. You tried to create the illusion of a close relationship with him several times, which may make him bored, so, alas. You can shoot at ease first, and I will tell you how to remedy it when we are sure. After hanging up the phone with the agent, Chen Shuan logged into her small account to read the news on the internet, but saw that she had posted 3 on the hot search, all of which were black entries. She was furious, especially when she saw those photos. She thought that the greasy and disgusting old man always wanted to take advantage of her, and she just wanted to vomit. Then she went to look through the news of Xiaoyang Guagua. The reason why Xiaoyang Guagua was on the top of the hot search was all the result of her private guidance, which was the tool she used to abuse CP fans. However, she looked through it for a long time, but she didn't find the news about this little face. All the previous entries disappeared, and even the name she entered was gone. Chen Shuwen suddenly felt angry in her heart. Is it really possible for Xiaoyang Guagua to wash entries like this? Who helped her? Guo Yanju. She is a fan of Guo Yanju. Is Guo Yanju afraid of getting involved with him, so he washed out those entries? Even if she was beaten to death, she would not think that Su Bohong had cleared the news about Xiaoyang Guagua on the internet. She turned to the previous fan. In the private message to her, Xiaoyang Guagua's real information, Ye Rorong, 19 years old, just failed the college entrance examination and ran a roast chicken restaurant at home. After receiving her mobile phone, Chen Shuwen turned around and said to the assistant not far away, "Go and tell the director that I have an activity in the afternoon and I'm going to catch up. Let him use a stand-in for the afternoon play." The assistant's face was full of embarrassment. Her little assistant went to ask the director for leave. It was strange that she was not scolded, but she had no choice. She did not dare to make Chen Shuang unhappy, so she had to stubbornly go. Sure enough, she got the director's education. The play that Chen Shuang is shooting now is originally a modern drama. In the city, she did not take a nanny car, but got into a white BMW driven by her assistant and went straight to the roast chicken restaurant. Since she is the tall person she chose, Xiaoyang Guagua doesn't want to escape. She is now plagued by gossip, and it is time to need people to share the firepower. Xiaoyang Guagua is very suitable. Because of such a fuss in the morning, the business of the roast chicken shop was not very good all day. Yan Jianghe had been scolded by Ling Xin for a long time. In particular, the two of them were anxious to see that so many roast chickens could not be sold. These roast chickens could only be sold on the same day. The next day, the chicken could not be sold at the original price. Why do you think there is no one? Were the guests scared to death by the battle in the morning? I dare not come. Yan Jianghe muttered while wiping the counter. Ling Xin sat aside and looked at the account book. She looked at it and was so angry that she threw the account book on the counter. Today, I lost a lot of money. I blamed Yan Rongrong for taking the broom star. If it weren't for her, how could our family have encountered such a thing? I won't lose so much money today. Yan Jianghe lowered her head and didn't say anything. Ling Xin didn't even call Rongrong now, but directly called her daughter by name and surname. Alas, it seems that she is really arrogant. She has to let Rongrong come back and admit her mistake and save her mother's heart. Thinking so, as soon as she looked up, she saw a woman wearing a sun hat, black sunglasses and a tight dress coming in, followed by a young girl in jeans. Yan Jianghe's eyes swept over the woman's sexy body, and he immediately stood up straight with a simple and honest smile on his face. "Miss, do you want to buy roast chicken?" Ling Xin also saw a guest coming to the door. She hurried out of the counter and greeted him warmly. "Miss, how many roast chickens do you want? Our braised chicken is an old brand. It is famous for its good taste, and many customers are old customers." Chapter 36, Want to be a demon again? The assistant took out a tissue and wiped a chair beside him clean. Chen Shuwen sat down with her legs crossed. Ling Xin exchanged glances with Yan Jianghe and was shocked by the woman's head. Yan Jianghe also came over. Neither of them understood why the woman bought a roast chicken and came to her store to set up a score. Chen Shuwen took off her mask and sunglasses and then looked up at Yan Jianghe and Ling Xin. Yan Jianghe's eyes widened and he took a breath of cold air. Chen Shuwen was very satisfied with his performance. She said in a low voice, "You probably all know who I am. I didn't come to the store to buy roast chicken." Ling Xin looked at Yan Jianghe and asked who she was. She thought it was Yan Jianghe's good partner. Later, when she thought of Yan Jianghe's virtue, a woman like Chen Shuwen should not like her. But Yan Jianghe was also confused. He just thought that the woman was so beautiful, so he couldn't help losing his posture. Lin Xing understood Yan Jiahe's eyes and immediately became cold to Chen Shuan. If you don't buy roast chicken, why are you making trouble in the store? Miss, our family is a roast chicken restaurant. We sell roast chicken. Who you are has nothing to do with us. If you don't buy roast chicken, leave quickly. Don't delay our business. The pride on Chen Shuan's face was a little broken at this moment, and the assistant said at the right time. She is Chen Shuan. Don't you watch TV series? Our sister Shu Wan is the most popular actress at present. Isn't your family connected to the internet? You don't know her? Or did you do it on purpose? Lin Xing's expression moved and stared at Chen Shuai. She felt that the name was a little familiar and looked at Yan Jiahe. Yan Jiahe frowned and thought for a while, and suddenly said in shock. The people who came to the door of our store in the morning to make trouble have something to do with you. I heard them shout, Shu Wan, is it you? Chen Shuan finally picked up her big stars shelf and leaned on the chair with Yan Jiahe and Lin Xing. Did they make trouble? You said someone came here in the morning. After receiving Yan Jiahe's positive reply, Chen Shuan suddenly felt better. It seemed that her arrangement was very useful. It is estimated that what happened here will be exposed soon, and Xiaoyang Guagua will be able to help her disperse her firepower, but she doesn't think it's enough. Chen Shuan said. Your daughter is a big celebrity now, and even your store is famous, right? The assistant answered the phone quickly. It's just that this name is not a good name. I'm afraid that your business will be involved and can't continue. This sentence made Lin Xing and Yang Jiahe think too much in an instant, especially when they thought that there was no business in the store in the afternoon. The two looked at Chen Shuai's eyes changed, and Yan Jiahe's face was full of anger. Is it you who caused our store to do business? What have you done? As he said, he took a step forward. However, at this time, two more bodyguards came in from outside the door and stood behind Chen Shuan. Chen Shuan looks high and superior. I just don't like your daughter, Yan Rongrong, very much. I didn't care about your store, but whoever asked you to be her parents, then don't open it. Don't bully people too much. Yan Jiahe was angry and shouted at Chen Shuan. But Chen Shuan would not be scared by him, laughing. Then you can wait and see. She stood up and was about to leave. Lin Xin suddenly said. What do you want us to do? How to cook to let go of our store? Chen Shuai's mouth raised a smile. She turned around and looked at Lin Xin. Or you are smarter. I just think that your daughter is too easy to cause trouble. You will really be involved by her, don't you think so? Lin Xin stared at Chen Shuan with a gloomy face. We have nothing to do with her. She is an adult. Why does she involve us? Chen Shuan raised her eyebrows. Haha, yes, what does she do to involve you? But others don't know your attitude, so you'd better make a statement. Yan Jiahe stared wide-eyed and said angrily. Why do you ask us to make a statement? What statement to make? Honey, don't listen to this woman to scare you. Lin Xin gave him a fierce look. Yan Jiahe immediately shut up, but his eyes still stared at Chen Shuan angrily. Lin Xin hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, we will issue a statement to break off relations with her, so that it doesn't involve us, right? Chen Shuan was very satisfied and told Lin Xin that she wanted to leave as soon as possible, so she left with her. In fact, Yan Rongrong didn't sleep for a long time. It was only about half an hour. She woke up, opened the door and came out. She touched her stomach. When she saw Qi Ye sitting in the living room watching TV, she was very happy and quickly rubbed over. Yu Ye, didn't you leave? Qi Yu sat up straight and gave Yan Rongrong a little room. Rongrong, why are you awake? It was very suitable for the scene. Yan Rongrong's stomach growled twice. Qi Yu was stunned and then couldn't help laughing. Oh, have you noticed that you may have eaten it now? It looks like there is meat on your waist. As she said, she reached out and touched Yan Rongrong's waist. Yan Rongrong quickly avoided her, and she squeaked at her. Haha, no, 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 haha, Yan Rongrong's squeak is very sensitive. Every time she is squeaked, she can't stop laughing, which has also become Qi Ye's weakness every time she quarrels with her. Aunt Wen heard Yan Rongrong's cry and ran out of the kitchen quickly. What's the matter? At the same time, the door of the study also opened. Su Bohong came out and saw Yan Rongrong being pressed on the sofa by Qi Yu. His face changed and he hurried over. Don't move her. Qi Yu was so scared by his sudden roar that she directly pulled Yan Rongrong's arm and did not dare to move. When she saw Su Bohong coming over, she quickly straightened up. Yan Rongrong sat up panting, with a smile on her face. She hurried to pull the corner of Su Bohong's clothes. Mr. Su, I played with Yu. She knew that Su Bohong was very scary when he was angry. She was afraid of scaring Qi Yu, so she quickly explained. Nevertheless, Qi Yu still keenly caught the coldness on Su Bohong's body just now. She quietly bit her lip, and the idea in her heart couldn't help but emerge again. Wouldn't she really be taken care of by him? That's why I put Rongrong like a kitten. Su Bohong checked Yan Rongrong first. Are you alright? Yan Rongrong shook her head quickly. I'm fine, really, nothing wrong. Su Boha's face then softened. He glanced at Qi Yu and said, she is not in good health and can't stand some play. She needs to pay a little attention. Qi Yu is not in good health. Why doesn't she know? How many years has she been a classmate and best friend with Rongrong? I only know that she is very tired every day and has to do housework to serve their big family. I haven't heard that she is not in good health. Chapter 37 Statement. She couldn't help looking at Yan Rongrong nervously. What's wrong with you? Yan Rongrong's face was a little red, and she smiled at Qi Ye. It's not too uncomfortable. She didn't want to lie to Qi Ye, so she wanted to fool around ambiguously, but Qi looked at her like this and thought completely wrongly. Especially Yan Rongrong's expression was not right, and she didn't know that Yan Rongrong was not feeling well, but this master knew that she couldn't help looking at Yan Rongrong, and her eyes were still looking down. Then he glared at Su Boheng fiercely. This man must be too cruel. Rongrong was only 19 years old, and this man was really good at it. Being stared at inexplicably, Si Xiao didn't argue with her. Aunt Wen also came over. Is Rongrong awake? Then wash your hands and get ready for dinner. You must be hungry. Yan Rongrong nodded vigorously. Aha, I'm hungry. She pulled Qi Ye up and walked towards the restaurant together. Su Boha's mobile phone in the study rang. He glanced at Yan Rongrong and went straight to the study. Qi Ye took the opportunity to pull Yan Rongrong aside and said with some pain, Rongrong, if you need money, tell me, I still have a lot of New Year's money. I can help you. You can't do this kind of thing, otherwise how will you get married in the future? Yan Rongrong's face turned pale. Looking at Qi Ye, she felt a little guilty. She didn't know how to tell Qi Ye. But he listened to Qi Ye's words. Rongrong, did that man torture you in bed? Do you hurt a lot? Let's go to the hospital. Yan Rongrong was so confused that she forgot her guilty feelings just now. Her expression was acquiescence in Qi Ye's eyes. She was so angry that she turned around and wanted to go to Su Boheng to settle the score. What if she had money? Can you bully people like this with money? If you like to take care of little girls and take care of others, how can you harm Rongrong? Yan Rongrong was shocked and hurried to pull her. Yu, what are you doing? Qi Ye's face was righteous. I'll ask him how much money he needs to let you go. This guy is so strong that Yan Rongrong can't pull her. She was speechless. You think too much. I don't have that kind of relationship with Mr. Si, I'll explain it to you slowly in the future, okay? It took Yan Rongrong a lot of effort to appease Qi Ye and make Qi Ye believe that she was not taken care of by Su Boheng. Chen Shuan has been in the company today, surrounded by reporters outside. She didn't dare to go out. She was waiting for the war to be transferred. Looking at her watch, it was already 7:30. She asked the assistant beside her. Did they make a statement? The assistant whispered. Not yet. Chen Shuan's face is a little ugly. It's 7:30. When are they going to send it? Did everyone go to bed? So how will the public opinion ferment at that time? The assistant didn't dare to touch her moldy head and comforted her. It should be sent soon. It's getting dark. Their store should be closed. Let's send it when we go back. Let's wait a little longer. Chen Shuan picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. Is the marketing account ready? Yes, everything is ready, and the copywriting is also written. At that time, it will definitely be a hot search, and my popularity will come down. The corners of Chen Shua's mouth evoked a smile, and her beautiful face was a little more relaxed. Yes, finally someone came to disperse the heat. She waited until 8:30, but she still didn't see the statement. There were more and more curses on her on the internet, and some people even began to report her, saying that she was a bad artist. Chen Shuan looked at the popular hot search and was really anxious. Why haven't you sent it yet? What on earth are they doing? Can't even write a statement? Assistant She didn't dare to say anything. She thought she might really not be able to write. After all, they were two people selling roast chicken, and they should be uneducated. At 9 o'clock, her agent pushed the door and came in. Chen Shuan immediately stood up in an angry tone. Why haven't my photos been torn off yet? What on earth is the company doing? The agent knew that she was in trouble this time, so he didn't care about her attitude, but said, the company is already looking for a public relations team, but the public relations team that has cooperated with us before has rejected our cooperation this time, and the company is urgently changing people. What? Chen Shuan really can't suppress her anger. How long has it been? Haven't you found the public relations team yet? My photos and videos have been posted on the internet for a day. The agent looked at her helplessly. You may have really offended the big man this time. Our company can't fight against it. No, the company is trying its best to protect you. By the way, you said before that Xiaoyang Guagua would come to help you disperse your firepower. How is it? Has the statement been made? Chen Shua's face was even more ugly. She slapped the table angrily. I don't know what those two people are doing. It hasn't been sent yet. The agent frowned. They won't change their fortunes, will they? After all, that's their daughter. They are now issuing a statement, which is to push Xiaoyang Guagua to the forefront of public opinion. A coldness flashed in Chen Shuwan's eyes. If they dare to fool me, I will make their store impossible to open. The agent looked at her and sighed helplessly. Let me ask and see what's going on. Now, we can't find a professional public relations team. Their statement is very important. Your matter can't continue to ferment, otherwise I'm afraid it will be difficult to do public relations. Chen Shuwan clenched her fist tightly, and her nails made several red marks in the palm of her hand. The agent came back soon. Seeing his face, Chen Shuwan's heart sank, and her angry voice trembled slightly. Did they really repent? The agent looked at her and frowned. No, they issued a statement. What? Chen Shuwan was stunned at first, and then a smile suddenly appeared on her beautiful face. Finally sent it? The assistant's heart trembled, because she didn't see ease on the agent's face. She knew that the agent must have something to say. But that statement can't be sent out at all, and none of the major platforms can pass it. What? Chen Shua's smile froze on her face. She looked at the agent in disbelief, and her whole face became a little distorted. The agent looked at her with regret, sympathy and helplessness. Shuwan, it's really someone we can't fight against. It must be Su Xiao's order, otherwise it's impossible for the whole platform to be like this. Cut off that statement, maybe, and... Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why did she do this? Won't he do this? Chen Shuwan shouted hysterically. She shook her head vigorously and beat her to death. She didn't believe that Su Bohang would treat her like this. Obviously, when she first met him, he was so gentle and elegant. Even in her eyes, Chen Shuwan could see the appreciation. She felt that she could walk to him, and she felt that she could become the one standing by Su Bohang's side. Woman. Chapter 38. Chen Shuwan overturned her car. But why did Su Bohang treat her like this? Chen Shuwan really couldn't believe it. Obviously, he had acquiesced to her operations before, so it must not be. It must not be Su Bohang. Yes, she should ask Su Bohang for help. Chen Shuwan turned around and walked out. The agent and the assistant quickly stopped her. Shuwan, calm down. What are you going to do? I'll go to Su Xiao. He will definitely help me. He will definitely help me delete all those videos. The agent looked at her angrily and speechlessly. Are you crazy? Who do you know, Su Xiao? You didn't even officially say a word to him. Even if it wasn't his end, he couldn't help you. Then I will stay with him for one night. When he said this, the agent laughed angrily. Do you think he needs it? All right, calm down and let's see what the company will do. Chen Shuwen was very stubborn. She shook off the agent and walked out. I'm going to have a try. Only he can help me. In Su Bohan's apartment, Yang Rongrong saw that the food was set on the table, and Su Bohan did not come out. Her big eyes glanced at Aunt Wen, and Aunt Wen smiled. Rongrong, go and ask the young master to come out for dinner. Yang Rongrong stood up immediately. Hao Qiyu looked at her hurried appearance, stretched out her hand to cover her chest, and looked sad. Her family is such a well-behaved child. Why on earth does she care about whether Su Xiao eats or not? Yang Rongrong walked to the door of the study and first put her ears to listen. There was no movement at all. She coughed gently, with a smile on her face and whispered, Mr. Sir, it's time for dinner. Are you still busy? There is a picture on Su Bohan's computer screen, with the word big statement. He has been staring at the statement with a dark and deep expression in his eyes. Hearing Yang Rongrong's voice, his eyes suddenly turned and became warm. His eyes swept over the statement again. He turned off the computer and stood up. When she opened the door, she saw Yang Rongrong standing at the door. Her eyes were clear and clean, with childishness. Because she had cried, she was still red. Aunt Wen has cooked. Let's get busy after dinner. Su Bohan looked at her and suddenly asked, Are they angry with you today? Yang Rongrong squeezed her lips, her eyes drooped slightly, and she nodded. I'm angry. I don't even know them. I don't know why they hate me so much. A chill flashed through Su Bohan's eyes, and then he smiled at Yang Rongrong. Many things in this world are unreasonable, but as long as the person hurts you, you can resist or even take revenge, understand? Yang Rongrong blinked her eyes twice and looked at Su Bohan. She didn't understand why he told her this today for revenge. She just left school and was used to being dominated by her mother at home, so she was mostly tolerant in terms of personality, but now Mr. Su told her that she could take revenge on anyone who hurt her. Su Bohan stretched out his hand and pinned her hair behind her ear, and smiled again. If you can't fight in the future, you can come to me, and I will take revenge for you. When Yang Rongrong heard this, she couldn't help but sneer. Why does this sound like a child who has been wronged at school can go home to find his parents? Thinking of Su Bohan's age, her heart suddenly, a very strange feeling was born. Parents, if Mr. Su were her parent, it would be great. If Su Bohan knew that he was inferior to Yang Rongrong, he didn't know whether he should be happy or black-faced. Let's go and have a meal. Looking at the two people walking side by side, Aunt Wen smiled kindly. Look at how well it is. My young master is also worthy of Rongrong. Chi Yu looked up and couldn't help saying, your young master is 30 years old, and Rongrong is only 19 years old. How can he be a good match? Aunt Wen took a look at Chi Yu, and her smile did not diminish. What's the problem with age? Gender is not a problem now. Besides, my young master looks so young that he doesn't feel much older than her with Rongrong. Chi Yu really looked at it carefully. Humph, that face is good, but it is almost a round bigger than Rongrong, and he can't be serious about Rongrong at all. Chi Yu still hasn't figured out what the relationship between Yan Rongrong and Su Bohong is. Rongrong doesn't look easy to say. As an understanding best friend, she is naturally not easy to force her to ask, but she is worried. I'm worried about being cheated away by the black grey wolf. The meal was quite harmonious, but Chi Yu ate a pile of dishes, but it didn't taste good. She called her family and wanted to live here. When he was about to go to bed, Su Bohong found that he had dug a hole for himself, because he finally had a bed to sleep, and now he had to sleep on the sofa again. Aunt Wen feels sorry for her young master. Her young master has never slept on the sofa before. Since Rongrong moved in, she hasn't slept much. Young master, go back to sleep next door. I'm guarding Rongrong here. Su Bohong still refused and asked Aunt Wen to go back to rest. He moved the quilt and lay on the sofa. Yan Rongrong really couldn't sleep well in the middle of the night. She subconsciously groped around and touched someone, but opened her eyes. Chi Yu turned on the bedside lamp and asked sleepily, Rongrong, what's the matter? Why did you wake up? When Yan Rongrong saw Chi Yu, she was at a loss at first, and then subconsciously looked around the room, and then gradually came to her senses. Chi Yu rubbed her eyes. Rongrong, what's the matter? Do you want to go to the toilet? I'm with you. Yan Rongrong shook her head. No, I woke you up. Go to bed quickly. I'll go out to drink water myself. She put on her slippers and opened the door gently and went out. Chi Yu looked at the water cup on the bedside table and wanted to call Yan Rongrong, but she was too sleepy. She went out and didn't call her. She lay down and continued to sleep. The small light in the corridor of the living room was on. Yan Rongrong gently walked into the kitchen, poured herself a glass of water, drank half a glass, and then came out. She could vaguely see the people sleeping on the sofa. She involuntarily walked to the sofa and slowly looked down at Su Bohong. Through the small lamp, she could vaguely see his handsome outline. She pursed her lips and smiled, then slowly straightened up and went back to the bedroom. It was not until the bedroom door closed that Su Bohong slowly opened his eyes. He was sensitive, and he couldn't sleep well on the sofa, so he knew it from Yan Rongrong came out, and he knew it was her from the footsteps, but he didn't expect that she came to look at him. That night, Yan Rongrong was very stable and calm under Su Bohong's wings, but many people were destined to be unable to sleep at all, such as Chen Shuwen, her agency, and Yan Jianghe and his S. Their eldest son, Yan Chen, came back today. In the evening, Yan Jianghe cooked beef. Yan Chen was very happy. When he was halfway through the meal, he found that there was one less in the family and asked about Yan Rongrong. However, but after listening to Lin Xin's complaints, he also felt that his sister was ignorant. He said that he would talk to Yan Rongrong and comfort Lin Xin. Chapter 39 didn't take advantage of it. Early the next morning, Chi Yu was woken up by the ringing of her mobile phone. She touched the bed with her fingers and picked up the mobile phone. Yan Rongrong, what on earth have you done? Look at the trouble you've caused. Are you trying to starve our whole family to death? Come back to me right now, admit your mistake, and beg those people to let you go. Hearing the familiar sound of abuse, Chi Yu's eyes opened in an instant, and all the sleepy bugs disappeared. She sat up and looked beside her. Yan Rongrong was still sleeping well, but she seemed to be very uneasy. She frowned and turned over, but she didn't wake up. Chi Yu covered her mobile phone, climbed out of bed gently, put on a pair of shoes and went out. When she walked to the balcony of the living room, she put her mobile phone on her ear again. Lin Xin was still cursing, saying that Yan Rongrong wanted to kill the whole family, but she didn't want them to live well. She even said that Yan Rongrong was a debt collector and they wanted to break off relations with Yan Rongrong. I think I really should take Rongrong for a paternity test. Chi Yu's voice is obviously different from that of Yan Rongrong. Yan Rongrong speaks softly and gently, while Chi Yu's voice is a little magnetic and has obvious heroic spirit. After Lin Xin heard that something was wrong with the sound, the scolding immediately stopped. She took her mobile phone and looked at it. The number was correct, so she asked again at the mobile phone. Who are you? How come my daughter's mobile phone is in your hand? Chi Yu sneered. I'm her friend, and I also opened my eyes today. It turned out that a mother would really curse her daughter so viciously. You give your mobile phone to Yan Rongrong. I want to talk to her. Of course, Chi Yu won't give it to Yan Rongrong. If when she heard the words of breaking off the relationship, she would probably be sad for a long time. She repeatedly tolerated her family. She thought that if she was obedient enough, her parents would be nicer and pay more attention to her, but obviously she didn't. Chi Yu was full of anger and didn't have a good tone to Lin Xin. Don't call me anymore. It's really sad that she has a mother like you, and you don't deserve it. She hung up the phone directly and blacklisted Ling Xin. Ling Xin was about to explode with anger. She was pressured by Chen Shuan early in the morning. She was already in a bad mood. When she came to the store, she received several big customers to cancel orders, which means that their future orders were gone. She was furious and felt that it was all because of Yan Rongrong, which was all harmed by her, so she called Yan Rongrong. But who knows, I didn't get angry, and I got angry again. Yan Jianghe also looked at her anxiously and wanted to ask Yan Rongrong what she said to see when she could apologize to Miss Qing and give in. Isn't this matter over? What's going on? Ling Xin hung up the phone and stared at Yan Jianghe with a pair of eyes spitting fire. It's all your good daughter. When she was born, I should have drowned her in the urinal. Yan Jianghe frowned. Why do you mention this again? How many years have passed? Qi Yo hung up Ling Xin's phone and was ready to go back to sleep. Anyway, Rongrong hasn't woken up yet, and she can still go back to make up for another sleep. But before he took 2 steps, Yan Jianghe's phone also came in. The word father appeared on Yan Rongrong's mobile phone. Qi Yo disdained it. They really didn't deserve their parents. Do you want Rongrong to admit her mistake to Chen Shuan? Are they crazy? I don't know what benefits Chen Shuan took. Therefore, Qi Yo decisively hung up his phone and dragged him into the blacklist. This time, it finally stopped. She slept in a daze just now, so she answered Yan Rongrong's phone, but she didn't want Yan Rongrong to face Ling Xing's abuse. She really didn't want to be a mother, and her daughter was like an enemy. Su Bohong came out of the study. He was wearing a black suit and had been tidy. Originally, he just greeted Qi Yu indifferently and was ready to go out to work, but when he passed by Qi Yu, his step stopped. Qi Yu followed his gaze and looked down. When she saw her feet, she didn't know why. What kind of fetish was this person? But soon she realized that Su Bohong had been staring at the slippers she was wearing. She felt speechless in her heart, but she said with a smile on her face. It was too dark just now, so I didn't pay attention. Su Bohong said lightly. She will get up later to find slippers. Also, she can play with her mobile phone without restriction today. Qi Yu was slightly stunned, and she was still restricted from playing mobile phones. Does this Su Xiao really treat Rongrong as a child? Yan Rongrong slept until the sun rose 3 times before she woke up. Aunt Wen had already made breakfast and had been waiting for her. After Qi Yu was woken up by Ling Xin, she went back and slept again. The two got up together and washed. When the two stood together brushing their teeth, Qi Yu bumped her arm and said, "Hey, just now, before going to work, Su Xiao said that you could not be restricted from playing your mobile phone today. Rongrong, you really found a father. Why do you look like a child?" Yan Rongrong black line stepped on her foot in slippers. "Don't talk nonsense. Mister. So is not that big." Qi Yu's mouth was full of foam, not to mention how strange her eyes were. "Isn't it big? It's almost around older than you. Are you bad-eyed or too big-hearted?" In fact, Su Bohong didn't let Yan Rongrong look at her mobile phone 2 days ago because she was afraid that she would see those words that didn't want to be angry and affect her mood. Today, she suddenly said that she could not be restricted from playing mobile phones. Yan Rongrong felt a little strange. After washing up, she sat in the restaurant and turned on her mobile phone. There was still a lot of messages on the social software, and she didn't look through it. The people at home just asked her to go back and admit her mistake. Thinking of what happened in front of the roast chicken shop yesterday, Yan Rongrong's face felt a little bitter and sad. In fact, she heard all what Ling Xin said. At that moment, in addition to being sad, she actually felt happy. Fortunately, she ran out. If she was at home, her baby would definitely not be able to be saved, and she would probably have to be killed for half of her life. "Rongrong, have a meal, and we'll watch it later." Aunt Wen put a bowl of porridge in front of Yan Rongrong and glanced at her mobile phone. Yan Rongrong opened Weibo, and then she stood behind Yan Rongrong and did not move. Yan Rongrong's face was also full of surprise. As she quickly clicked on the screen, her face became more and more shocked. The internet is now overwhelmingly full of Chen Shua's black material, and some people even sell videos of her previous large-scale movies. The comment section is full of people talking about borrowing one. No matter which one, if it is a post about Chen Shua, there are a lot of people replying below. Yan Rongrong looked through all the hot searches and made sure that she didn't come up, and then she was a little relieved. However, there was no her name in the whole square. Yan Rongrong was very happy. After all, she was not attacked at will like a living target like a few days ago. Chapter 40 The Price. She searched for Xiaoyang Guagua in the search, and then she couldn't find it. She entered Yan Rongrong again, and the result was the same, but it was blank. The entries and posts are all gone, and even the name is gone. Yan Rongrong disappeared from the internet. How could no one pay attention to it? The people who stared at her and scolded her before found it at the first time, and then posted a mockery, saying that this little Yang Guagua really had a strong background. I don't know which high-level person she slept with. Now, there is no message about her on the internet. Then, the poster was angry to find that her post could not be posted at all, prompting that there were illegal words. She re-edited it to make sure that her vulgar words were deleted and clicked to publish. Then, the result was still the same, prompting her to have illegal words. She repeatedly edited and published it, but she couldn't send it out at all. Finally, she deleted Xiaoyang Guagua's name, and it was actually sent out. There are many such situations. Those people incompetently began to abuse furiously, but the post if you can't even stay for a minute when you go out, all of them will be locked, and even some accounts with the most posts and the most unpleasant words will be blocked. In fact, many of the people who besieged Yan Rongrong were Chen Shua's fans. At this time, they watched Chen Shua's black posts fermented on the internet, while Yan Rongrong was picked cleanly. They were all extremely angry, but there was nothing they could do. As long as there were entries with Yan Rongrong, they would all be blown up. Ling Xun saw that her face was getting more and more strange. She thought that the internet was full of scolding her, and she was a little anxious. Rongrong, don't look at it. Those people are deliberately targeting you. Don't be angry because of those black people. Yan Rongrong still didn't move, and she was still looking down and flipping through her mobile phone. Qi Yu stood up and snatched her mobile phone. Don't look at it. So is Master Sir. Why do you play with your mobile phone? We don't need this kind of thing to relieve boredom together. No, you want to get the mobile phone back because she found something particularly surprising. Is she gone on the internet? She wants to see if there are any other softwares available. Qi Yun took her mobile phone and looked down. No, don't look at it. Those are all living in a dark place. She paused and quickly flipped through her mobile phone. After a while, she slowly looked up and looked at Yan Rongrong in surprise. Yan Rongrong squeezed her lips and smiled at her. Qi Yu blinked her eyes. After a while, she suddenly screamed. It's your father. No, Master Sir, right? Otherwise, who has such a handwriting? I'll check it out. Wait a minute. I'll check it again. Qi Yu also took out her mobile phone and checked several softwares. There were really no Yan Rongrong's posts. Qi Yu took a long breath. Now, she wanted to say awesome to Su Bohan with a thumbs up. Without those messy things, Rongrong could finally return to calm. Aunt Wen felt that Yan Rongrong was in a much better mood, so she took the opportunity to serve her another bowl of lean meat porridge. Qi Yu saw that she really wanted to drink it and couldn't help saying, "You are raising her as a pig, Rongrong. I think if you live here for a few more months, your weight will soar to 200 jin." Yan Rongrong stared at her. No, I am not fat, am I? She was really at a bottom. She looked down and really felt that her waist was thick. She looked at Aunt Wen. Have I gained weight? Aunt Wen also looked at Qi Yu speechlessly, and then smiled at Yan Rongrong. Don't be fat. You are too thin. You need nutrition. And at this time, you can eat as much as you can. Don't worry about your figure. How can I not worry? My family, Rongrong, is only 19 years old. It is the age of youth and love. It is basic to maintain a good figure. Seeing that Qi Yu demolished the stage again, Aunt Wen really wanted to fight her, but when she thought that she was a friend of Rongrong, she had to endure it again. Seeing that Aunt Wen had entered the kitchen, Qi Yu came over and said, Rongrong, do you think Su Bohan wants to feed you fat on purpose? Yan Rongrong is not clear why. Why? Of course, because in this way, I can get rid of you. Yan Rongrong lowered her eyes slightly, and her expression was a little more lonely. We had nothing to do with it. What else did Qi Yu say? Yan Rongrong said quickly. Well, Yu, hurry up and eat. Let's go out for a walk after eating. It was rare for Yan Rongrong to take the initiative to go out for a walk. Aunt Wen quickly jumped out and said, Yes, Rongrong, go out to sunbathe more often. I'll accompany you when I'm done. Qi Yu grinned at Aunt Wen with her neat teeth. You'd better be busy. I'll just go with her. Yan Rongrong walked out and lived in this community. In fact, she also went out with Su Bohan. The air was very good in the morning, and the fragrance of plants and trees floated. There were people exercising on the road, and there were also people dressed decently and going to work. Qi Yu looked at those people and whispered to Yan Rongrong. It's worthy of a community where rich people live. I've seen several luxury cars driving out. Yan Rongrong smiled and looked a little absent-minded. Qi Yu looked at her and pinched her hand. What's the matter? Why do I feel that you are not in a good mood? Yan Rongrong looked at the clear lake in front of her and opened her mouth, but she didn't know how to say it. She sighed silently. Hey, Rongrong, you really have something to do. Aren't those things on the internet solved? What else do you have to do? Tell me about it. Yan Rongrong turned her head to look at her, pursed her lips, and then took a deep breath. I like the last person. Do you think I can chase him? Poof. Qi Yu wanted to spit. She coughed twice and asked tentatively. What you said, it can't be that Su Shao, can it? Yan Rongrong nodded calmly. Yes, it's Su Bohan. Although we haven't been together for a long time, I can't bear it. In fact, she didn't know whether she was reluctant to give up Su Bohan or the baby in her belly. She only knew that she really didn't want to leave them. Qi Yu stared at her with a speechless and sad face. Rongrong, he is almost around older than you. No matter how good looking he is almost a generation. Yan Rongrong black line. What's the difference? Besides, Mr. Su is not old at all. Do you think I can catch up with him? Chi Yu is really heartbroken this time. Is her best friend going to pursue Su Bohang? She poured cold water on Yan Rongrong directly. You can't catch up. Seeing Yan Rongrong looking at her, she explained. Su Bohang is a 10,000-year-old iron tree. Over the years, girls have been chasing him one after another. Look at that female star, how successful she was before, which made people think that she really had a drama. As a result, it is estimated that she will be killed this time. The entertainment industry will definitely not be able to hang out. I think it's very dangerous to chase him. Yan Rongrong disagrees. That has nothing to do with Mr. So, it was her own death. There are so many black materials that she is still a little restless. If she digs casually, she will collapse. Chapter 41, What kind of boss likes? Chi Yu looked at Yan Rongrong and felt that her best friend was trapped. She was worried. Ming Rongrong used to look ignorant, and the boys chasing her at school were hit by her ignorance. Why did you suddenly become enlightened this time? Besides, that's Su Bohang, the most difficult man to chase. She doesn't know whether to sympathize with her best friend or say that she is brave. So Yu, what kind do you think he likes? Can my type capture his heart? Chi Yu looked up and down at Yan Rongrong's eyes and shook her head. He probably doesn't like your type. The boss in the novel likes to be glamorous and strong. Your kind of cleverness and freshness has long been outdated. Yan Rongrong was indeed hit. In fact, from the beginning of the idea of staying with Su Bohang in her heart, she knew that it might be a long battle, so although she was hit, the more she fought, the braver she became. She took Chi Yu's arm and asked, "What does enchanting and strong look like?" Chi Yu felt that this girl was really a little poisoned. She seemed to understand Chen Shuan a little. This Su Bohang was absolutely poisonous. Yu, tell me what it looks like. Chi Yu tried to recall the novels she had read. It's very miserable, but it's very strong. If others dare to bully you, they will do it. However, it seems that they will all experience a scumbag. After being hurt by a scumbag, they suddenly awaken the power of the flood. They are strong and a mess. They tear the scumbag's green tea with their hands and then spoil the hero. Yan Rongrong frowns. Do you still have to experience a scumbag? Then I haven't met it. Chi Yu suddenly thought of Zhou Chuoshi and felt very sad. Well, she had met her. Well, why don't you find a scumbag first? Yan Rongrong tilted her head and thought seriously for a while and asked Chi Yu. If I find a scumbag, will I suffer a loss? Chi Yu has no bottom, but she also thinks that she can become strong and enchanting without experiencing scumbags. Oh, well, I'll send you a copy of the novels I collected later. Take a good look and see how the heroine in it won the heart of the boss. Yan Rongrong was excited and nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Okay, send it to me when you go back, and I'll watch it tonight. Seeing her enthusiasm, the corners of Chi Yu's mouth twitched. She was wondering whether her decision was wrong. In case Rongrong changed from an innocent and ignorant cutie to the kind of goblin who twisted her buttocks when she walked, she imagined it carefully and felt that the picture was too beautiful to think about it. When the two were about to go back, Chi Yu received a call from her parents asking her to go home. She was going to accompany Yan Rongrong for a few more days, but her parents seemed to have something to do, so she had to go back. Before leaving, he told Yan Rongrong not to stay outside too long and to go back early. Yan Rongrong sat alone by the lake for a while and got up to go back, but at this time, she saw a little boy running over crying. Yan Rongrong was shocked and found that the child was chasing a dog behind him. There was no rope around the dog's neck, but it was not big, but it was very fierce. It seemed that it was about to bite the little boy. Yan Rongrong touched around and saw a thick branch. She picked it up and ran over. She hugged the little boy in her arms and held the branch to hit the dog. The dog was pulled a few times by her, and it was still screaming fiercely and trying to pounce on Yan Rongrong. Yan Rongrong didn't get used to it. She held the branch and pulled it hard. After several times, it rolled on the ground, but the dog barked endlessly. Being beaten several times by Yan Rongrong, it finally didn't dare to rush over, but stared at Yan Rongrong with a pair of dog eyes. How dare you be fierce? Yan Rongrong took 2 steps forward, pulled at it again, and the dog who hit it took 2 steps back. At this moment, a sharp roar came. Are you sick? Why did you hit my lulla? A fat middle-aged woman ran over. The dog was already lying on the ground. Hearing the middle-aged woman's voice, she immediately jumped up again and shouted at Yan Rongrong again. Yan Rongrong raised the branch and gave it again. Lie back on me. The woman ran over, hugged the dog, and then looked at Yan Rongrong angrily. Why do you hit my lulla? Our family is reluctant to touch it. How dare you pull it with a branch? When Yan Rongrong saw the woman, she was actually a little guilty, but she immediately thought of what Chi Yu said. Now the boss likes strong and enchanting women, and he can also tear up scumbags and women by hand. She immediately raised her snow-white chin and stared at the woman. It was you who killed the dog first. There are many children in this community. Your dog almost bit a child. If I hadn't smoked it, you would have been in trouble, you know? Can your broken dog afford to pay for biting a child? Yan Rongrong was also really angry just now. She thought it was okay for others to like dogs, but since you have raised them, you should take good care of them. What if you bite someone? Especially children. The little boy is still trembling behind Yan Rongrong. At this time, the boy's mother also ran over. As soon as he saw his mother, the little boy cried again. He ran over and hugged his mother, pointing to the dog and said, "It bit me and chased me. If it hadn't been for that aunt, I would have been bitten to death. Mom. Woo." There are already many people in the community around. At this time, when they heard the boy say, they all understood that it was indeed the little girl who saved the child. The boy's mother was not easy to mess with. She stood up directly and walked towards the fat woman. The fat woman is angry. "What do you want to do?" The woman didn't say a word. She pulled the dog down from her arms and stepped on it with 2 feet. The dog who stepped on it barked. "My child was frightened. You come with me and find a place to solve it. Since you have raised it, you have been tied up, and you have to be responsible for hurting people." Many people around followed suit. "That's right, take care of raising a dog. If something happens, you will regret it." Yan Rongrong couldn't help blinking when she saw the boy's mother dragging the fat woman away with the dog. She thought it should be strong, right? Don't let the bad guys go. The boy's mother took a few steps out and suddenly turned around and smiled at Yan Rongrong. "Little girl, thank you for today, thanks to you." The little boy also raised his head and pulled Yan Rongrong's hand. "Thank you, sister." Yan Rongrong saw that the little boy should be about 3 years old, and the baby in her belly was more than a month old, and she would not be much younger than him, so she bowed her head to correct it. "I'm not an older sister. I'm an aunt." Chapter 42 Innocence and Enchantment. The little boy blinked with a pair of grape-like eyes and said in a milky voice, "You are obviously my sister," but Yan Rongrong is speechless. Is she really that young? Standing next to Mr. Sir, does he really look like a bad generation? Until she got home, Yan Rongrong was still thinking about this problem. She looked at the mirror carefully and again. Seeing the light-colored lady's dress on her body, she felt that she should wear some more mature clothes. Doesn't it look like a little girl? Seeing that she had been looking in the mirror, Aunt Wen was very puzzled and asked, "Rongrong, what's wrong with you?" Yan Rongrong turned around and said to Aunt Wen, "Aunt Wen, let's go buy clothes later." Aunt Wen was stunned. Didn't she just buy some clothes for her? Don't like it? Although she felt strange, Aunt Wen would naturally not refuse. She wiped her hands on her apron. "Okay, let's go when I clean up." However, when Aunt Wen saw that Yan Rongrong was wearing the clothes worn by some middle-aged women, her face turned green, especially when she actually took a dark blue skirt and asked Aunt Wen if she looked good on herself. Aunt Wen was speechless. Can this look good? Why should the little girl dress herself up to be old? Finally, she dragged Yan Rongrong away and didn't buy anything. After coming out, Yan Rongrong was still at a loss and was still talking about the skirts just now. Aunt Wen held her forehead and said in a very euphemistic tone, "Rongrong, I think if you have time, you should actually learn flower arrangement and read fashion magazines and so on." Yan Rongrong squeezed her lips. "It's too expensive. I can't afford to learn." Aunt Wen didn't say anything for a long time. "You are guarding my young master. Where on earth are you poor? What is your misunderstanding about yourself?" In fact, it's really not a misunderstanding. Yan Rongrong didn't point out to get rich by relying on Su Bohong at all. She lived in Su Bohong's house. The original idea was actually really pure, that is, she wanted her baby to survive, be born smoothly, and be raised by her biological father, but now, she is reluctant to leave. With the intervention of Aunt Wen, Yan Rongrong's plan to buy old-age clothes failed to be realized. The two returned home at noon. Aunt Wen went to cook, and Yan Rongrong sat in the living room and watched TV. Xi Yangyang is on TV, and she is browsing Weibo with her mobile phone. Her account was hidden. Now she can't find anyone except herself, and her messy posts are gone on Weibo. She suddenly felt that the whole world seemed to be bright, and her mood couldn't help but be happy. She thought for a long time and decided to quietly register a small account. This time she had to use a name that had nothing to do with Xiaoyang Guagua. She thought for a long time and thought about calling Guo Yanji's little fan. But after thinking about it, it was rejected again. "It doesn't seem to work, Sir Bohong's little fangirl." After that, she was finally sure that she was indeed a name invalid, so she sent a message to Tiyu and asked Tiyu to give her a name. However, Tiyu hasn't replied. "I guess he is busy." Yan Rongrong put down her mobile phone and decided to register after having a name, so she focused on watching TV. During lunch, she received a message from Sir Bohong asking her if she had eaten, what she had eaten, and what she had done today. Yan Rongrong answered one by one, and there was no big detail. When Sir Bohong saw the news that she had rescued a little boy from under the dog's mouth in the community, his face suddenly changed, and then he dialed the phone directly. Yan Rongro listened to Su Bohan's education on the phone and kept responding. In fact, her mobile phone was turned on and put on the table. She was nibbling on a sweet corn. This was bought by her when she went out with Aunt Wen today. Suddenly, she smelled the smell of corn and felt fragrant. Aunt Wen cooked it for her when she came back. Aunt Wen felt very uncomfortable when she listened to her young master who had been telling her to ensure her safety like a mother. Her young master was usually cold and reserved. Why has she become talkative now? The key is that the steaming is very perfunctory at first glance. Aunt Wen is a little dissatisfied with her young master, but she does not be dissatisfied with Yan Rongrong. Obviously, the young master looks at someone differently, and she just needs to take good care of him. Finally, Su Bohong finished speaking, and Yan Rongrong almost gnawed a piece of corn, and then asked with a smile, "Mr. Su, when do you get off work?" Su Bohong seemed to be stunned and replied, "I have a social gathering tonight, and I will be home around 10:30. Yan Rongrong swallowed the corn, and didn't make a sound. Su Bohong hesitated for a moment and said again, "If you have something to do, I can." "No, I'm fine. Mr. Su, go to work." After hanging up the phone, Yan Rongrong picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. She was surprised to see Aunt Wen looking at her. "What's the matter?" Aunt Wen smiled. "No, I just think you are really awesome." Yan Rongrong didn't know why. She was obviously very timid and didn't know how to curse. Otherwise, today she could have scolded the fat woman who committed the dog. But she was stupid, and in the end, she was the little boy's mother. Aunt Wen looked at her and said in her heart, "Isn't it awesome to make my young master talk at and change the arrangement?" After Su Bohong hung up the phone, he thought for a while and called the assistant in. "Let Suye go for tonight's social gathering, and I have to get off work early." The assistant was surprised that this entertainment was still very important. It was related to a project of the company. This kind of thing was done by Mr. Su himself before. Why today? Of course, this is not what he should ask. He nodded quickly. Yes, Yan Rongrong took a nap and saw Qi Yi's message. She first gave her a name, but Yan Rongrong was speechless after seeing the name. What kind of strange name is Sir Xiaojiao's cutie? Yan Rongrong felt that things were really gathered by kind and people were divided into groups. She and Qi Yi were indeed the same name. She'd better rely on herself. Later, Qi Yi sent her several pictures and told her which reading software to search. "Rongrong, you must take a good look at these books. Now boss likes enchanting." Yan Rongrong gave her a very solemn expression. "Don't worry, I will study hard." After talking to Qi Yi, she went to download the software and then went to find the book. But as soon as the beginning of the chapter, she calmed her down, panting, and feverish all over, and abdominal muscles. Yan Rongrong blushed a little. Why was life harmonious at the beginning? This is too fierce. I don't know what happened, but the first meeting between her and Su Bohong automatically came to her mind. He saved her, and then woke up and lay together. She tilted her head and tried to recall it, but she didn't remember the scene that night at all. She only knew that her virgin blood was gone. She vaguely seemed to hear what Mr. Su said, but she really couldn't remember the details at all. Chapter 43. Is there something wrong with Yan Rongrong's aesthetics? As soon as the sunset glow covered the sky, Su Bohong came back. When Aunt Wen saw him, she looked expected. "Young master, are you back? I cooked your meal." Su Bohong handed his coat to Aunt Wen and changed his shoes at the porch. "Where is Rongrong? Is there anything wrong with her today? How about the meal? Listen, this care is simply too much." Aunt Wen was angry. She didn't know that Yan Rongrong was pregnant. She just thought that her young master thought that Yan Rongrong was too thin and uncomfortable to hold her, and wanted to gain some weight. The meal was good. At noon, I ate a big bowl of rice and a lot of meat. I also cooked vegetable salad for her and a plate of fruit in the afternoon, but I didn't come out of the room for a long time. Su Bohong hummed, loosened his tie, and went to wash his hands. What else happened to her today besides that dog? Is her friend also in the room? Dog? Aunt Wen was at a loss. She didn't know about dogs, but she knew about her friend. Her friend seemed to have something to do at home and left, but Rongrong seemed to be in a good mood. If anything else, it was nothing, but... Su Bohong looked over. Aunt Wen didn't know how to say it, but the young master asked, and she must say it. "It seems that her aesthetics are not right." Su Bohong frowned. Aunt Wen pondered the words for a long time and said, "She asked me to accompany her to buy clothes in the morning." Su Bohong raised his eyebrows and took the initiative to buy clothes. "He thinks it's good." Aunt Wen was a little helpless. "But she likes the clothes worn by women in her 40s and 50s. I don't want to wear the old skirt, but she tried it on, but I didn't let her buy it." Su Bohong was surprised, and he was also speechless for a while. He didn't think there was something wrong with her aesthetics before. Although the clothes she wore before were ordinary, the style was very youthful and suitable for her age. Why did her aesthetics suddenly decline? When Chi-Chi responded casually when she heard the knock on the door. She thought it was Aunt Wen who came to deliver milk to her again, but when she looked up, she saw Su Bohong. She stood up in shock and quickly swept her mobile phone into the drawer. This behavior made Su Bohong's brows slightly wrinkled, but he didn't say anything. He approached and found that Yan Rongrol's eyes were red, and her face couldn't help changing slightly. Crying again? Who messed with you? Huh? Yan Rongrol was slightly stunned and shook her head. No, I didn't cry, but my eyes were a little tired. Su Bohong glanced at the drawer without a trace, and then sat down beside her. Didn't you want to take the college entrance examination next year before? Then, you are going to start learning from now on. I have borrowed the book and will be delivered later. I will tutor you from tonight. Yan Rongrol looked at him blankly. Does he really want to tutor her? Seeing Yan Rongrol's expression, Su Bohong's face sank. Do you think I'm not qualified? Yan Rongrol shook her head quickly. How can a Harvard double doctorate not be qualified, but she thinks it's a big talent for little use? She, a loser, can actually find an ordinary teacher, right? No, I just think Mr. Su is so busy. Will I waste your time? Actually, I can go to a cram school. Su Bohong didn't seem to be in a good mood and said lightly. The cram school is useless to you. I have studied your grades. Even if you can play normally in this college entrance examination, that is, you have just passed the undergraduate line, it is not very useful. Yan Rongrol was speechless. Well, her grades are indeed not good in the eyes of Boss Sir, but don't be so direct. Doesn't she want to lose face? It seemed that Yan Rongrol's annoyed expression made him feel better again, and his tone softened. I'll tutor you so that you can get into a better university. Yan Rongrol didn't doubt his words at all, but she didn't know what was going on when she listened to him. It was just that she didn't feel good. Is this a hope for her to have a good future? Arrange the future route for her. But she doesn't want to do this. She wants to stay with him. However, Yan Rongrol is a very optimistic person. Since Mr. Su wants to teach her in person and want her to have a good future, she doesn't think there is anything wrong with this. Only when she becomes excellent can she pursue what she wants. At dinner, Yan Rongrol tentatively told Su Bohong about the disappearance of all her posts on the internet. In fact, there is no need to ask about this matter at all. Yan Rongrol knows that Su Bohong must have helped her, otherwise others would not have such great ability, not to mention that no one would help her except Mr. Su Bohong looked at her and said nothing, as if he was waiting for her to express her opinion on the matter. Yan Rongrol picked up a big chicken leg and put it in his bowl. Thank you, Mr. Su, you are really a good person. Su Bohong was in a good mood when he looked at the chicken leg. He picked it up and prepared to eat it, but after hearing the words behind Yan Rongrol, he lost his appetite in an instant. A good person is a fart. He never feels that he is a good person. He has never been merciless when dealing with people, and he doesn't want this label. Yan Rongrol didn't know why. She didn't know why Mr. C's uncertain mood was. She didn't dare to say more and bowed her head to eat. Aunt Wen was afraid that Su Bohong would be angry, so she whispered, "If the young master doesn't like chicken legs, give them to me. I still like them." Master Su just glanced at her faintly, grabbed the chicken leg with his slender fingers and gnawed it. Yan Rongrol and Aunt Wen were stunned. However, Yan Rongrol felt that although Mr. Su was gnawing chicken legs, he was still very elegant, unlike those people she had seen. If Aunt Wen knew what was on her mind, she would definitely say something. "Girl, your filter is a little thick." Su Bohong's words have always been unquestionable. He said that if he had tutoring at night, Yan Rongrol could not escape. After dinner, he only gave her half an hour of rest, and then asked her to go to the study. Yan Rongrol was still reading a novel. When she was called to the study, she was still thinking about the words of the heroine in the novel scolding the scumbag. "You two are a perfect match. You should be rotten and stinky together in that stinky ditch, and don't come out to disgust others. I wonder if your smell can burn 10 streets." Yan Rongrol thought of the angry supporting actress, and felt very refreshed. Is it so cool to abuse scum? But why can't she learn? Another chair has been placed next to Su Bohong's desk, and there is a thick pile of books next to it. This is what the assistant just sent. The whole high school books are here. Sit down. Let's talk about it from the beginning of high school. Su Bohong turned to the book of the first year of high school, but saw that Yan Rongrol had not moved, so he looked up at her and saw her laughing alone. He frowned and tapped his slender fingers on the table. "I'm back to my senses." Yan Rongrol immediately reacted and trotted to sit next to him. Su Bohong looked at her. "What were you thinking about just now?" Chapter 44. There is a big misunderstanding. Yan Rongrol shook her head vigorously. She couldn't say that she was immersed in the novel just now. She almost forgot that Mr. Su was still by her side. "I didn't think about anything, but I felt that I, a scumbag, was afraid of falling into your prestige." Su Bohong's eyes moved slightly and said lightly, "You are not a scumbag, and your foundation is not bad." Yan Rongrol felt that she should be glad that she could get such a word as Sishao. She felt that it was too rare. She really had to study hard. Fact well, Yan Rongrong has always been very serious about her studies. It's not bad when she was in school, but she was too busy every day and didn't have much time to study. When she thought of the past, she inevitably thought of her parents. She smiled bitterly and really didn't want to see her. Yesterday, at the door of the roast chicken restaurant, Ling Xing's words seemed to be still in her ears. It turned out that no matter what, the first thing they gave up was her daughter. Su Bohong opened the book and stuffed a pen into Yan Rongrong's hand. Read the book and do the exercises. Ask me if you don't know. Yan Rongrong was dumbfounded. Didn't she say that she would give a lecture? She can do the questions by herself, right? In the eyes of her boss Bohong, she swallowed these words back after all and did not dare to say them. Well, she can do the questions by herself. Yan Rongrong was very serious when she studied and was focused enough when doing questions, so she didn't notice that Su Bohong would look up at her from time to time. Seeing that she put the pen in her mouth again, Su Bohong frowned. Raise your hand and hold her wrist. Yan Rongrong was at a loss. Don't bite the tip of the pen. Yan Rongrong looked at it. The end of the pen was indeed stained with her saliva. She quickly wiped it with a tissue and smiled at Su Bohong. I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable. Su Bohong squeezed his lips and listened to him when Yan Rongrong was about to immerse himself in doing the questions again. It took a long time for Yan Rongrong to react. It turned out that he was receiving what she had just said. Well, Si Xiao's reflection arc was actually quite long. The questions of the first year of high school were really not difficult for Yan Rongrong. After sitting there for 2 hours, she did 4 papers. She didn't feel that she couldn't do it, and she didn't disturb Su Bohong. Right or not, at least it's all filled in. Su Bohong first made the paper for her in her freshman year of high school. He wanted to first touch how much Yan Rongrong had learned in the 3 years of high school. For roles of Yan Rongrong after finishing, she quietly looked up at Su Bohong and saw that he was reading a piece of information in her hand. She pursed her lips and did not disturb her. She decided to wait a little longer. Looking at him like this, she couldn't help but think of the plot in the novel. Boss likes enchanting and sexy women. She looked down at herself. Originally, her breasts were actually not so large, but since she became pregnant, she felt that her breasts seemed to be much bloated, and her waist was not thicker at all, perhaps because her belly was not pregnant yet. So her figure should be up to standard now, right? But he didn't seem to care. Thinking about it, she didn't know where her thoughts had drifted. She didn't notice when Su Bohong looked up. Until I heard Su Bohong's magnetic low voice. Who are you thinking about? Mr. Ji blurted out. After saying that, she was shocked that something was wrong. Finally, she came back to her senses and saw that Su Bohong's face became a little cold in an instant. Who is Mr. Ji? Yan Rongrong swallowed her saliva. Ji is always the hero of the novel, but she didn't dare to say it. This can't be, let Su Bohong know. Seeing that Yan Rongrong didn't say anything, Su Bohong asked again. Who is Ji always? Yan Rongrong's eyes turned and she said. Just listen, a friend. After saying this, she wanted to bite off her tongue. So how could the awesome boss be her friend? This cow is a little big. Sure enough, she saw Su Bohong's face even more ugly than just now. I thought Su Bohong was going to ask, but he didn't ask any more questions, but took a few test papers in front of her. He took a red pen from the pencil case and lowered his head to judge her papers. The speed is very fast. When Yan Rongrong was thinking about how to explain it again, he had already finished the judgment. There were mistakes on each paper. He took a paper and lectured Yan Rongrong seriously. Yan Rongrong listened very carefully. In fact, she cherishes Su Bohong's goodness. Who can tutor you so patiently, not to mention that he is a very busy president. After correcting the mistakes, and Su Bohong found a similar question for her to practice, he asked her to go back to rest. Yan Rongrong looked up at the time. It was already 10 o'clock. Go back to wash and have a rest. Yan Rongrong nodded. Aren't you resting yet? I have to be busy for a while. Yan Rongrong packed up all the books and rolls here, stood up and stretched out, and then nervously touched her stomach before leaving the study. Su Bohong put down the document in his hand and leaned on the back of the chair, with a deep expression on his face, and lit a cigarette. He doesn't smoke much, and occasionally smokes one. He dialed Yeon Yi's phone. At 10 o'clock, Yeon Yi's nightlife had not started yet. He was dressing up at home and shouted as soon as he got on the phone. I said, Su Xiao, hasn't the matter of the little guy in your family been solved? Why are you still looking for me? The female star asked you to be a demon again. Su Bohong thought that when he came back in the afternoon, he did meet her in the garage. The woman actually hoped that he could help her, saying that her photos and videos were all fake and someone else had deliberately harmed her. At that time, Su Bohong felt that the woman's brain was kicked by a donkey, and she actually came to him. He drove over decisively. He saw that Chen Shua's face turned pale, her legs and feet were weak, and she hid to the side, and she walked away indifferently. I want the detailed information of the boys in the Ji family. Huh? Yang Yi was very confused. He waved the stylist away and stood up with his mobile phone. Did the boys of Lao Ji's family provoke you? No, except for Ji Qinghan, no one in their family dares to provoke you. Speaking of Ji Qinghan, a few coldness flashed on Su Bohao's face and he hung up the phone directly. Yang Yi was very confused, but Ji Qinghan was not in China. Why did these two people meet again? Or is it starting to grab land again? Although he didn't know what had happened, he must be determined to stand on Su Bohao's side. Su Bohao was his childhood, and Ji Qinghan's smiling tiger had always been unpleasant, but he didn't dare to provoke. He called Jin Mingchen again. I think we have to sit down with A Hung when we have time. He didn't know what was going on, and he met Ji Qinghan again. Jin Mingchen on the other end of the phone was particularly surprised. How could it be? Isn't it to resolve the contradiction? Ji Qinghan has gone abroad, and it's not time to come back. Yang Yi shrugged his shoulders here. How did I know that those two were going to fight? I guess many small consortiums would be unlucky to follow. Chapter 45, Everything Can Be Risked. Yang Yi hung up the phone and waved to the stylist, signaling her to continue. The stylist came over and continued to do his hair. He took the opportunity to touch her waist and said with a smile, "You have gained weight recently." The stylist's face suddenly turned red and she didn't say anything. She continued to do her job. Obviously, she had experienced a lot of this kind of thing. "Yang Shao, there is a woman looking for you outside." "Who?" The bodyguard bowed beside him and whispered. "It's the female star Chen Shuan." Yang Yi raised his eyebrows and couldn't help laughing. This woman actually came to him. "Didn't you see that I was busy? I don't have time to see her now." The bodyguard lowered his eyebrows and looked at me. It was Chen Shuan who saw the bodyguard coming out and hurried forward. "Does Yang Shao let me in?" The bodyguard glanced at her curved body and said coldly, "We, Yang Shao, are so busy that we don't have time to see you now." After saying that, he turned around and left. Chen Shuan shouted from behind, "So when will he see me?" The bodyguard ignored her at all and had already left. Her assistant followed her and looked outside sneakily. She was afraid of being photographed by paparazzi. Now, Shua's image is already very bad. If she is photographed in front of Yang Shao's house again, the media doesn't know how to report it. Fortunately, the villa area where Youyi lives is well secure, so he shouldn't let the paparazzi in. Seeing the anger on Chen Shua's face, the assistant advised in a low voice, "Sister, let's go back. The company will definitely find a way. You are the first sister of the company, and the company will protect you." Master Yang heard. Chen Shuan looked at her with a pair of gloomy eyes. "What do you know? Didn't you see what the hell our company is like? They haven't changed anything for so many days." The assistant was scolded and didn't dare to speak, but he said to himself, "It's not that your matter is too big and the popularity is too high. The company doesn't know how many hot searches there are every day, but the popularity still can't be reduced." Chen Shuan looked at the luxurious villa in front of her, and her eyes changed uncertainly. She knew that Yang Yi did it on purpose, but she could bear it. As long as she could settle this matter, what could she not do? Although it is summer, it is still a little cool after night, especially the greening of the villa area, and the air is cool. Chen Shuan was wearing a knee-length skirt with two beautiful shoulders exposed. A gust of wind blew, and she got goosebumps on her body. The little assistant silently put a piece of clothing on her and looked at her watch. "Sister, it's almost 11:30. If Chen Shuan doesn't leave, she will have to accompany her. It's useless to stand here in the middle of the night." The two stood until more than 2 o'clock before they saw a red supercar coming from outside. The assistant quickly pulled Chen Shuan to dodge, but saw that the red supercar actually drove into the villa. Chen Shuan threw her coat to the assistant, stepped on high heels and ran over. Yang Shao and Yang Yi got off the two beautiful women in the car. They were all tall and wore tight skirts, which outlined their bodies extremely sexy. He hugged one, and his eyes fell evilly on Chen Shuan. "You are still here?" Chen Shuan didn't even look at the two women beside him, but only at Youyi. "Yang Shao told me to wait, and I will wait for you." Yang Yi smiled. He saw stubbornness in the woman's eyes. Suddenly, he felt that she was quite interesting, so he waved his hand. "All right, come in." The little assistant chased him, pulled Chen Shuan, and whispered, "Sister, do you really want to do this? This Yang Shao's reputation in the circle is not good." Chen Shuan shook her off. She had no choice now. She knew that she had been done by someone. It must be capital. Only capital can fight against capital. She followed behind. The two women beside Yang Yi would look back at her from time to time, with contempt and ridicule in their eyes. Big stars, where is more noble than them? She may not be as good as them. At least, they don't have to stand here for most of the night. Yang Yi sat on the sofa and looked at Chen Shuan with undisguised and naked eyes. She is tall, with exquisite curves, her chest and buttocks are very beautiful, her face is beautiful, and her red lips are sexy. She is really a beauty. After standing in high heels for too long, the legs are slightly bent at this time, and the front chest is more prominent. He waved to the two women. "Go to the room and wait for me." The two women responded very well. They looked at Chen Shuan provocatively, raised their chins, and went upstairs together with their long legs. Yo Yi leaned on the sofa and smiled at the corners of his lips. What's the matter with me? Chen Shuan took 2 steps forward, and her chest fluctuated violently. I want to know who is dealing with me. Yo Yi's eyes were a little strange. He looked at Chen Shuan again, and then shook his head with a smile. Is it necessary for you to know? It's good to be an ordinary person in the future. She took 2 more steps forward, sat next to him directly against Yo Yi, and leaned towards him softly. I want to know who is going to deal with me. Yo Yi's eyes looked at the waves swaying in front of his eyes, and his eyes deepened. I reminded you last time, but you didn't listen to it at all. You could be your star very steadily, but you like to die. Chen Shua's heart was shocked, and her face turned white. Remind? Yang Yi reminded her not to get close to Sir Bohan that time. No, she shook her head hard. No way. You are lying to me. How can it be him? Yang Yi sneered. Why can't it be him? Do you really think he is a gentle and elegant man? No, that's the person who cares about him. The person who doesn't care about him is not even a dog in his eyes. Do you know that you are dead? He hugged Chen Shua's waist and sniffed gently on her body. It doesn't have the smell of those old guys, and they can still take a mouthful. If she was so blasphemous and humiliated like this at ordinary times, Chen Shuan would have been angry, but now she feels uncomfortable and can't believe it. Although she wants to take advantage of Su Bohan, she really likes him. In fact, when she wanted to tie herself to Su Bohan with public opinion, it was a tentative. Su Bohan didn't care. She thought that he acquiesced. She was full of confidence in herself. She could take him down and make those gossips come true. However, why did he suddenly change? And it's so cruel. Why? Why did he ruin me? I didn't do anything. Yo Yi looked at her mockingly. Didn't you do anything? You know it yourself. As for why, I won't tell you. He is my brother. Now I will tell you this, which also makes you understand that you can't turn over. Even if you want to accompany me tonight, you can't turn over. Chen Shuan bit her lip and looked at Yo Yi, but did not get up and leave immediately. Chapter 46 Questions about the inferior generation. Yang Yi is a standard playboy. He has never broken up with the women around him in ordinary days, and he plays very well, which is the kind of play that Su Bohan can't accept. Once they bumped into many people in his room, who were playing with a hot fire. After that, Su Bohan didn't pay attention to him for a long time. He really felt uncomfortable and wanted to vomit when he saw him. This time, Chen Shuan took the initiative to send it to her door. Naturally, he would not refuse. For him, women are just tools for happiness, and Chen Shua's body is flexible, and she is indeed a beauty. It was a ridiculous night. When Chen Shuan came out of Yang Yi's villa, her legs were trembling. She was still wearing the skirt from last night and walked unsteadily. When the little assistant saw her coming out, he quickly ran over to help her. Sister, you. Why on earth are you? How could he help you and make you like this? Chen Shuan grabbed her hand with her eyes flashing coldly. My bargain will not be taken in vain. I, Chen Shuan, will not be defeated so easily. Go back. When Chen Shuan went home to sleep, her team received a termination contract after another. The products she had endorsed before were contracted with her one after another, and the previously finalized dramas were also gone. Her fans cried and complained on the internet, selling badly, explaining that those photos were all P. She was not that kind of person, but soon there was a technical flow reply to analyze the authenticity of the photos and videos, and her personality collapsed overnight. Time flies. Seeing the coming of the school season, Yan Ronron's classmates are about to step into the campus of the university. Qi Ye was admitted to Shengcheng, a city in the south of the Yangtze River. Before going to college, she went to Sir Bohan's house to accompany Yan Ronron for 2 days. The two of them nestled on the sofa and watched TV while eating snacks. Occasionally, they laughed like two fools. Aunt Wen felt several times that Qi Yi was going to bring bad Ronron, but she didn't dare to care, because Ronron was not under her control, and Aunt Wen was wronged. After sending Qi Ye away, Yan Ronron suddenly felt very lonely. She stood alone on the balcony for a long time. The baby in her belly was already 2 months old, but her stomach was still very flat. She could eat and sleep, and her life was actually very comfortable. She sighed, what else is there to be dissatisfied with? Waiting for meals and sleeping every day is simply a pig-like life. Your classmate is gone. Are you sad? Yan Rongrol turned around suddenly and saw Su Bohan leaning there, with a long leg slightly bent, looking at her. His eyes are dark and deep, but Yan Rongrol can clearly feel his emotions. He is very gentle now. She pursed her lips and smiled. Mr. Su, you came back so early today. Su Bohan stood up straight and said, let's go out for dinner today. Yan Rongrol's eyes lit up and she hurried over. Then can I eat crayfish? Yan Rongrol's face suddenly collapsed. Well, she thought it was better to eat at home. Of course, you still have to go out. It's rare for Su Bohan to invite her to dinner. Yan Rongrol hurried back to the bedroom to change her clothes. Su Bo-hung sat on the sofa and waited for her. Seeing that there was a book on the coffee table and the book cover was wrapped, he casually picked it up and prepared to turn it over. But as soon as he read the first page, he frowned. How did the picture described in it feel? Don't move. Yan Rongrol's shout alarmed Su Bo-hung, and he looked at her. Yan Rongrol rushed towards him like an old butterfly and snatched the book away. She held the book in her arms and looked at Su Bo-hung with wary eyes. Look at it casually, mister. Sir, don't you change your clothes? Su Bo-hung really didn't have the heart to care about the book at this time. His eyes were now attracted by the skirt on Yan Rongrong. Dark blue, still dark, wide and rustic. He wanted to hold his forehead, but it was really an aesthetic downgrade. Yan Rongrol's eyes rolled and she quickly ran back to the bedroom with the book in her arms, probably preparing to hide it. Aunt Wen came out quietly and said to Su Bo-hung quietly, "Young master, I think Rongrong must have been stimulated by something. I don't know why she especially likes this kind of clothes worn by old women in dozens of years." The lightness on Su Bo-hung's face was also a little unsustainable, and he also felt that Yan Rongrol was stimulated. So when Yan Rongrol came out, he asked her why she bought this dress in very euphemistic words. "Isn't he going out with you?" She still had a very proud expression and turned around in front of Su Bo-hung. "Does it look good? Do I look like I'm 30 years old?" Su Bo-hung felt that he had been hurt by 10,000 points, while Aunt Wen took a long time to hold back a word. Like Yan Rongrol, he smiled again, and stood beside Su Bo-hung and asked Aunt Wen, "Do we look like a generation behind us standing together now?" What did Aunt Wen really say? She just wants to laugh now. She turned around and ran to the kitchen, only listening to the laughter in the kitchen. Yan Rongrol looked up at Su Bo-hung. What's wrong with Aunt Wen? Su Bo-hung kept taking a deep breath and told herself that she had a baby in her stomach and could not be punished. If she beat her hard, it would hurt. She endured it. "Go and change your clothes." Yan Rongrong blinked. "Why?" Su Bo-hung took a deep breath. "I'm not so surprised. Mr. Su, aren't you 30 years old?" Su Bo-hung felt that he couldn't help it. He really wanted to slap his buttocks fiercely. Who on earth did he learn this from? Yan Rongrol finally realized that Mr. Su was in a bad mood. She looked down at her skirt again. "Is it really not good looking? When I first bought it back, Aunt Wen said it didn't look good and asked her to return it, but she didn't return it." Being stared at by Su Bo-hung, she smiled. "Well, Who knew that she was about to take off her skirt when she found that Su Bo-hung actually followed the cloakroom and reached out to take out a light purple skirt from the wardrobe and handed it to her. "Wear this one." He opened the drawer of the jewelry again, took out the matching earrings, necklaces and watches for her, and finally picked up a pair of shoes for her when he went out. "It's flat, but it definitely looks good with this skirt." Yan Rongrol cleaned up again. Aunt Wen finally laughed enough. When she saw Yan Rongrol like this, she said, "This is normal. It's a little girl who is full of youthful vitality. Why do you dress so old-fashioned? Look at how good it looks when you wear it like this. The return rate when you go out is absolutely 200. Su Bo-hung frowned and thought about not letting her change one. However, Yan Rongrol was very happy to hear Aunt Wen's praise. She went to Su Bo-hung and asked Aunt Wen, "Then I'm going out with Mr. Sir, it's not like a different generation, is it?" Seeing that Aunt Wen tended to laugh again, Su Bo-hung looked down at her. "Can't pass, can't it?" Yan Rongrol pursed her lips and smiled herself. In fact, she felt that she was indeed a little bit of a bull's horn. Mr. Su is really not old, but she looked too young. Well, it must be so. Chapter 47, Meet Yan Chen. Although he can't eat crayfish, Mr. Su is still very good. With Yan Rongrol went to eat the hot pot she had been thinking about for several days, but when she wanted the soup base, it was not spicy on the basis of slightly spicy. Yan Rongrol looked at the light-colored soup base and looked up at Su Bo-hung. Suddenly, she lost the sense of expectation just now. It doesn't taste good at first glance. Hot pot doesn't like spicy food, which is simply soulless. Su Bo-hung took out a glass of water from her bag and handed it to her. "Drink water first." Yan Rongrol said, "Oh, obviously not in a high mood." Su Bo-hung glanced at the bottom of the soup and frowned slightly. "It should be spicy. Look at the red color." Yan Rongrol really wants to say, "Just 2 red oil flowers, do you call them red? Then do you want to eat clear soup?" Yan Rongrol immediately piled up a smile. "No, it's good. This is good. That's it." She is really afraid that even these 2 oil flowers are gone. This shop is very lively, with a lot of customers, and the tables are almost full. Yan Rongrol looked at the waiters brought out the red hot pot, and she was particularly envious. Although you don't have to go to school, you also need to show your face when the school starts. Su Bo-hung said lightly. Yan Rongrol immediately looked at him. Mr. Su had said that he had found a school for her before, but because she was pregnant, she didn't have to go to class, and he would tutor her at home. "Mr. Su, where is the school? Is it in Kyoto?" Su Bo-hung nodded. "Well, in private schools, if you go to a public school, you have to go to class. At least Yan Rongrong was born in Kyoto. Naturally, she knows how expensive the private schools here are. Not only are they expensive, but they are not easy to enter without background. She asked Su Bohong, Mr. Sir, if I don't go to school, do I still have to pay the tuition fee? Zhao Yan Rongrong suddenly felt a loss. The main reason was that she felt that Mr. Su was a loss and paid such an expensive tuition fee, but she didn't go to class. She thought for a moment and said, "Want no, I'll go to class." Now, the baby is less than 2 months old, and his belly doesn't show at all. When he grows up, I can also wear some loose clothes without affecting my study. No, Su Bohong directly rejected her idea. There are many uncertainties in school. What if you fall down or encounter something else? Yan Rongrong opened her mouth and was a little speechless. Why does she think that Mr. Su protects her as a national treasure? Do we need to be so careful? And she feels that the baby is very strong, and she can still move the roast chicken bucket before she meets her boss. She thought about how to persuade Su Bohong. She didn't want to do nothing at home all day. Now that there was a school, she actually wanted to go to school, but suddenly her expression was stagnant and her eyes looked at the direction of the door. Su Bohong also knew Yan Rongrong these days, thinking that she was going to grind for a while. Who knew that she had been looking behind him and didn't say anything? Su Bohong looked back. I saw a pair of young men and women entering the hot pot restaurant and were led by the waiter to sit down diagonally behind them. When Su Bohong saw that Yan Rongrong was looking at the young boy, his eyebrows frowned involuntarily. Do you know each other? Yan Rongrong squeezed her lips, and her eyes were a little complicated. He is my brother. Su Bohong's expression condensed. He had seen her brother on Yan Rongrong's information, but there was no photo attached at that time, so he didn't know. Yan Chen has been a good student since he was a child. He is the son of Yan Rongrong's parents. When he was at home, he and their brother Yan Yi had eggs and milk every morning, but Yan Rongrong didn't. She went to school on an empty stomach. The year before last, Yan Chen barely passed the undergraduate line in the college entrance examination and went to a university that could not be passed. He just took a look and withdrew his gaze, his eyes a little cold. The soup is boiling. What do you want to eat? Yan Rongrong moved her body slightly and gave way to the waiter. At this time, Yan Chen looked back and happened to miss Yan Rongrong perfectly. He didn't see her. Did you read it wrong? Who will stare at me? He smiled and talked to the girl opposite. This was the girlfriend he made in college. The family conditions were good, and the appearance was not bad. He just had a bad temper, but Yan Chen felt that he could bear it. Wu Ying, I like a pair of sneakers recently. Let's go and buy them after dinner. I'm afraid I'll run out of size if I'm late. Wu Ying's face immediately turned cold, and she slanted at Yan Chen. You have bought 3 pairs of shoes this month. Why do you still need them? Yan Chen immediately took her hand and said with a smile. I like this pair very much, and it is very valuable for collection. Maybe it can be sold at a high price at that time. Seeing that Wu Ying didn't let go, he immediately moved the chair closer to her and kissed her on the face. I don't have to go back to the dormitory tonight. We can have a good time today. Wu Ying looked at his handsome face and finally smiled. Okay, you finally have time to accompany me. I'm going to see a movie later. Yan Chen put his mons around her waist and smiled ambiguously. Okay, I will accompany you to do whatever you want. Because the location was not far away, Yan Rongrong listened carefully and easily heard their conversation. She was particularly shocked. Yan Chen is not like this when he is at home. Although he is also very good at making his parents happy, they like him very much, but how could he be like this? Was he asked for shoes from that girl just now? Su Bohong put a cooked fish fillet in a bowl of Yan Rongrong. Let's eat it. In fact, he doesn't like Yan Rongrong's family, but he won't show anything. He will respect her. Yan Rongrong lowered her head to eat with chopsticks, but her eyes still couldn't help looking at Yan Chen. Then, she was tragic. A violent cough stuck in the throat by a fish bone. Su Bohong was shocked, pulled her into his arms, and then went to see her throat. He put his finger in, and Yan Rongrong vomited uncontrollably, and actually vomited the fish thorn. The movement here was so big that even the waiter rushed over. At this time, he was relieved to see that Yan Rongrong was fine. Su Bohong helped her to sit down in the chair she had just now, staring at her. How about it? Are you sure it's gone? Yan Rongrong coughed and vomited. Now her physiological tears kept flowing. She shook her head at Su Bohong. It's all right. I'm out. She looked up and saw that Yan Chen had looked this way. When he saw Yan Rongrong, he stood up immediately in surprise. Yan Rongrong felt a little helpless. She didn't want to see her brother, but she didn't want to see her family now, especially when she was with Mr. Su now. She couldn't help but look at Su Bohong again. She didn't want her family to cause him trouble. Chapter 48. I'm afraid that the Yan family will make trouble. Yan Chen walked quickly towards this side. Rongrong, why are you here? His eyes couldn't help falling on Su Bohong. He found that the man had a strong aura and looked particularly evil. He sat there without even lifting his eyelids, and was just picking up food for Yan Rongrong. Yan Rongrong looked up at Yan Chen, and her expression was also very complicated. Brother, I didn't expect to meet you here. Yan Chen looked at Yan Rongrong again and was stunned again. He found that his sister had become very different. Before, she was very thin and looked like a child, but now she seems to be much whiter, and her figure is much plumper. In addition, her eyes are clearer and brighter than before. You haven't been home for a long time. Do you know that your parents are worried about you? You said how bold you are now that you dare to run away from home. Mom is such a temper, with a knife mouth and a tofu heart. You don't know why do you still quarrel with her. Mom is very angry with you this time. Go home quickly and admit your mistake to them, otherwise you probably won't want to go back this time. Yan Rongrong lowered her head. She was not going to go back to apologize. Why did she apologize? What on earth did she do wrong to apologize? I don't want to go back for the time being. What did you say? Yan Rongrong, are your wings really hard now? Not to mention talking back to Mom, are you really not going home now? Your parents raised you for 19 years, and that's how you treat them. Yan Chen taught Yan Rongrong a lesson that she was used to it. In the past, when he was at home, he always told her a big truth in the image of a big brother, let her admit her mistake, let her work, and let her take out the money to buy school uniforms to buy him game skins. Su Bohong raised his eyes and fell on Yan Chen. His eyes were shocked. He was still in a high-ranking posture, but at this time, he was a little afraid to say anything. The man's aura was too strong. In front of him, especially in his cold eyes, Yan Chen subconsciously dodged and did not dare to look at him, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. Get out of here now. I don't want to hear your noise. Yan Chen was so angry that he was about to speak, but seeing Su Bohong's indifferent eyes, he obviously lacked confidence. His girlfriend Wu Ying also ran over at this time and pulled him hard. He kept eyeing at him to prevent him from acting recklessly, and pulled him away. Yan Rongrong quietly glanced at Su Bohong and saw that he was carefully picking a thorn in a piece of fish without a word. After getting along with Su Bohong for so long, she can feel that Su Bohong is angry. She knows her family was very bad, but in the face of Yan Chen, she was really used to not refuting, so she didn't drive him away directly and toughly just now. Yan Rongrong himself was also annoyed. Habits were really a terrible thing. In fact, when Yan Chen always taught her at the beginning, Yan Rongrong would also face her, but he was too annoyed. If Yan Rongrong fought back, he would chase her endlessly like a dog skin plaster. She was really annoyed and gradually ignored him. Anyway, no, it will be influenced by him. Yan Rongrong blinked a few times, fished out a piece of winter melon from the pot and put it in Su Bohong's bowl. Do you want to eat more to calm down? Su Bohong looked up at her, squeezed her lips, lowered her head, and waited to be scolded. She heard a helpless sigh, and then there was another piece of fish in the bowl. This time, the thorns inside are clean and gone at all. Yan Rongrong suddenly had an impulse to cry. No one had ever been so attentive to her. She didn't think she was troublesome and treated her so well. Mr. Sir, I'm sorry. Su Bohong looked at her. Why did you apologize to me? Because of my brother, did he bother you just now? Su Bohong said lightly. I'm not a person who is afraid of trouble, and I'm not angry. Yan Rongrong tilted her head to look at him. Is she really not angry? Su Bohong shook his head. No, I just don't like how arrogant he is to you. Yan Rongrong sighed. Yes, he has always been like that, because he is fearless. In fact, when he is at home, no matter who is right or wrong, it will be me in the end. My parents can never look at me, so I... Su Bohong looked at her eyes with a strong emotion. He suddenly stretched out his hand and held Yan Rongrong's hand. Let's eat, he said silently in his heart. I will support you in the future, and no one can bully you anymore. Yan Chen was pulled to their seat by his girlfriend, Wu Ying, and he said angrily, Why are you pulling me? My sister must have been kidnapped by that wild man, and I will never let him go. Wu Ying pulled his arm hard and said in a low voice, Stop shouting. Do you know who he is? Won't you let him go? He can crush you to death with one finger. Yan Chen was shocked and stopped shouting. He looked at Wu Ying, realized something, and asked eagerly, Who is he? Wu Ying did not answer him immediately, but asked, Is the girl just now really your sister? Of course, my own sister. A smile suddenly appeared on Wu Ying's face, and she couldn't help but look over there again. She happened to see Su Bohong put the fish pieces with fish bones in the Yan Rongrong bowl. Jealousy flashed in her eyes, but more excited. She came closer to Yan Chen and whispered, That man is the only heir of the Su family, the richest family in Kyoto, Su Bohong. Haven't you heard of him? Yan Chen's eyes widened in an instant and couldn't believe it. Who? Who do you think he is? In fact, Wu Ying still can't believe it. Su Bohong, that's a nobleman in the rich family circle. How could he have dinner with Yan Chen's sister? It's incredible. Is it really Su Bohong? Yan Chen couldn't help looking back and was pulled by Wu Ying. Don't look at it. You just made a bad impression on Su Xiao. Be careful that he really got angry. Yan Chen sat there and didn't dare to look back, but he began to calculate in his heart. The young master of the Su family actually had dinner with Rongrong. Their relationship. His mind was lively. If his sister could marry into the Su family, wouldn't their family be going to ascend to heaven? Wu Ying knew what he was thinking by looking at his expression. She sneered. Don't think too much. The Su family is a top rich family, and ordinary girls are not qualified. If you marry into the Su family, even if your sister is unlucky now, at most she will get some money from Su Xiao. Don't expect anything else, that's unrealistic. Yan Chen was a little unconvinced. Then maybe my sister is willing to marry her by letting the young master look at her differently. Wu Ying looked at Yan Chen with a little contempt in the depths of her eyes. She had never seen the small family in the world, and she really didn't understand anything. Even if Su Xiao likes it, he will be raised for a while at most. His marriage belongs to the family, and he doesn't understand this to tell you. Chapter 49 Zhou Shen. Yan Chen and Wu Ying haven't left for a long time. They pretend to eat and have been communicating quietly. Wu Ying pulled Yan Chen's arm and whispered, "Do you think your sister knows that the man who has dinner with her is Su Xiao?" She asked this question, which made Yan Chen stunned. He quietly turned around and saw that Yan Rongrong was talking to Su Boheng with a bright smile. In his impression, Yan Rongrong has never been a warm-hearted person. She is very quiet, or calm, and rarely has such a smiling look. If she knew the identity of the people around her, she would not be so open-go, would she? He was shocked and looked at Wu Ying. You really don't know, do you? Wu Ying smiled and glanced at the skirt Yan Rongrong was wearing. It was the latest customized style. The skirt cost at least more than 100,000 yuan. This rustic and ignorant girl probably thought it was an ordinary skirt worth hundreds of yuan, right? Yan Rongrong knew that Yan Chen had not left, so she was actually very uneasy about this meal. She knew who her eldest brother was before. He was selfish, very good at work, and liked to educate people from the moral high point. Today, she found another one, and he also ate soft rice. She can't help looking at Su Boheng again. When the girl next to him saw Su Boheng just now, a flash of shock in her eyes showed that she might have recognized Su Boheng. With Yan Chen's appearance, she was afraid that he would want to squeeze benefits from Su Boheng. I have to say that Yan Rongrong really knew her brother. When they finished dinner, Su Boheng went to pay the bill. Yan Chen pulled her aside. Rongrong, you haven't been home for so long. Have you called your parents? Do you live with him now? Yan Rongrong was silent and didn't say anything. A joy flashed in Yan Chen's eyes. Yan Rongrong was a stuffy gourd. If she didn't say anything, she acquiesced. He said in a lower voice. Don't worry, you are so old that I won't tell my parents, but do you know who that man is? Yan Rongrong's eyes condensed, her face did not move, and she shook her head gently. He is my boyfriend who works in a technology company. Yan Chen said to himself, as expected, he didn't know. He looked at Yan Rongrong, looking a little hesitant and sad. Rongrong, I told you, you have to stay steady and don't get excited, okay? Yan Rongrong looked confused. Yan Chen looked over there again and saw that Su Boheng hadn't come back yet, so he whispered. His surname is Su, he is the young master of the Su family and a real rich man. Yan Rongrong made a surprised and wide-eyed expression very cooperatively. Yan Chen was very satisfied with her reaction and whispered her advice. It seems that you really don't know that he is really lying to you. Let me tell you, such a person can't have any real feelings for you. He must know that you have just graduated from school and is still a child. I heard that people like this like to play with women like that. You live with him now, and you may fall out of favor in a short time. Now hurry up. Lin, make some money. Yan Rongrong frowned and her eyes moved wildly, looking a little confused. No, brother, you are wrong. He can't be a young master. He has no money. Yan Chen looked at her like a fool. That's probably because you want to have sex for nothing. Sure enough, the richer you are, the more stingy you are. You must find a way to ask him for more money. I've been looking at a few pairs of shoes recently. You know, Mom can't give me much living expenses in a month. I can't afford it at all. Rongrong, you give me some money first. Yan Rongrong looked at him indifferently and handed him the backpack directly. Yan Chen's eyes were full of greed and he was eager to turn over her bag, but he didn't find the money. Yan Rongrong didn't even have 100 yuan in her wallet. His face suddenly sank, and he looked at Yan Rongrong and was a little angry. What do you mean? You have followed Su Boheng now. What's wrong with buying me a few pairs of shoes? Mom is really right. You are lazy to do it, and you are stingy with your family. Yan Rongrong's face was plain and she looked at him indifferently. You still have 1,500 yen for living expenses every month, and I don't even have 150 yuan a month. Do you think I can have money in my bag? But you have followed a rich man. He has put on such an expensive skirt. Can he not give you money? Yan Rongrong brought the bag over and said in a low voice. He didn't say that he was rich. Besides, why should I acquire other people's money? Yan Chen is going to die of anger. Are you stupid? Why do you live with him without paying? He almost blurted out and said why he slept with him in vain if he didn't give him money. Such an insult made Yan Rongron's heart colder, but he didn't attack. Wait for a while. I just knew his real situation. Hearing what she said, Yan Chen felt that there was a drama. His face suddenly softened and he nodded. Okay, but I can't wait too long for my shoes, otherwise they will be bought away. As soon as possible, I won't tell my parents during this period. Yan Rongrong took her backpack and left. When Su Bohan drove out, Yan Rongrong stood alone in front of the hot pot restaurant. He called her twice, but she didn't seem to hear it. He stopped the car and walked towards her. What are you thinking about? In a low and magnetic voice, Yan Rongrong looked up and smiled at him. Let's go home. Su Bohan looked back at the hot pot restaurant, opened the co-driver's door for Yan Rongrong, and carried her away. Yan Rongrong didn't say much along the way. She seemed to be very tired. She leaned on the seat and closed her eyes. Su Bohan reached out and gently touched her head, as if soothing a kitten. In fact, Yan Rongrong's body was a little stiff at that moment, but soon she relaxed and didn't move. Naturally, she didn't fall asleep. She was just thinking about how not to let those people in the family stick to her boss Bohan. It's enough for her to be unlucky. Who made her a member of that family? They subdued her for 19 years. But he didn't want Su Bohan to be harassed by them. Today, the eldest brother saw her with Su Bohan. If she doesn't stabilize him, her parents will probably know the news soon. If she wants to be with Su Bohan at that time, they will definitely open their mouths. Yan Rongrong turned her head to Su Bohan, and her eyes opened a small gap and looked at him secretly. She once told Qi Ye that this was a very good man. She wanted to be with him. In order to avoid those troubles, she had to take him down as soon as possible and get the certificate quickly. Su Bohan's perception is so sensitive. He has been driving ahead, but Yan Rongrong may have been staring at him for too long. He suddenly stretched out a hand to cover her eyes. Take a nap and I'll call you when I get home. His hands were very warm and dry, with a faint fragrance, and his knuckles were slender and beautiful. His eyes were blocked by his hands, and Yan Rongrong really closed her eyes. Chapter 50 Buy Clothes Online. The car drove into the community. After parking, Su Bohan turned his head and looked at Yan Rongrong, who was sleeping soundly, and smiled. Why don't you know how to rely on others? She doesn't look like a little girl. He untied Yan Rongrong's seat belt and carried her back. In fact, Yan Rongrong herself doesn't know what's going on. Every time she is by Su Bohan's side, she can sleep so soundly that she won't wake up when she is held around. Early the next morning, Yan Rongrong sent a message to Ji Ye. Ye, how on earth can you be hot and sexy? Qi Ye had just arrived at school and was about to attend the military training of the university. Yesterday, she cleaned up the dormitory for a day and was still confused in the morning. When she saw this message, Yan Rongrong was speechless and sent a voice message to her mobile phone. Sexy, bulge out where it should be convex, concave down where it should be concave, and expose where it should be exposed. With a goblin makeup, it should be almost enough. Yan Rongrong thought of her words in her mind and felt very strange. Can you not show it? In fact, Qi Ye was still sleeping in a daze and didn't open her eyes. She just raised her eyelids and looked at the message sent by Yan Rongrong, and then replied with a voice message. Okay, if you don't show it, you can wear a cat servant costume or a fox hardcover or something. I'm sure that the 30-year-old man can't control it, and everything will be fine when he sleeps. Yan Rongrong said oh. Hearing Qi Ye's voice a little vague, she knew that she was very sleepy, so she didn't bother her anymore and hung up the phone. She sat alone on the sofa all morning and looked back at Aunt Wen from time to time. Aunt Wen was hairy when she looked at her, and she always felt that Rongrong was imagining something bad. Finally, Aunt Wen couldn't help it. After handing Yan Rongrong a glass of water, she asked her, "You've been watching me all morning. What do you want to do?" Yan Rongrong smiled and asked, "Aunt Wen, I saw on TV that the servants of those rich and chaebol families all wear that kind of special clothes. Do you also wear it when you are in Xi's house?" The corners of Aunt Wen's mouth twitched, and she really wanted to slap Yan Rongrong's head. "Have you watched too much TV? We are all old. We don't look good in that kind of clothes. Our clothes are normal." Yan Rongrong's eyes lit up and she stood up and asked, "Will the young man look good in it?" Aunt Wen thinks her focus is really strange. What she said is that they don't wear it, okay? She glared at Yan Rongrong and went to work again, but turned around and told her to finish the water. At noon, Yan Chen sent a text message to Yan Rongrong, sending pictures of the pairs of shoes he liked to Yan Rongrong and attached a brand bag. "I like 5 pairs of shoes for the time being. Are they all beautiful? And Wu Ying, my girlfriend likes a bag. Look, it's also very beautiful. Did you get the money? These are all limited editions. If you don't buy them, it will be too late." After reading the message, Yan Rongrong stuffed her mobile phone under the pillow and ignored it. Yan Chen's urging also made her feel a sense of urgency in her heart. She had to express her feelings to Su Bohan quickly. If he was willing, she would get the certificate. When the baby was born, she would have a complete family. If Su Bohong really couldn't like her, she would have to move out. She had to stay away from him, lest Ye's family stick to him. But she still wants to fight for it and make Su Bohong like her. Yu Ye said that now the president likes hot and sexy, so she will try it according to their preferences. Thinking so, she quickly went to the online store to find those things, and then she was surprised to find that this dress was much more expensive than ordinary clothes. Her little money was probably only enough to buy this dress, plus the matching headdress, etc. The express delivery is very fast. I placed an order at noon and it arrived in the afternoon. When the express was delivered, Aunt Wen wanted to pick it up, and Yan Roro quickly ran out of the bedroom barefoot. My express, mine. Aunt Wen looked at her anxious look strangely and asked, Rong, what did you buy? Oh, she simply lied about some books without drafting, and Aunt Wen was not blind. It was obviously a bag, but how could it be a book? She thought Rong was strange and must report to the young master in the evening. However, after 6 o'clock, Su Bohong called and said that he would come back later. Today, Jin Ming-chen won a big case and invited Su Bohong and other friends to dinner. We haven't seen each other for a long time, so Su Bohong wanted to go back a little later and have a small gathering with himself. Who knew that these people would go to Su Bohong's house after drinking a lot of wine in the clubhouse? Su Bohong originally refused sternly, but Jin Ming-chen said that he also wanted to talk to him about the case of those who exposed Yan Rongrong on the internet. Su Bohong looked at the watch at 9 o'clock. Yan Rongrong probably hasn't slept yet. If you want to sit down at home, just sit down. Yo Yi and Jin Ming-chen winked, and Li Songbai also smiled at them. Only Lao Yan looked ignorant. He felt that these brothers were very strange today. How could they usually go to Su Bohong's house so shamelessly? His intuition told Lao Yan that it was very wrong. These boys didn't hold back their farts. However, seeing the smile on Su Bohong's face, it seems that he is also gentle this time. Several people left the clubhouse, and Lao Yan got into Yong Yi's car directly. At first glance, this boy was the most well-informed person, and he must know the most. Su Bohong drove his car at the front, followed by 2 cars. Jin Mingchen was at the end, and Li Songbai and Lao Yan both got into Yang Yi's car. Tell me, Xiaoyi, what's going on? Yang Yi smiled. What's going on? I just want to see my sister-in-law. Lao Yan was stunned. Wait, what little sister-in-law? If my daughter-in-law hears it, she will definitely listen to you. Li Songbai patted Lao Yan on the shoulder and smiled. You don't want to grow old. Who said it was your daughter-in-law? Your daughter-in-law met our brother, and she was Aha's daughter-in-law. Lao Yan was going to hammer Li Songbai to let him know who his brother was. But after hearing the second half of her words, he was directly shocked. He grabbed Li Songbai's arm and stuttered a little. What did you say? Whose daughter-in-law? Yang Yi laughed and said, Aha's daughter-in-law. Although he didn't admit it, you can see that after the little sister-in-law was scolded like that on the internet, his methods were really cruel. No matter who it was, everything he took action was cleaned up by him. Now, Ming Chen has all the cases he turned over. Jin Mingchen also sighed at the right time. Alas. I think Jin Mingchen, who is also a well-known lawyer in the legal circle. I am obviously dealing with big cases. Why do I have to be busy with his trivial cases every day? It's really hard for me. Yang Yi laughed at him. You'd better not complain. In case he sues those who follow the trend on a whim, you will probably be busy for a few years. Chapter 51. It has never been so embarrassing. Yan Rongrong went back to the bedroom and unpacked the package, but when she saw the hollow clothes with her back, her face suddenly turned black. This was not right. What she bought was obviously not like this. She quickly took her mobile phone and went to check her order. She carefully compared the picture on her mobile phone with the dress in front of her. That was different. She immediately contacted customer service. Did you send the wrong goods? What I bought is obviously not like this. Why is a big piece still exposed on the back? The customer service replied to her quickly. We checked and didn't send the wrong goods. The picture is the front dress, and the back is indeed like that. The designer's idea when designing this dress at the beginning was to expose the most beautiful lines of women, so we also made a special design for the waistline. Yan Rongrong quickly took the clothes to see the waistline, and then she was a little square. What is this? The special design, she said, is a rope. What can it hold? In this way, the front and back of this dress are completely two extremes. The front is tightly covered, which looks normal, but the collarbone and neck can be displayed beautifully, and the back can show a piece of white flowers. Yan Rongrong's face was particularly wonderful. She wanted to get angry and want to return the goods, but looking at the time, it was already evening, and Su Bohong was coming back soon. She struggled for a long time and couldn't make up her mind to wear it. She was thinking that this dress was really sexy. Wouldn't it scare Su Bohong? If she can't make up her mind, she can only find her best friend again. Then she sent a message to Yu Yu. Yu Yu, is it really a little sexy? Chi Yu returned to her. It's not to show a little, but to show where you think you are beautiful. Yan Rongrong. She looked at her back in the mirror. It shouldn't be ugly, right? Her skin is naturally white, but she hasn't been taken care of much before, and it's a little dull. But she hasn't been out much these days, and she has been taken good care of by Aunt Wen. In addition to the cosmetics brought back by Su Bohang, her face, neck and body are finally the same color now. She did psychological construction for herself and decided to wear it. She opened the door and went out so that Aunt Wen could go back to rest. There was nothing wrong here. Aunt Wen usually went back to the next door at this time, so she left. As soon as Yan Rongrong went back to the room and changed her clothes, she heard the sound of pressing the password lock outside. She was nervous and her heart beat faster. Holding her mobile phone, she looked at the sexy pose again. She followed suit, raised one leg and touched it herself. Well, that's it. Then her eyes were charming, and then, she licked her lips. She felt uncomfortable when she saw it herself, but many of the comments below said that it was simply too sexy, the beauty, etc., which made Yan Rongrong confident again. Hearing the sound of the door open, she immediately appeared. According to the movements she had just learned, her legs were straight and slender, and her waistline was perfect. Such an action made people want to spit nosebleeds. Then she slowly turned around, and her sexy tongue stretched out slightly, ready to lick her lips. Then, her whole body froze. There were 5 people standing at the door, and Su Bohang was still holding the doorknob, but now he seemed to have been fixed and stood there completely motionless. The other 4 people were similar to him, all staring blankly at Yan Rongrong. At this moment, Yan Rongrong couldn't wait to cut her to death. What's the situation? She herself seemed to be so confused that she couldn't come back to her senses at all. It was still Yan Yi who knew a lot. He was the first to react and gently patted Su Bohang on the shoulder. Ahong, this little sister-in-law is. Although his voice was very small, it seemed to explode in Yan Rongrong's brain. She finally realized, ran to the bedroom in a hurry, and slammed the door. Only then did the 5 people standing at the door come back to their senses. The other 4 people all looked at Su Bohang with an ambiguous smile in their eyes. Yang Yi couldn't help laughing. Ahong, I used to think that a serious person like you didn't know the fun, but I didn't expect you to play so well. The other 3 also nodded, with expressions that they didn't expect you to be such a person. Su Bohong's face was ugly, he stared at several people, and then pushed them all out directly. Get out of here quickly. He was so strong that he really pushed out all the people. Jin Mingchen slapped the door and shouted, Aheng, didn't you say you were going to talk about the case? As soon as the words fell, I heard a voice with fire coming from inside. Get out of here. I'm not in the mood today. The 4 people looked at each other, and then they all laughed. They really couldn't help it. Lao Ye's eyes were shining on the side. So that's the little sister-in-law? Are you so good at playing? I will try it with my daughter-in-law next time. As soon as these words came out, it immediately attracted the white eyes of the other 3 people. The 5 of them grew up together and followed Su Bohang since they were young. Now, only Lao Yan is married of the 5, and the other 4 are single dogs. But now that Su Bohang also has a daughter-in-law, the other 3 are a little depressed. Li Songbai said, your hatred value is a little high. Is it amazing to have a wife? Lao Yan held his head up and looked like he had a great wife, you single dog. In the room, Su Bohang stood at the door for a while without moving. The laughter of the people outside faintly came in, which made him irritable. He couldn't help cursing a few more words, and then drove them away. He pinched his eyebrows, leaned on the dining table and thought about him for a while. He walked to the bedroom door and knocked on the door with his slender fingers twice. Rongrong, open the door. Yan Rongrong can't wait to find a crack to get in now. How dare she open the door? It's so embarrassing and embarrassing. Why did she encounter such an embarrassing thing? She thinks it's better for her to be hacked to death. Rongrong, cough cough. They are all gone. Su Bohang stood outside the door and knocked on the door again. Yan Rongrong held her head and decided to take the ostrich to the end tonight and not open the door. But I haven't heard Su Bohang. Leaving, she looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock, thinking that he had to go to work tomorrow. How could he not rest? She stood up and moved slowly. She held the doorknob in her hand for a long time and didn't dare to unswear it open. She was really ashamed. The door slowly opened. Su Bohang saw that the girl in the door was still wearing the dress, but she was wrapped in a blanket and wrapped herself tightly. She hung her head and her shoulders were also collapsed. Her whole body was like a little ostrich. Her hair was messy, and she looked like she had pulled it herself. Su Bohang squeezed his lips, and the corners of his mouth bent unconsciously. Yan Rongrong was very sharp, as if she heard a low laugh. Her head hung lower and she muttered in a low voice. Laugh, this joke will probably support you for 2 years. Chapter 52. Let's spend the rest of our lives together. Su Bohang smiled and gently rubbed her head. It's not a joke. Yan Rongrong stretched out her hand to pull his hand. Stay away from me and let me find a crack to get in. It was too embarrassing just now. Su Bohang looked at the blanket on her body, and his eyes were a little deep. He pondered for a moment and said, well, I didn't know it before, so I brought them home. I should have told you in advance. Yan Rongrong glanced at him quietly and lowered her head quietly. Now, it's not a question of who is right and who is wrong, but a question of what she wants to dig into the ground. It's okay. They are all people who have seen the big scene. Don't care about them, just treat them as cabbage. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Su Bohong looked at her and asked, "You today?" In fact, he shouldn't have asked such a question. He thought Rongrong would do this, which showed obvious intentions, but he couldn't believe it. After all, Rongrong should have no idea about him. Su Bohong was already ready for a protracted war. He doesn't love the girl in front of him much now, but there must be a good impression and liking, and there should be a connection with her experience. He will never let her go. She is the mother of his child. He didn't want to separate their mother and son. Hearing Su Boha's question, Yan Rongrong's nervous palm sweated, but she also knew that she had to make it clear, otherwise she would do this to others for no reason, which was really impossible for her. Yan Rongrong took a deep breath and looked up at Su Bohong. "I like you, which may make you feel sudden, but I'm telling the truth." After saying that, she lowered her head quickly and began to pick her fingers again. Her heart was pounding nervously, and she said again, "I don't mean anything else, and I also know that this kind of thing can't be forced. If you don't like me, I will still do as promised before and leave when the baby is born." Suddenly, Yan Rongrong felt that she was pressed into her arms by a big hand, which belonged to the reassuring smell of Su Boha's body. She was shocked, surprised, and a little unbelievable. "Is this successful? He is also willing to be with her." Su Bohong whispered in her ear. "From now on, let's spend the rest of our lives together." Yan Rongrong nodded hard in his arms. Although Su Bohong didn't say he liked her, she felt very satisfied now. After spending the rest of her life together, she would live with the baby and live with him. She also hugged him tightly, smelling the reassuring smell on his body, and her eyes flashed with tears. It was so good. This time, the god of luck finally favored her. The blanket on her body slipped silently to the ground. Su Bohong hugged her slender waist, touched the slippery skin, and saw the beautiful scenery on her back. Suddenly, his body froze. Then, he quickly pushed Yan Rongrong away and distanced herself a little from her. Yan Rongrong was still immersed in happiness. She was suddenly pushed away by him. She was a little confused, and her heart couldn't help feeling anxious. "Is this regret?" No, just now he said that he would spend the rest of his life together, and she would not allow him to repent. She quickly stretched out her hand and hugged him hard. "Mr. Sir, you have just promised me that you can't regret it." A layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on Su Bohong's head, and his face was very unnatural. "No, you. Let go first." Yan Rongrong hugged her tighter. Don't let Su Boha's heart beat wildly, and his breathing became rapid. He suddenly felt that it was really a torment to find such a pure little girl. "Rongrong, you let go first. If you don't let go, something will happen." Yan Rongrong looked up in his arms, with a pair of big black and white eyes, and asked him, "What's the matter? Are you going to hit me?" "I won't let go even if you hit me." When the words fell, her face suddenly stiffened and she felt something. Looking at Su Boha's lips and blushing, Yan Rongrong finally realized what he was talking about. Her face suddenly turned red. She quickly let go, stepped back and lowered her head quickly. Su Bohong took a deep breath, turned around and went out, and helped Yan Rongrong with the door. Yan Rongrong touched her face, which was hotter than just now. She felt that her IQ was declining rapidly today. How could she do such two embarrassing things? Especially when she told Su Bohong just now that she would not let go of beating her. It's really embarrassing to think about it now. Su Bohong soaked in the bathroom for almost an hour before coming out. Seeing Yan Rongrong sitting in the living room, holding a book in her hand. She has changed her original clothes, and now she is wearing light-colored home clothes with two little yellow ducks printed on her chest. Seeing Su Bohong come out, she put down the book and stood up. "Mr. Sir, have you finished washing?" After asking, she wanted to give herself a head. It was hard to get over the embarrassment. Why did she still ask? Su Bohong had no expression. He walked to her side, picked up the book and looked at it, and said, "I'll take you to check into school tomorrow. As for whether to go or not, it's up to your mood and time. Can I really not go to class? If you don't go, you won't be recorded for absenteeism." As a child of an ordinary family, Yan Rongrong went to school strictly according to the school system since she was a child. She has never heard of a student who can graduate without going to class. Seeing Su Bohong nod, she had to sigh at the world of rich people. "Mr. Sir, well, I have something to tell you." Su Bohong looked at her and nodded slightly. Yan Rongrong put her legs on the sofa and opened her mouth with difficulty with her legs crossed. "That's right, my family, they. Didn't I meet my brother that day? He may tell my family about me being with you. I'm afraid that they will come here to make trouble and ask you for money, so I think I want to move my household registration out first." Yan Rongrong was upset. She wanted to say whether she could get the certificate first, but she was afraid that Su Bohong would misunderstand that she was blackmailing him with the baby, so she changed her original idea. She moved her household registration out first, and then they would have nothing to blackmail Su Bohong. For her parents, Yang Rongrong admitted that she had a grudge, especially when she rushed back to the store in a hurry that day. When she heard what her mother said, she was cold and sad. She really didn't want to have too much contact with her family now, and she was also afraid that she would involve Su Bohong. In fact, she still doesn't know what kind of family the Si family is. How can Su Bohong be afraid of her involvement? But Yang Rongrong is really trying her best to protect the people close to her in her own way. Su Bohong frowned slightly. Yang Rongrong was talking like this. It was definitely not about the transfer of household registration, because it was not difficult, but he couldn't think of what she originally wanted to say to him. Did she need his help? Rongrong, no matter what happens, you have to tell me, you know? Chapter 53 School Registration. Yan Rongrong nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Well, okay, do you want to sign up for school tomorrow? Su Bohong thought for a long time. Wait for my call tomorrow. I may have 2 meetings in the morning, and I will make time to accompany you. Yan Rongrong squinted and smiled at him. No, you do your business. I'll go there by myself. I'm not a child. Su Bohong looked at her, and his eyes couldn't take it off. Yan Rongrong smiled and her eyebrows were bent. It was really beautiful and sweet. He slowly approached her. Yan Rongrong's heart was beating wildly, but she didn't hide. Although she had never been in love, these intimacies should be normal and she couldn't hide. Su Bohong saw that her eyelashes trembled like a small fan. This weak and nervous appearance was really criminal. He kissed her forehead gently and left. Yan Rongrong opened her eyes, took a sneak peek at him, pursed her lips, and whispered. Su Bohong, who was willing, was breathing disorderly and raised his hand to rub her head. Well, it's very late. Go to bed. Yan Rongrong was about to get off the ground, but she saw Su Bohong approaching again. She was nervous again. Su Bohong's arm passed through the bend of her legs and picked her up. Yan Rongrong slowly leaned her head on his collarbone, feeling very comfortable, and secretly squinted and smiled. That night, Su Bohong slept beside her. She could feel the warmth from his side. Yan Rongrong was very relieved and fell asleep quickly with her eyes closed. Su Bohong couldn't sleep. Listening to the even breathing of the girl next to him and the fragrance of the girl who kept drilling into his nose, it was really torturous. He got up and took 2 cold baths and tossed until the middle of the night that he fell asleep. When Yan Rongrong woke up the next day, Su Bohong had already gone to work early. When Aunt Wen saw her coming out, she hurried to serve breakfast. Rongrong, the young master just called and said that he didn't have time this morning and asked Secretary Fang to accompany you to school. You should pack up now and go out after breakfast. Yan Rongrong washed up quickly. When she went downstairs after breakfast, Secretary Fang was already waiting for her downstairs. Secretary Fang was surprised to see a little girl with a ponytail and a backpack. She even felt that she had made a mistake. Hello, Yan Rongrong took the initiative to say hello. Secretary Fang was sure that it was really her. Secretary Fang couldn't help but remember what Assistant Jen said to her before receiving Yan Rongrong. Take good care of that person. Your bonus may be doubled this month. Fan Chong was shocked at that time. She thought that something sexy beauty had captured the president's heart. Unexpectedly, she was a little girl. She really couldn't see that her president actually liked this kind of tone. Yan Rongrong was a little uncomfortable to be seen by Fang Chong. She blinked her eyes and asked, Secretary Fang, can we leave now? Fang Chong came back to his senses and immediately showed 120 points of enthusiasm. Of course, come and get on the bus. I'll tell you about the school situation in the car. Yan Rongrong nodded. She really didn't know the school she was going to. She only knew that it was a private school, which was very expensive. Chong Shangcheng told her in the car that the school was an aristocratic school, which was basically attended by the children of rich families. Of course, the teachers were naturally strong. The children there had high achievements, and the high school actually opened economic subjects, which was a school that trained future heirs of various families. Of course, it is limited to the pre-university stage, and there are also universities. Yang Rongrong didn't even want to go to the place where the children of rich families go to school. She felt that she would probably be out of the way, but she heard Fang Chen say it. The president studied in that school and was the most outstanding graduate there. Yan Rongrong was suddenly interested. She wanted to know about Mr. Su on the way. Fang Chen told Yan Rongrong a lot. Of course, most people in the school knew about it. For example, Su Bohong used to be the most handsome school grass here. When he received love letters, the dormitory could not be piled up. Of course, others received them for him, and he did not accept them. Yan Rongrong couldn't help thinking that he was really unlucky. Mr. Su is 30 years old, which is much easier to chase than when he was a teenager. Fang Chong also said that it only took Su Bohong half a year to complete all the economic subjects formulated by the school, and later participated in the programming of textbooks. The car stopped outside the school. Yan Rongrong thanked Fang Chen after getting out of the car. Fang Chong said with a smile, I'll go in with you. Yan Rongrong looked into the school and felt that she was fine. Although there may be children from various families, she was not afraid. She was never inferior. Secretary Fang, you must be very busy, right? I'll go in by myself. You go back to work. It's okay. I'm not busy. I'm not at work. Assistant Zheng will do it. Our main job is to help the president deal with trivial things. Yan Rongrong was stunned. Well, she should also be one of the trivial things of their president. The school registration was very smooth. Of course, Secretary Fang handled the whole process, and Yan Rongrong followed. She asked her to sign and asked her to swipe her face. Finally, Secretary Fang asked whether she was going to study or living in the school. Yan Rongrong actually wanted to live in the school before, but now her relationship with Mr. Su has taken a step forward, and she thinks it's better not to live in the school. Secretary Fang immediately got it and immediately filled in Yan Rongrong's reading. The school leaders were very well informed. After knowing that Secretary Fang was coming, they actually came to talk to her in person, mainly around Su Bohong. Yan Rongrong was exiled as a child. She wandered around the school alone and just wanted to get familiar with her. The environment and atmosphere here are very different from the middle school she went to before. For example, she saw a tall high school girl coming out in a skirt and school uniform, which was very pure and sunny. When she got into a luxury car for a while and then got off, she turned into a sexy beauty in a second. Yan Rongrong was surprised to see that the temperament was simply free to change. She couldn't help but remember her embarrassment last night and couldn't help covering her face. She seems to have misunderstood the word sexy. She thinks this beauty is sexy. Then I thought quietly in my heart, fortunately, Mr. Su didn't come. Oops. Yan Rongrong saw a woman crashing directly towards her. She was extremely agile and quickly dodged. The girl didn't seem to expect that she could dodge, and then fell to the ground tragically. She suddenly looked up and stared at Yan Rongrong angrily. What are you doing? Yan Rongrong blinked her eyes and looked innocent. I didn't do anything. It's just that I'm too weak to help you. She just saw that the woman had been peeping at her. She thought that the other party was curious about her as a skipper or wanted to be friends with her. Who knew that she came to her to touch porcelain? How could Yan Rongrong stand it? Since she was willing to fall, then fall. She must hide. Chapter 54. The kitten is very angry and fierce. Two more girls came and helped the fallen one up, and the three of them looked at Yan Rongrong together. A person looked at her up and down, with contempt in his eyes. This kind of cheap bag can be carried here. How on earth did you come here to study? That's right, not all cats and dogs can come to read in our school. Yan Rongrong's backpack was the one she had carried before. She remembered that it was more than 30 yuan when she bought it, but it was sturdy and durable, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Where on earth did this local steamed bun come from? Look at this simple face. How on earth did he come to our school? The movement on this side surrounded many people, all of whom were looking at Yan Rongrong, and some people even speculated maliciously whether they had made a deal, and the pheasant was also sent into the phoenix pile. Yan Rongrong listened to those unbearable words, and her face became cold. She pulled the shoulder strap and looked at the girls who were targeting her. I'm actually very curious. How old are you? How can you have such a dirty idea? Is this kind of transaction too much? You. Those girls were suddenly furious. She dared to say that about them. Of course, there should really be such people here, obviously guilty, so the noise was bigger. You tripped me, not only didn't apologize, but also dared to slander me. I'm going to the principal for evaluation. Yan Rongrong was a little dazed. Did she trip her? Why doesn't she know? But it's really good for the wicked to sue first. She looked up. It seemed that there was no surveillance, but other students must have seen it. Her two accomplices also said, yes, people who are so vicious and bullies on the first day of registration can't stay in school. The three of them shouted that they really wanted to go to the principal. A girl pulled her beautiful clothes and whispered to her. Apologized to her quickly. Wang Shansha's father is a school director. If she really sues you, even if there is a small company in your family, she will be fired. Please bear with it. The other person also persuaded. Yes, you'd better apologize. There is no one of those three girls to mess with. I heard that Hishinor was sent by Xiaodong. This as soon as the sentence came out, many people looked at Hishinor, and there was contempt in the depths of their eyes, but on the surface, they were close to her and very passionate. Yan Rongrong suddenly understood. Is this what it means to send people in? So she was sent in by Su Bohong. She herself thought it was funny. Well, in fact, she didn't mind these messy speculations. Anyway, it's not true, but she didn't expect such a thing to happen in this high school. Of course, these girls are too mature. Wang Shanshan held her arms, raised her chin, and looked at Yan Rongrong with a smile. She felt that if this local man knew her identity, she must have to bow down and apologize to her. She was even thinking about how to humiliate Yan Rongrong for a while. Hishinor is the same. Although she knows that those people look down on her, they dare not be presumptuous in front of her, which also makes her feel very happy. This is the benefit of strength. She looked at Yan Rongrong with a joking face. Do you know who you messed with now? But you can't just apologize. My shoelaces are loose. Please kneel down and tie my shoelaces. As she said, she also took a step forward with her feet. Some people around also thought it was too much. They actually let people kneel down and tie her shoelaces. Do you think she is a princess? However, even if they are dissatisfied, they dare not speak out to help, because the combination of Wang Shanshan and He Xing'er does have a strong background. Many people here are sent in after spending a lot of money at home. They are afraid of being fired and He Xing'er will sue. He Xing'er and Wang Shanshan were laughing, looking at Yan Rongrong kneeling in front of them. However, Yan Rongrong just looked down and asked, "Don't you have long hands? Haven't you learned to tie your shoelaces until now? You are really a waste. You are almost 20 years old and have no ability to take care of yourself." Everyone was stunned. They were still sympathizing with the girl who was targeted by Wang Shanshan and others when she first came, but they didn't expect that this girl was simply a mess. Then someone sighed and felt that the girl was finished. Alas. Sometimes she bows her head and endures it. Why should she face each other? She has just entered the school, and she will probably be expelled from school, but the money spent at home will definitely not be refunded to her. Why? He Xing'er and Wang Shanshan both looked pale, especially He Xing'er, because Yan Rongrong scolded her. Her eyes were full of anger and pointed at Yan Rongrong. "How dare you scold me like this? I won't tear your mouth." Yan Rongrong frowned. She still remembered how nervous Mr. Su was after she fell down. She checked her whole body. She didn't want to fight with these girls with problems. She stepped back 2 steps. "Gentlemen, don't say anything but don't do anything. Do you want to do it if you can't say it?" He Xing'er is about to explode with anger now. Originally, she wanted to give this new student a horsepower and let her be more obedient in the future. Who knew that she was a sharp-toothed person, and her swollen chest was about to explode with anger. "I'm not a gentleman, I'm a woman," Yan Rongrong said while avoiding her. Only villains and women in the world are difficult to raise. Her words are undoubtedly inappropriate, which makes the girls around her look bad at her. Yan Rongrong quickly took out her mobile phone. She thought she'd better ask Secretary Fang to help. She didn't want to fight. She had a baby in her stomach. As soon as she took out her mobile phone, she felt that someone was also surrounding her. Yan Rongrong didn't say a word. She held her mobile phone and smashed it. Moreover, she saw that the girl stretched out her feet. If she had been unprepared, she would have tripped. Do these women want to harm her baby? Yan Rongrong's face became fierce in an instant. After holding it up and smashing it on her head twice, he still felt relieved. He also hit her eyes twice, and then quickly hid. Catch her for me." Wang Shanshan instantly turned black-eyed and roared angrily. Another girl also walked towards Yan Rongrong. Yan Rongrong quickly took her mobile phone to dial, but just then, a somewhat green but low voice sounded. "Stop it, what are you doing?" Yan Rongrong went to find her reputation and found that it was a boy wearing a white t-shirt and sweatpants. The boy was very tall, with a visual measurement of 185, about the same height as Su Bohong. He was white and pure, but his chest muscles and shoulders were very strong. The t-shirt was very sunny and energetic. With a basketball in his hand, he walked over quickly, stopped in front of Yan Rongrong, and faced Wang Shanshan. Seeing the boy, Wang Shanshan quickly covered her eyes, and then looked up at her with tears in her eyes. "Luo Xing, she bullied me. Look at how she beat me." She pointed at Yan Rongrong while crying. Chapter 55. What kind of disaster is this? Yan Rongrong immediately stepped back and distanced away from the boy. Originally, she thought she was a chivalrous and righteous man, but she didn't expect it to be a group. The boy looked at Wang Shanshan's dark eyes, and her lips were slightly bent. This smile was caught by Yan Rongrong. She quickly turned around and was about to leave. She couldn't stay here. Several girls were going to attack her. Now, a man is coming. If she doesn't run at this time, she will wait. He Xing'er's eyes were particularly sharp, pointing at Yan Rongrong and shouting, "Want to run? Did you run away after hitting someone?" She and another girl quickly blocked Yan Rongrong's back, and Yan Rongrong was forced back again. "Doesn't Luo Xing have a basketball game today? Why are you here?" Wang Shanshan is really shameless to pretend to be weak in front of Luo Xing. Many people around murmured in a low voice. Some girls looked at Luo Xing with bright eyes, and some of them also took the initiative to greet him. Yan Rongrong rubbed her mobile phone and thought about the back of her head in front of her. It's better to do it first. But she measured it visually. The man was a little tall and had to be stepped on. "I just saw clearly that you bullied her first." Yan Ro was stunned. "Is this man really chivalrous and righteous?" Wang Shanshan said urgently. "We didn't bully her. We just came to say a few words to her. Who knew that she would hit her? Anyway, this matter is not over, and I will definitely not let her go." Luo Xingyao's face was also a little unhappy. He looked at Wang Shanshan and said, "Today, I saw it, and I'll take care of it. School is a place to study, and it's all done by you." Many students around nodded quietly, feeling that Luo Xing almost said in their hearts. It was Wang Shanshan who were indeed pests of the school. But the background was so strong that no one dared to provoke them, so Lu Xing was not afraid of her. Wang Shanshan looked at Lu Xing angrily and aggrieved. Lu Xing, how can you say that about me? Which sentence did I say wrong? It's okay if you don't study all day, but don't affect others. Also, don't think that a school director's father can do whatever he wants here. Be careful of overturning one day. You. Wang Shanshan was very angry, but in the face of Lu Xing, she was completely arrogant and domineering. She stared at Yan Rongrong viciously and put all the accounts on her head. Humph, wait for me, and I won't let you feel good. She covered her eyes and left with He Xing'er and others. Yan Rongrong was speechless. It has nothing to do with her. If you don't invite your male god to meet you, you blame others. It's purely because you have something wrong with your brain. There was no excitement to watch, and some people dispersed, but when they were about to leave, Yan Rongrong's eyes were full of sympathy, so as those people who have no feeling for Yan Rongrong, who now sympathize with her. Don't see Wang Shanshan left, it's because they found someone to clean her up. Lu Xing turned around and smiled at Yan Rongrong. Classmate, are you alright? It's okay, thank you. Yan Rongrong thought of what she had just learned from other classmates and asked, the two of them seemed to have a great background. You won't cause you trouble for me, will you? Lu Xing lowered his eyes slightly, looked down at Yan Rongrong, hesitated for a moment before saying, you will be targeted by them, maybe. Because of me. Yan Rongrong opened her eyes wide and didn't understand what he meant. Lu Xing looked a little unnatural. He turned his head slightly and staggered Yan Rongrong's eyes. Because I was standing over there just now, I may have been watching you for a long time, and they happened to see it. Damn it. Yan Rongrong now wants to scold Wang Shanshan again. Is it poisonous? What kind of disaster is this? Now, she doesn't like Lu Xing. Why are you staring at her when she has nothing to do? Lu Xing said quickly. Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean anything else. I just saw that you felt amazing, so I couldn't help but look at it a few more. Yan Rongrong was stagnant. This man is really straight, and he can really cause trouble for people. Well, alright, goodbye. Yan Rongrong turned around and left. She didn't want to say anything to Lu Xingduo. She had Mr. Su now and didn't want to have such messy ambiguity with others. Lu Xing was stunned. Okay. Goodbye? That's all. Does she have bad eyesight? Didn't you look at him carefully? Lu Xing really knows his charm too well. There are too many girls chasing him in this school, and there are many girls like Wang Shanshan. He doesn't like Wang Shanshan and others very much, and in general, he tries to avoid them. But now this girl, hearing him say that she is amazing, is her reaction. Lu Xing thought that she would be surprised and want to date him immediately. He wanted to have a sweet relationship in middle school. Yan Rongrong's reaction made him so dissatisfied. He quickly caught up with him and asked, what's your name? Which class are you assigned? My name is Lu Xing. I'm in the senior class of senior high school. We have a basketball game with Luyang Middle School later. Come and watch it too. Yan Rongrong just turned her head and smiled at him, and went straight into the faculty building in front of her. Lu Xing was in a daze. He should be right? Isn't it a student? Teacher? Young? No matter how young you are, you can't be this young, right? Finally getting rid of the dogskin plaster, Yan Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief and found a chair to sit down. She took out her mobile phone and looked at it, and was surprised to find that there was Mr. C's information. Have you finished signing up? You go home first, and I'll accompany you to get the household registration book later. Yan Rongrong squeezed her lips and smiled. She knew that Mr. Su was worried about her, but she never thought that everything had to rely on him, and she could solve it by herself. Not yet. Secretary Fang was asked to leave by the principal. I'm feeling the atmosphere of the school. Su Bohan replied to her immediately. How do you feel? Are you still used to it? Well, it's good, Mr. Su. I won't let myself fall down again. I will definitely protect myself as a giant panda in the future. When Su Bohong saw the news, he can't help raising his eyebrows. What did Secretary Fang say to you? Yan Rongrong thought that before getting out of the car, Fang Chen told her that Su Bohan was going to send 2 bodyguards to accompany her to school to ensure her safety. She felt uncomfortable at that time. Imagine that the study was accompanied by 2 bodyguards in black suits and black sunglasses. Can she still study well? C's group, all the senior officials sitting in the conference room, are communicating with each other with their eyes at this time, and from time to time they look at the president who is sitting at the top, who is usually extremely dignified. At this time, their president was holding his mobile phone and laughing while typing. Not to mention how gentle the smile was, which made the senior officials at the conference table very uncomfortable. Su Bohong took over the group at the age of 22. Within a few years, he was integrated and changed his own team. Those elders who were not satisfied with him were sent to the rear to receive dividends. It was difficult to interfere in the operation of the company. He has always been an iron-blooded tool, and he has always been expressionless and profound. He is very dignified in the company. The marketing manager, who was reporting his work, quietly looked around, thinking about waiting to report, because he felt that the president was not listening to his report at all at the moment. Chapter 56, The Domineering Secretary Fang. Sega Middle School, Principal's Office. After a brief chat with Su Boheng, Yang Rongrong also came here. Principal Zhang welcomed her very enthusiastically. Yang Rongrong expressed her gratitude politely. She sat down next to Secretary Fang. Principal Zhang signaled her to drink tea. As the principal, he naturally held the shelf. There is no reason for the principal to pour tea for the students. Secretary Fang waved his hand. Rongrong is still young and doesn't drink tea. She brought her own water. Yan Rongrong looked at Secretary Fang in surprise. She took out a glass of water from her backpack and took 2 sips silently. She suspected that Secretary Fang knew that she had a baby in her belly, but she thought Su Boheng would not tell her. Principal Zhang smiled. When he heard the phone ring, the secretary of the other party said sorry and picked up the phone. There was a low man's voice on the phone. Principal Zhang, I heard that a new classmate came to the school today. What's the name? As soon as Principal Zhang heard the voice, he immediately knew who it was. With a smile on his face, he couldn't help but glance at him. It's Wang Dong. Today, a new classmate named Yang Rongrong is a senior high school student. In addition, other new recruits are in accordance with the school system. I don't care about other people, it's Yang Rongrong. I heard that he bullied his classmates as soon as he came. Such a person is not suitable for our school. Let's fire him. Wang Dong said very casually, not in a discussion tone at all, but an order. Principal Zhao's face stiffened and looked at Rongrong again. Yan Rongrong and Secretary Fang both felt that something was wrong. Secretary Fang frowned and looked a little cold. Yan Rongrong complained in her heart that Wang Shanshan was really ashamed. She was smashed by her and really went to sue. This should be her school director's father's trouble. Secretary Fang came closer to Yan Rongrong and asked in a low voice. Did something happen just now? Yang Rongrong thought that she was inexplicably targeted and was speechless. The secretary of the other party said briefly. Secretary Fang immediately stood up and walked to President Zhang's side to signal President Zhang to give her the phone. Rules. As soon as the principal saw Secretary Fang's face, he knew that Lao Wang was going to finish. Just now, he wanted to remind him, but Lao Wang talked endlessly and didn't give him a chance to interrupt. He handed the phone to Secretary Fang and sighed helplessly. I'm Fang Chung, Wang Dong, right? If you have anything, you can tell me directly. Director Wang on the phone was a little unhappy, and his tone was not very good. What's the matter with this old chapter? How can you give the phone to others casually? Why people? When Wang Dong said this, his voice suddenly stopped, and then he said with some incredible surprise. You? Who are you? Secretary Fang said coldly. I'm Fang Chung and Wang Dong from C's group. You don't know how to take care of your children. I don't think your child is suitable for staying here to study. You can change the place for your daughter. Fang Chung hung up the phone directly after saying that. Yang Rongrong was watching from the side. Move, she felt that this sister was too domineering. Obviously, she was so young that she didn't look a few years older than her. Look at her aura. This thing made Wang Dongshen look like a grandson. Facing Yang Rongrong, Fang Chen smiled like a gentle elder sister. Rongrong, it's okay. You can go to school at ease. If there is anyone who doesn't have long eyes, you can tell me, or tell Mr. Su directly, but if it's Mr. So, it's definitely not as simple as his daughter's withdrawal from school. Principal Zhang listened wildly and wiped his sweat. Just now, Secretary Fang still looked approachable. Now he feels that this woman is not easy to mess with. He couldn't help but glance at Yang Rongrong again. This girl seemed to be in a very high position with Mr. So, it was sent by Secretary Fang himself, which was very clear. It seems that we have to quietly warn some people in the future not to provoke her casually, or they will be doomed. After what happened just now, Secretary Fang lost the interest in talking to President Zhang and left with Yang Rongrong. After coming out, Yang Rongrong whispered to the other party. Secretary Fang, you are so awesome. She praised sincerely, but Fang Chen just smiled helplessly. I'm Hufei Hui. C's group is pressing there. Did you just see it in the classroom? Now I'll take you back. No, Secretary Fang, you go to work. I have to go home. Fan Chung keenly caught the angstberry in Yang Rongrong's eyes just a moment ago, and then said, I'll take you there. Yang Rongrong was originally going to take a taxi back. She took the household registration book and moved her household directly. She is over 18 years old and should be able to be the head of the household herself. However, Secretary Fang was now willing to see her off, and she did not refuse. She thanked her and got into the car. Wang Shanshan sat by the artificial lake of the school and was cursing Yang Rongrong with Hixing'er and another female classmate. Isn't it just a shift student? She is so ugly. Why do you think Luo Xing looks at her? Hixing'er looked at the other girl, which was a little unnatural. They think Yang Rongrong is really annoying and unpopular, but you say she is ugly, which is a little self-deception. They all saw clearly just now. She didn't put on makeup at all, but she was so white. She was born with cold white skin, and her eyes were so beautiful and could shine. Her figure was not bad, especially her breasts, which was very developed. Not bad. Although they thought so in their hearts, they said that they were attached to Wang Shanshan. Luo Xing must have never seen such an ugly person, so he took a second look at her. Who is Luo Xing? The super male god in our school. How many people chased him? He ignored him. Can he like her? That's it, she is still so rustic, carrying a cheap bag of dozens of yo. The more people said, the more energetic they became, and they felt comfortable. Hishinaro leaned on Wang Shanshan's shoulder and smiled coldly. Shanshan, anyway, she can't stay at all. Why are you still angry with her? This kind of person is not a circle with us. While she was talking, Wang Shanshan's mobile phone rang. As soon as she saw that it was her father's phone, her face was full of joy. She blinked at Hishinaro and others, and then quickly picked up the phone. Dad, isn't it? As soon as she opened her mouth, she heard Wang Do's roar. Wang Shanshan, who on earth did you provoke at school? You will cause trouble for me every day. Get out of here now, immediately. Wang Shanshan was scolded and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Hishinaro and the others were still smiling. Is there any news from Director Wang? What's the name of that woman? Have you been driven away? Wang Shanshan looked at a loss and opened her mouth for a long time before she said. My father asked me to go back. She stood up and ran. Hishinaro and the girl didn't know why and quickly called her, but Wang Shanshan couldn't pay attention to them. She really couldn't figure out what the situation was now. Was she scolded this time because of that rustic and ugly woman? She always felt that it was not true, and she had to go back and ask for clarification. Chapter 57. Is it good to give away the house? Secretary Fang parked the car downstairs in an old community, and Yan Rongruo went upstairs to get the household registration book by herself. Today is Wednesday. She knows that their younger brother has also started school. Her parents must be in the roast chicken restaurant, so she should not meet them when she comes back to get the household registration book. Open the door and go in. There is indeed no one at home. She hasn't come back for more than half a month, and the family feels a little different. The bed she usually sleeps is full of changed clothes, the coffee table is full of all kinds of finished snack bags, and there are some takeaway lunch boxes. The floor is even more messy. The family is so messy that there seems to be no place to go down. She walked to the edge of her small bed and stretched out her hand to put all the clothes into the washing machine, but when she bent down, she suddenly stopped. My mother's decisive words flashed in my mind that day. She said that she would cut off the relationship with her. She said that what else could she do except embarrass them when she was born. Yan Rongrong straightened up, looked at the small bed, took a deep breath, and didn't care about the clothes. I went straight into my parents' bedroom. In fact, my parents' bedroom is the only bedroom. Yan Chen and Yan Yu's bedrooms have been changed from the kitchen. In the past, Yan Rongrong took care of the household registration book, so she knew very well where the household registration book was. Opening the bedside table on her mother's side, she found the household registration book, put it in her bag, and hurried out. With her ID card on her body, she should be able to move out now. In the future, she will be with Mr. Sir, and she will not have to be controlled by them. Before leaving, she looked back at the messy house, sighed, locked the door and left. However, when she went downstairs, she saw Yan Yu, who was going upstairs. Her face suddenly changed and she subconsciously wanted to hide, but Yan Yu had already seen her. Yan Yu pedaled up the stairs and looked at her in surprise. Second sister, are you finally home? You don't know how much has happened at home these days. Why don't you care about your family at all? No wonder Mom said that you can't raise it well. Yan Rongruo squeezed her lips and looked at Yan Yu for a while. After all, she didn't ask him what happened. She was about to leave quickly. Yan Yu grabbed her. Second sister, what's wrong with you? You haven't been home for more than half a month, and you still think I'm talking about you when you come back. If you meet your mother today, you will probably be beaten. I said a few words about what's wrong with you. Yan Rongruo pulled out her arm with force, looked at Yan Yu and said, I'm working outside, so I can't go home for the time being. Yan Yu was stunned. Did you work part-time? Have you made any money? Our family is almost at a lesson. Yan Rongruo frowned. Yan Yu said, the business in the store is very bad now. These things have something to do with you. It's because you were eaten by others, and then those people retaliated against us, saying that the roast chicken in our store was not delicious, and that there was something wrong with the seasoning we used. The chicken was a dead chicken. Anyway, all kinds of fault-finding, and now the store can't be maintained. Today, my mother is still asking you to apologize to the star and tell her to stop targeting our store, otherwise our family will really collapse. Yan Rongrong really didn't expect such a thing to happen. She didn't seem to see the news about the roast chicken restaurant on the internet. How could it collapse? Female star? Chen Shuwen. But wasn't Chen Shuwen blocked? She is here now. The TV set has changed the heroine, and the endorsement has been lost. Is she using her former connections to harm their families? Although Yan Rongrong wanted to find out in her heart, she didn't say anything to Yang Yuduo. She just told him to study hard and left quickly. Yang Yu didn't catch up with her when he wanted to. However, when he went downstairs, he saw that his second sister seemed to get in a car, and then he was gone. Secretary Fang glanced at Yan Rongrong while driving. She found that the girl seemed to be in a bad mood at the moment. She is very funny and doesn't touch the moldy head. After all, Lao Jung said that this is the person Si Xiao particularly cares about, and he has to be coaxed. Secretary Fang, I'm going to the police station. Do you have time to accompany me? Fang Chong was worried about how to make her happy, and nodded quickly when he heard the words. Yes, I have a lot of time. What Yan Rongrong didn't expect was that she actually needed a real estate certificate to transfer her household registration. Where she lives now, Yan Rongrong is 19 years old. She doesn't have her own house. She is in the hall with her household registration and feels a little sad. It was hard to take out the household registration book, but I didn't expect that I couldn't apply for it. Looking at Yan Chen's caller ID on her mobile phone, she almost couldn't hold back Yan Chen. She quickly stuffed her mobile phone into her bag. She hurried to ask the staff how to transfer the household registration without a real estate certificate. But she was so busy that she didn't pay attention to her because there were too many people queuing up for business. She looked at Fang Chong and felt a little depressed. Let's go. Let's go back first. Fang Chong sent Yan Rongrong home and went back to the company to report today's incident to Su Bohong. Hearing that Yan Rongrong was bullied on the first day of school, his face instantly became cold. Fang Chong quickly said what he had taught the other party, and Su Bohong's face softened a little. Mr. Sir, I think you can give Miss Yan a house. She will definitely like it very much. Su Bohong looked up at her, a little puzzled. Fang Chong told Su Bohong about the real estate certificate for moving the household registration. Su Bohong hesitated for a moment. After a while, he looked at Fang Chen and asked, if I give away the property, will she think I don't respect her? Secretary Fang doesn't quite understand the boss's brain circuit. Don't many rich people give rooms and cars to the women they like? Why is it disrespectful? Su Bohong knew what she was thinking at a glance, he said in a low voice. She is different, and I am also different from those dangs. Secretary Fang was shocked. The boss is very serious. Miss Yan is really awesome. Did she really capture the boss's heart? Su Bohong waved his hand and let Secretary Fang go out. He checked the latest new real estate from the computer. He thought there were 2 villas that were good. He asked Rongrong's preferences later and bought a set for her. However, Su Bohong will definitely explain it to her first, lest Yan Rongrong misunderstand that this is a package or something. He doesn't have that hobby, and he is serious about sending his girlfriend. Yan Rongrong came home and was very anxious. The household registration book at home must not be left in her hand for a few days. She wanted to return it before her mother found out, but now the household registration could not be transferred, and she had nothing to do. It's not that she didn't want to ask Su Bohong for help, but she felt it was inappropriate. Although she had established a relationship with Su Bohong, there was no reason to ask him for a house. What was it? The mobile phone was still ringing, and Yan Chen's call came again. Yan Rongrong sighed and picked it up. What's the matter? Rongrong, have you bought my shoes and Wu Ying's bag? If you buy it, tell me the address and I'll get it. Chapter 58. I want to move out. Yan Rongrong felt angry when she listened to his natural tone. She really thought she was an ATM. I didn't buy it. As soon as she said 2 words, Yan Chen's angry voice came from there. Yan Rongrong, why didn't you buy it? You have a lot of money now. What's wrong with your own brother? Why are you still so stingy? Let me tell you, if you don't send me the bag and shoes quickly, I will immediately tell my parents about your large amount of money. You should know what the consequences will be. After Yan Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Yan Rongrong was stunned by her mobile phone. She felt that Yan Chen was particularly eager today. He used to be a person who pretended to be righteous and dignified. He always stood at the moral high point and criticized others. Now, he doesn't disguise himself directly. And listening to his angry look, he seemed to be very anxious. Although she didn't know what was going on, Yan Rongrong was really worried now. Yan Chen was really threatening her this time. She couldn't believe that her parents knew what would happen to her and how much trouble she would bring to Mr. Su at that time. Yan Rongrong was forced to do something, so when Su Bohong came back at night, she said that she wanted to move out. Su Bohong, who was washing his hands, paused and looked back at her. You. Why? Aunt Wen has finished dinner and went back to the next door. There are only Yan Rongrong and Su Bohong at home. Yan Rongrong tied her apron and brought out plates of dishes from the kitchen. No, I just think. It's not good to live here. It's better to move out. Su Bohong frowned, wiped his hands quickly, and walked to Yan Rongrong's side. He looked at her and wanted to say something several times, but finally swallowed it back. He hesitated for a long time before asking, are you not used to living here? Or do you feel lonely? Or is there anything that makes you dissatisfied? Yan Rongrong shook her head. She lowered her eyes and didn't go to see Su Bohong. She was afraid that the sadness in her eyes would reveal something. It's good here. Mr. Su is very good. His family is very good. Aunt Wen is also very good. She likes this place very much. It's much better than her family. No one will scold her, and no one will indish her to do this and that. They are all very good. Just because they are good, she doesn't want to cause them trouble. Su Bohong pulled his tie and saw that Yan Rongrong didn't speak. He really felt powerless. So where are you going to move? You are pregnant now, and no one can take care of you outside. If it's inconvenient for you to live here, I'll live next door and ask Aunt Wen to live here with you, okay? Yan Rongrong still shook her head. No, if her parents come and see her living in such a good house, they will definitely look for Mr. Su endlessly. They may ask him to help expand the store, ask him to introduce business, or even enter his company. She knows her mother. She can't do this and can't let them stick to their boss. Su Bohong pulled his tie again and felt that he was really a little confused with Yan Rongrong. For the first time, he felt the gap between himself and Yan Rongrong. Nearly a round of age gap. After all, there was a conflict of ideas. Even though he was very irritable now, he didn't leave. He still sat down and finished dinner with Yan Rongrong. Yan Rongrong stood up to clean up the dishes and chopsticks. He raised his hand to stop her. I'll clean up, and you go back to the bedroom to rest. Yan Rongrong watched him clean up the table and wash the dishes in the kitchen. The sound of water seemed to flow through people's hearts. Yan Rongrong stood at the door of the kitchen and looked at him quietly. Such a tall man stood there washing dishes, full of red dust and fireworks. This is the day. It would be great if she could live like this all the time, so in order to be with Mr. Su in the future, she has to solve her own problems first. After washing the dishes, Su Bohong cleaned up the kitchen. He stood in the living room for a long time, glanced at the bedroom, changed his clothes and went out. When the person in charge of a new real estate received a phone call in the middle of the night, he was stunned. He was just hugging his wife when the phone rang and almost shocked him back, so when he answered the phone, there was no good tone. What are you doing if you don't sleep in the middle of the night? After saying a word, his voice was gone. He looked at the watch of his mobile phone and finally asked, "Now?" He clearly told him on the phone that he was going to see the house now. In fact, it is the first time for the seller to meet such a person. He has to look at the house in the middle of the night. What can he see when he enters the rough house at night? But it was clear on the phone that it was the boss. They couldn't afford to offend them, so they rushed over to see the house. The person in charge had to get up from the bed, look at his delicate wife, and began to put on her clothes helplessly. "Where are you going at this late hour? Someone wants to see the house. I'll be back later." As soon as he finished his words, he was smashed by a pillow from his wife. "Are you lying to the ghost? Who is looking at the house in the middle of the night? Are you raising women outside? Was it Xiao Sa's phone call just now? I pretended to be a colleague around me." The person in charge felt wronged and quickly explained, but his wife didn't listen at all, didn't wear clothes, smashed him with a pillow, and didn't allow him to go out. He was so anxious that he grabbed the pillow and quickly compensated his wife. "Honey, I really didn't lie to you. Someone really wants to see the house. Well, I'll send you a video later. You have to believe me. I only love you. There's no one outside. I'll go first. Honey, don't think nonsense." When the person in charge rushed over panting, a car had already parked outside the door of the new building. There was a man leaning against the door with a cigarette in his hand. The person in charge stood in the distance and looked carefully. He didn't see which boss it was. When he got closer, he opened his mouth wide in shock. Su Sha. Su Bohong stood up straight and extinguished the cigarette. "Are you coming?" The person in charge quickly came forward and was very respectful. "Mr. Su, do you want to see the house?" The person in charge found that Su Bohong didn't even bring a bodyguard. He felt that the young master of the rich family was really bold. He didn't bring anyone out in the middle of the night, and he was not afraid of being kidnapped. Of course, these were pure nonsense, and no one dared to kidnap the Su family. "Did you bring the key? Let's go and see the sandbox first, and then go to the existing house." The person in charge nodded quickly, took the key to open the door of the sales department, and turned on all the lights. "Mr. Sir, the second phase of the property we are selling this time. In fact, it has not been fully completed, but one row has been completed, and there are still several sets that have not been sold. Please have a look." Although the person in charge is enthusiastically introducing Su Bohong, he is actually very curious. If Mr. Su wants to buy a house, he still wants to see the house in person in the middle of the night. It feels strange no matter how you look at it. His assets should be taken care of by a special person. If he wants to buy a house, someone will naturally go to do it. Why did Mr. Su come in person, or in the middle of the night? Chapter 59. Young Master, you have to open the door slowly. Yan Rongrong sat up and took out her mobile phone to look at it. It was almost 2 o'clock. After waiting for a long time, Su Bohong did not go back to the bedroom. Yan Rongrong was gloomy in her heart, knowing that she said she would move out today, which might make him unhappy. That's why he went out so late. She knew that the children of the rich family had their own places to play, but Su Bohong had never gone out since she moved in. She waited for a long time and didn't see Su Bohong go back to the bedroom. Rubbing her astringent eyes, she put on her slippers, opened the door and went out. There was no one in the living room, but there were shoes changed by Su Bohong at the entrance. Yan Rongrong was a little relieved and did not leave. She looked at the bathroom and found that the light was on. She sat down on the sofa in the living room and waited for him on the back. But she was really sleepy. She was sleepy when she was pregnant. Now she stayed up until more than 2 o'clock. She really couldn't stand it. Her eyelids were so heavy that they slowly closed. She seemed to see Su Bohong coming out of the bathroom in a daze. She held up her eyelids hard and looked carefully. But Su Bohong took a set of clothes and was walking to the porch. She was in a hurry and jumped off the sofa and ran over. "Where are you going?" Because the floor lamp was turned on in the living room, the light was not very good. Su Bohong didn't find Yan Rongrong when he came out of the bathroom. At this time, he was surprised to see her rushing over. Yan Rongrong ran to him, pulled his sleeve hard, and looked up at him. "Are you still going out?" Although she was asking him, her hands were holding him tightly, and her body subconsciously approached him. Su Bohong stagnated slightly. "Why didn't you sleep?" Yan Rongrong lowered her eyes slightly and whispered. "You haven't come back." "I can't sleep." Su Bohong looked at the arm held tightly by her, and then looked at Yan Rongrong's nervous expression, and his expression softened. "I won't go out. Go to bed." Yan Rongrong bit her lip, and her hand slowly slid down Su Bohong's arm, and her fingers trembled slightly to hold Su Bohong's big hand. "Don't be angry, okay? Can I explain it to you later?" Su Bohong was stunned, and then smiled at the corners of his lips. He held Yan Rongrong's careful hand and gently took her into his arms. "I'm not angry. You said you wanted to go out and live. I went to see the house." Yan Rongrong was shocked and raised her head in his arms. "Did you go to see the house in the middle of the night?" Su Bohong stroked her soft hair in a helpless tone. "Yeah, aren't you going to move out? There must be a place to live." Yan Rongrong grabbed the clothes on his chest. She didn't know what it felt like. She thought Mr. Su was so kind, gentle and considerate, and generous. She made him unhappy and didn't get angry for a long time, but why didn't he keep her? This made her think nonsense again. Su Bohong bent down and picked her up. "It's very late now. You have to go to bed." Put Yan Rongrong on the bed. When Su Bohong turned around, Yan Rongrong immediately held his hand. Su Bohong looked back at her. Yan Rongrong looked at him with a pair of big black and white eyes, pure and aggrieved look. "Don't sleep on the sofa." Su Bohong's expression moved slightly and nodded. Well, he also went back to bed, but he kept a little distance from Yan Rongrong as before. Yan Rongrong's heart was pounding, thinking that the relationship was confirmed. Why is Mr. Su still so estranged? He must still be angry. Therefore, she was determined to coax Yan Rongrong, so she took the initiative to stick her soft body. In fact, she was ashamed to death, her hands were trembling, holding Su Bohong's arm, and slowly leaning over. Su Bohong's body was also very stiff, and he didn't dare to move. He took a few deep breaths, and his voice was a little low. "Rongrong, you go to bed quickly. You have class tomorrow." Yan Rongrong leaned her head gently on his shoulder and raised her head to ask him. "Mr. Na Su won't go out when I'm asleep, will he?" As she spoke, the warm breath sprayed on Su Bohong's neck, making the blue veins on his neck rise. He clenched his fists tightly and tried his best to endure the burning impulse in his body that seemed to burn people's reason. He said hoarsely, "I'm not leaving. You go to sleep." With the guarantee, Yan Rongrong finally relaxed and drilled into Su Bohong's neck again. She felt particularly at ease. She closed her eyes and soon fell asleep. She didn't know that the people next to her were almost sleepless that night. She got up and took a shower twice. She wanted to distance herself from her, but Yan Rongrong in her sleep was particularly sticky. As soon as Su Bohong went to bed, she followed her. Mr. Su, who was tortured by the soft girl, wanted to die. Early the next morning, when Su Bohong got up, Aunt Wen had already made breakfast in the kitchen. After seeing him, I don't know whether it was intentional or intentional. He asked with a smile on his face. "Young master, didn't you sleep well last night?" Su Bohong took a look at her, and Aunt Wen immediately restrained her smile and returned to her serious appearance. "Young master, Rongrong is still young. You have to restrain yourself a little." Su Bohong went to wash with a black face. Aunt Wen raised her eyebrows and felt that Rongrong is really able. This is to trap her young master. Unfortunately, the lady doesn't know that if the people in the Su family's mansion know that there is such a person as her, they will probably be shocked. She looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. She couldn't bear to call Yan Rongrong. The girl must have been exhausted last night. Seeing Su Bohong come out, she couldn't help but begin to persuade again. "Young master, you really have to take your time. Rongrong is still young, and she still has to go to school. You said you can't get up every morning. Don't you have to be late every day? Su Bohong said in a low voice. It's okay for her to be late. Then he went straight into the bedroom and asked Yan Rongrong to get up. Aunt Wen muttered. Even if you don't be punished, it will affect your study. If this girl wants to enter the Su family, it's not enough for you to like her. She has a lot to learn. Her voice was very low. Of course, no one heard her. She was the only one who was there. She felt that she really couldn't hide this matter from his wife, otherwise the lady would find out by herself one day. Aunt Wen felt that she and the young master would be miserable. Yan Rongrong slept in a daze, feeling that her eyes seemed to be touched by something soft. She slowly opened her eyes and saw a handsome face close at hand, and Su Boha's lips were gently printing on her lips. His eyelashes were clear, and his handsome facial features made people want to sink. The soft and numb touch on her lips also made her heart beat wildly. She followed her nature, stretched out her hand around his neck and smiled at him. Mr. Su, good morning. Su Bohan's eyes were shaken by such a sunny smile. He lowered his head and deepened his kiss this morning. Yan Rongrong never knew that kissing was such a wonderful thing. Although it was difficult to breathe sometimes, she didn't want to stop. Chapter 60 Punishment Before the Station. She also saw those young couples kissing secretly at school. Every time she saw it, she got goosebumps and felt very unbearable, but now she seems to be able to understand that kind of feeling. Rongrong, if you don't get up again, you will be late for school. Aunt Wen's voice came from outside the door. Yan Rongrong's eyes widened in an instant and finally came to her senses. Yes, today is her first day at school. She quickly took Su Bohong out of her mouth and asked eagerly, "What time is it now?" Su Bohong looked at Yan Rongrong's red lips with water stains, and his eyes darkened. He was a little regretful, but he did not continue. He got up to calm down and went to help Yan Rongrong. But Yan Rongrong got up by herself and went out when she got off the ground. Seeing that she was not wearing slippers, Su Bohong quickly picked up his shoes and chased them out. Slippers, put on shoes. On the way to school, Yan Rongrong sat in the car and quickly ate the breakfast that Aunt Wen had packed for her, and did not forget to look at Su Bohong with bulging cheeks. Su Bohong smiled and reached out to touch her head, and Yan Rongrong quickly dodged. "I just combed my hair. If it's messy, I'm going to be told by the teacher." She sent half an egg white to Su Boha's mouth, and Su Bohong ate it on her hand. "You should call me earlier. I'm late for school on the first day." "How bad it is?" Su Bohong looked at her worried look and smiled. "Then I'll send you in. The teacher will definitely not dare to mention you." Yan Rongrong quickly refused. She didn't want to be watched. After all, Secretary Fan said yesterday that many people must know Su Bohong, the best graduate of the school. Yan Rongrong looked out of the window while having breakfast. She felt that she seemed to be lazy now, and the biological clock was not accurate. Used to be in at home, no matter how late she sleeps, she can get up in the morning and has never been late, but since she came to Mr. C's house, her biological clock has not been used. "Won't you really be late to go to work after you see me off?" Su Bohong turned his head and looked at her and smiled. "It's okay. No one dares to say anything if I'm late." Yan Rongrong was speechless. Well, he is a big boss. Only he punishes others. No one dares to care about him. At the gate of the school, Yan Rongrong quickly got out of the car and left. Su Bohong reminded, "Your cup and the snacks brought to you by Aunt Wen are all wrapped, right? Eat when you feel hungry. You can't starve my son." Yan Rongrong stared at him. "Please lower your voice and be heard." Looking at her anxious, but still walking steadily to school, Su Bohong couldn't help laughing. This girl is really rare. There is no suspense. Yan Rongrong is really late. When she arrived, as soon as she entered the door, she saw that the teacher in the first class was already lecturing. She took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Report." This teacher is a 40-year-old female teacher. When she turned her head and looked over, Yan Rongrong found that the teacher's face was very bad. She knew that she was really going to finish. "Give me a reason why you were late for class on the first day." Questioned by the teacher, Yan Rongrong is very honest. The female teacher who got up late was really angry and looked at her angrily. "You stand by the door for me. I'm late on the first day. I think you have a problem with your study attitude." Yan Rongrong's ears are a little hot. She has not been scolded by the teacher in her previous school. She is a very obedient student, but now, alas, it's really unlucky. She didn't enter the door and obediently stood aside. The teacher began to lecture again. Yan Rongrong found that some students looked at her from the window with a smile on their faces. She looked outside and felt that the school was like a place to study now, which was different from yesterday's feeling. She said, how could the school where Su Bohong studied be all those who could only draw their eyebrows? It was very cool in the morning. Standing by the wall, Yan Rongrong looked at the student who occasionally passed by. After standing for a while, she felt that her legs were a little sore. Anyway, the teacher couldn't see her in the lecture inside, so she simply squatted down. She opened the bag, took out a glass of water and drank a lot of water. When she saw the fruit platter brought to her by Aunt Wen, she took it out directly and ate while holding a fork while looking at people. "Hey, what are you doing with that girl?" Several tall boys walked past her together. Several of them looked at her and laughed, because the position she stood was the usual penalty position. Lu Xing is wearing a white t-shirt, sweatpants, walking at the end with a basketball under his shoulder, he heard them say. He also turned his head and took a look, and then saw Yan Rongrong. He suddenly stopped and walked straight to Yan Rongrong. "What's wrong with you? Punished?" Yan Rongrong squatted there, with a piece of dragon fruit stuffed in her mouth, which was very delicious. "Is it obvious?" Lu Xing looked at the fruit in her platter and couldn't help laughing. "It's obvious here, but you have a big heart. Your teacher asked you to be punished, and you were eaten." Yan Rongrong gave way to the platter in front of him. "I'm bored standing there. Do you want to eat?" Lu Xing actually wanted to eat, but when he saw Yan Rongrong, he held a fork. He was a boy and couldn't eat with the fork used by girls, but even if he couldn't eat, he was in a good mood, because he was finally sure that the girl was not a teacher, but a student. "I won't eat. You haven't told me your name yet." Yan Rongrong glanced at him and raised her chin to him. "Your classmates are waiting for you. Aren't you afraid of being late?" Lu Xing looked back and waved to his classmates to let them go first. "I'm fine. I'm on the basketball team. I can go back anytime in the morning." Yan Rongrong was dumbfounded. "What about this good thing? That's really late at will." "Well, you haven't told me your name yet." "My name is Lu Xing. I'm in the senior class of high school. I'll introduce myself again." Yan Rongrong thought about it for a while. This time, she didn't care about him, mainly because he was too persistent and kept asking questions. "My name is Yan Rongrong, and I'm in this class." Lu Xing smiled, squatted beside Yan Rongrong, and then watched her talk to her. Yan Rongrong stuffed another piece of apple into her mouth. "Why are you squatting here? Don't go back to your classroom. Aren't you bored alone?" Yan Rongrong gave him a strange look. Her boredom has nothing to do with him, does it? However, there was someone talking to her, and she didn't refuse, because a person squatting here is really always seen. But who knew that the two of them had just said a few words, and the teacher's angry roar came from the classroom. "If you want to talk, get out of here and talk. Don't affect my class. You can stand outside in my class in the future." Yan Rongrong was stunned and quickly stood up, put the food in her bag, and went into the classroom to apologize to the teacher, but the teacher was angry and kicked her out again.